Here we go.
We're live, yeah?
Sorry, everyone. Just had
We're
a
live, yeah?
sorry, everyone. Skype just absolutely spazzed out on me for a second there.
Is this the one? Yeah, there I am. There I am. Is this the one? Fucking hell. No sound, apparently. Is the sound on now? Yeah, there we go. No sound, apparently. Right, sorry about that, people. Just technical issues, whatever. I can't work this shit out. Always does my brain in. Messes us up every week somehow. Or whatever.
Yeah, one of them.
So tonight, right, let's give everyone shout outs. Red Dog, what's going on? Granddad, what's going on? TW, yeah, how you going? Denise White, the link you put out isn't working. Well, that's just typical, isn't it? Bollocks. I'm going to get banned from spamming everywhere if I carry on sending the link. So I'm just going to send it to my channel. If anyone's in my channel and can share the link for me so that I'm not spamming everyone's fucking life, that I'd be most grateful. Most grateful. I really would. Because this has just done me up like a kipper, you know. Let's share it to my channel. Here we go. Right. So delete the old one. Bye, you piece of shit. There you go. And I'm going to pin it. So if anyone can share that in groups and stuff and just explain what happened and that it's working now, I'll be grateful. There we go. I might get Anyway, so I went on Wake Up UK last night to talk about the whole trans thing, the people and whatnot, and what I understand about it. And I got a message off of this lady called Jane that said she's a trans woman, lives out in India, runs a surgery over there doing plastic surgery and those kind of operations, and said she'd like to talk to me about what trans is and what it means to her and stuff like that. So I was like, yeah, I'm interested in that for sure. So we started inboxing, and then she said, look, I'd rather talk to you first, because she was worried it was going to be a setup, you know, someone's going to lure her in and take the piss out of her and do horrible things, which is completely understandable, you know. I understand that, you know, you've got to be apprehensive and whatnot, because it is a nasty old world sometimes, isn't it? And people, it is strange. It is strange, this whole trans thing. I don't know what it's about. I've never been a fan of it, but that's mainly because of the way the left deal with it. You know, they sort of put these people on pedestals of victimhood and want us to pretend that biology doesn't exist, want us to pretend, you know, that men are women and women are men. I mean, and the whole gender fluid unicorn rainbow bullshit that comes with it. We're not, you know, when you've got a logical brain and you understand science and biology and stuff like that, you know that it's all nonsense. Well, this person, Jane, I'm speaking to today, is very level-headed about all that stuff. Very open. She'll explain it a lot better than me. And I'll get you a Skype sent over. For you,
Yeah. Do that.
And you can add her in when we're ready. Make sure that all the bugs are gone and whatnot. I'll send it to you. I don't know. I don't think so. That fucking message tone. I don't think we're lagging. I'm not sure. The left hijack and yeah, exactly. They hijack it. That's right, Tom Wolf. They hijack things, and that's what's happened with the old. I'm not turning. If anyone's asking, I'm not turning. You know. I just protest too much. Oh, if you lie with dogs, you're gonna catch fleas, yeah, and all that. Whatever. No, not at all. And I promise you, this guy is red pilled as fuck as well.
Oh, no one heard that because I muted myself.
Oh, sorry, no one heard what Fonzie said to me, but he just said basically, if you lay with dogs, you get fleas, is the old saying. I was like, no, that's. Who knows? One day I might come out, and say, look, I'm trans. I'm now, I'm a woman. I'm going to go for the surgery. Who knows? Brains can do funny things. I don't understand it. That's the point. I don't think any of us understand what it's like to be a trans person, do we? How can we put ourselves in that kind of mindset? If you're not it, you're not it. I don't know what it's like to be a woman, let alone a trans woman. Like, I can barely figure out women. Barely. I mean, honestly, women to me are as alien as fucking squids in the sea sometimes. I don't get it. Not digging you out, I'm not digging you out, girls. It's just, if I'm honest, I can't get me nut round it. Some of the things you think and some of the things you do. And I'm sure I'm the same. You look at me and think, fucking, what's this geezer on? And you do it with your own men, right? It's, I could still keep the beard after your transition, Luke. I don't know about that. Do you remember the old bearded lady on Freaks? The old black and white films? Anyone remember that?
That's crazy. I'm just waiting for this fucking alarm to turn off.
Why is the alarm going off?
Because it's telling me to get my brisket out. That's why I can't come on tonight, people, by the way, because I'm doing a barbecue outside, so I need to go and check it. That's what that alarm is.
Yeah. But Fonzie's not on tonight, so it'll be just me and Jane. And do you want to give her a tinkle then? I'm going to go and grab my... You've put it back, yeah?
There's two of them. There's two of the same.
Give one a call.
I guess I'm going to add both.
And both. Have a freeway. You might be calling it driver mad.
I swear I just added them. Yeah, there we go.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey. How you doing?
I'm all right.
Yeah. This is my brother Fonzie. He runs the stream.
All right, brother.
You all right?
So, he runs a stream for me, so he's gonna pop off in a minute to go and sort out his barbecue. He's got a brisket.
So don't think I'm being rude. I just I'm having a barbecue and I'm setting everything up for you guys. So
the rules of this stream are you can say whatever the fuck you like. And if you need a piss break, go and have a piss break. It's not a problem. You know what I mean? I can keep talking to the people. We've got some lovely people in the chat right now.
Well, it's beer and talk, so I'm all set up.
Yeah, there you go. I've got my whiskey ready. I've got to run off and get a beer in a second, but I won't go just yet.
Cheers.
I'll finish my whiskey first. So, no, it's not a freeway tonight. Fonzie's got a barbecue to do, people. So I'm just replying to some of the comments. So tell us a little bit about yourself, Jane.
Well, where to start? I'm from Manchester. I'm 46 years old, and I used to be into construction. Before that, I was a mechanic, construction, and then I started my transition and headed off to India for some surgery. Fell in love with the place and never went home. Stayed here, started up a company, helping other trans, helping doing cosmetic surgery, and from there it's just grown over the last 4 years.
Interesting.
So I ended up staying here in India.
Bit of an entrepreneur, really, isn't you? That's pretty much what it is. You got your own business set up. Yeah, I'd say.
Just a little.
So, do you prefer India to Manchester?
Yes.
That's strange because I would have imagined they were pretty conservative when it comes to trans people and things like that. I wouldn't, just imagine.
Very surprised. India already had, it goes back thousands of years from the Hijras. You see, for thousands of years, India had these hijras, and they were kind of transgender. And when the colonialism started, the British came over and went, "Nah, fuck that. That's just a bit weird," and put an end to it all. Before that, for thousands of years, they were revered. Yeah, they were revered. They were absolutely adored. They were like pillars of society, the hijras. They were really, even now to this day, is that you can't have a wedding or a birth or anything without having a hijra come and bless the wedding but it was
that's all new to me. I didn't know that. See, learn something new every day, people. Learn something new every day, and there's your fact. And that's a bit hypocritical of the British, because those people in power, those businessmen, you had these clubs where they'd have young lads dress up as women and be in these clubs, and they'd all have sort of orgies and shit like that. I forgot what they were called. It's called like
but hang on a minute. We're going back to the days where a coloured person couldn't be on stage or perform or anything. It had to be a white person.
Yeah.
Boot polished up.
Yeah, that's hypocritical of them, isn't it? Oh, we're not having that. We're going to get rid of that. It's like, well, you lot you fuck around like that all the time back home in your private clubs with your cigars and your pipes.
Oh, they're still doing it today, but that's a topic we'll come to later on.
Mm-hmm. No problem. Yeah, I suppose that's different. So, when did you know you were trans, or you were?
One of the earliest things I ever remember. I always remember that there was something different about me, something a bit strange, a bit weird. You and I earlier on, we had a conversation about this, about, is it a mental illness? Well, if it's not fixable, then how can you treat it as a mental illness? So there's just something different around us. I know society looks on us and says, look, I don't get it, I don't understand it, I don't agree with it, but they're not living it. They don't understand it. So,
like I said to you earlier, I can't put my mind, I can't wrap my head around, like I just said to the people in here, I can't wrap my head around women, let alone trans women. Like, it's completely alien to me, and I think it's alien to most people. If you can't understand something like that, you can't be expected to, for a start. I mean, you're not that way inclined, then you're never going to understand it fully. But to get the people into more of the perspective of it, like Jane just said, it was from an early age where you knew something was off, and you didn't feel quite yourself. And do you feel better now that you're fully trans and you're
socially, I'm much more, and definitely more at ease with myself. When younger, I went through that overcompensating. I was bigger than you when I was before I transitioned.
Send me the picture, man. You were ripped to fuck, bro. Like, I was like, I could never get a six pack the amount of these I drink. It's not happening. So you were buff to fuck, mate. You were like an athlete. I've got to say, I was like, Jesus Christ, what?
Yeah, I played the overcompensating. I played the thug. I played the. I did what I needed to do in order to survive and be accepted, and it was a way of hiding who I was. So that whole thing that I went through was a charade. It was just something just to avoid being looked at. People knew me. They knew who I was. They knew what I did, but no one actually ever knew me. I wouldn't let people in. It was just all about how I looked, the things I did. It wasn't about
posturing, a shell, as they say.
Yeah,
that's what I imagine. Yeah. And
I wouldn't put myself. I mean, I was a cocky little shit. That's not me. And
Jack the lad. Jack the lad.
Yeah, I mean, I did see myself as one of the lads. Very much so. I surprised everybody. They said, "Look, you get these. There'll be some trans there, and we've talked about trans being in groups. We talk about the different groups of trans. You'll see Marines that turn into trans.
Seen that.
You'll see
that guy.
You'll see highly educated people, and if they're highly functioning members of society, very gifted, very successful people, still give up everything that they've got in order to transition, then that should prove to you that this shit's real. That this isn't.
I've never questioned that it's real. It's always just been. We always
weird.
yeah. Don't get me wrong. It's not the most.
No.
Well, you know, you'll see that's clearly a guy, and he's in a dress, and he's got stubble and all this. It's odd for anyone. I mean, like you said earlier, you've got kids. I've got kids. My 3-year-old would know. You know, she would know. She would say that's a. Sorry, 4-year-old she is now. That's a man. You know, dressed as a woman. Like
do you know why?
Yeah. Because it looks like a man. I don't know.
There is, but what's male and what's female then? How do we know that? Instantly, even a 3-year-old child that's really not socially developed would still know male and female. How?
I would have guessed mainly the voice, mainly the build, the structure, the bone structure.
Well, hang on a minute. Well, what about somebody that's transitioned very early then, that's not really developed all that muscle?
Like I said to you, there was that young 17-year-old that I was sending me pictures. I wouldn't have known.
Sending you secret pictures. Yeah, you told me about this one.
Yeah. There's. She was like stunning looking. I can't lie. She was stunning looking, but then she spoke, and I clocked on. I twigged. It was the voice. There's testosterone that makes men's voice deeper, right? That's how that works. That's why you got. I think
physiological changes, yes, that happens with testosterone.
Yeah, I'm no scientist. I'm not going to pretend to know everything I'm talking about. It's just when I was looking into it, it was like they said, look, men have deeper voices, and it's to do with the testosterone levels. And that's why you got that. And Adam's apples and things like that give it away as well.
Raw boss. There's lots of it. Wider jaw, hairline. The ability to build muscle, and there's a few things that go on, and that's all testosterone driven. Yeah,
that's it. And the females, what's their one called? Estrogen, right? Is that estrogen levels or something like that? Yeah.
So you said you weren't a scientist. You said you didn't know these things.
I'd like to pretend to be dumber.
Yeah, you're a secret admirer, aren't you?
Oh well, you know.
It's all coming out now.
I've thought about surgery. There might be.
Yeah, you thought about something.
Oh, you know, and there it's a bit too big. You know, I'd like a reduction. So you know, it's.
Yeah.
I'll give it
a big. It'd be easy, wouldn't it? I should get your ass to the gym.
I've got a little muscle going on, but no, I've still got my dad bod. I'm happy with that.
You're getting all defensive. Calm down.
Nah, for real. I appreciate you coming on for sure, because I know this is it's a testy subject, isn't it? It's something that's like I've dealt with. Spoke to trans people before, and they're way more defensive than you. So I've got to applaud you on your openness. You know,
society. Why? The moment that we start going, look, trans is this small, society is huge. The moment that we push against society is just going to push back, and there's much more of them. You're supposed to move through society. You're not forcing your. I mean, listen, we're not vegan. We're not forcing our ideas on anybody. We shouldn't be. We should be just moving through society and being productive members of society, not sitting there saying, oh, woe me, the world owes me something, because it doesn't. It owes you nothing. You're supposed to make your own way in this life. You make your own destiny. Don't rely on somebody to give you something that you think that you deserve. What? Because you've had a hard life. There are many people. You and I talked about people that are born in India, poor, living in slums. The society to society, do they stand up there and say, I'm poor, I'm living in a slum, society owes me something? Yeah. No.
I draw the line with poverty. I draw the line is, do you have running water and a heating system in your house? Then I don't think you're that poor. Honestly, because there's people out there, you know, like you said, in India, in Africa, that have got to walk miles for water, for basic water, drinkable water. And even then it's questionably drinkable. How are you poor? You know, in Western society, we're so blessed, we're so lucky have these things and to have the acceptance that we do of other cultures and other things going on. You know, even gays, you know, like being thrown off buildings in Saudi Arabia and places like that. It's like you don't realise how fucking lucky you are, and you're pretending there's this great big white oppression, you know, the patriarchal white man keeping everyone down and bullshit like that. And it just blows my mind. And I don't think, like I said to you earlier, I don't think they do the trans movement any favors in the way they're forcing it. You know, like Bill C-16 in Canada, you can be prosecuted for misgendering someone, you're not using the right pronouns. It's like, what the fuck? What road are we going down now? You're just going to, like you said, you're going to make society push back more. And we are seeing that, which is a shame because there are level-headed people like you out there that have been through it, know what
the world was going in a certain direction. The world was going in this, very, very liberal direction. What do they call it? Globalistic out view. And I think unknowingly, people don't really realize that now, is that shit's over. Those days have gone. Is that since this coronavirus bullshit, I think all people are going to start looking inwards and being protectionist and looking at what they've got, because an outsider, doesn't matter what country you've come from, is that you see that an outsider has imposed this restriction on your way of life. And I think that's not going to wash again. People aren't going to put up with it. So if people talk about globalism, people will instantly just go corona. No, not having it. It's about protecting what's ours, because nobody's going to have that again. So I think the landscape of the political landscape has changed without actually, before the lockdown, before it lifts, I think that there will be some serious looks at how society functions going forward, and I think it's going to change dramatically.
I think so. I think there's going to be a huge. I think this new generation coming through, particularly my kids. My kids are 4 and 2, and I've got 2 stepkids as well. One's 4, one's 8. I think they're going to be the most conservative generation there's ever been, because of the lefties and
yeah, those millennials. I honestly believe that these millennials they've had a rough deal. They've been indoctrinated with this belief that this is what it was, and I don't think it's a realistic view of the world. I think that the Roaring Twenties are about to happen again, and I think that there's going to be something different, a new generation, like you said.
I fear for it because I can only see it ending in bloodshed. Yes. Like, I mean, in the end, it's going to be some sort of civil wars. I know warfare has changed. You're not going to see men in trenches and things like that. There's going to be something else going on. I think
viruses.
Viruses and shutdowns of stock markets and a lot of poverty, and then riots and stuff like that. I don't see there being like a
civil unrest. It's not going to be easy. This one, it's not going to be easy. Once this lockdowns persists, companies going under, millions going on, seeking unemployment benefit. There is going to be some serious uneasy people out there, and a lot of the generation that's just come out. We talk about these millennials. They've, these university and college leavers, now that they're fucked. There's going to be nothing for them. So they're going to rebel against everything that they've been told.
I know. Yeah. Where's it going to leave them? Are they going to start committing suicide? Are they going to turn, because these people, they've been brainwashed into this stuff, and they believe socialism, communism and things will work when they clearly don't. I mean, that was a great story you told me earlier, which I'll let you tell in a second, because I really want to.
No, you tell it. You see if you can tell it.
No, you're the maverick. You're the one for that. But these people that go to college and study lesbian dance theory and things like that and get a degree. What is that going to get you in life? Black studies. What? Why? What for?
I read somewhere the other day. Listen, I read somewhere that it's been taught in schools now. A warped view of Churchill. They're trying to discredit Churchill. Now, Now,
There's all-
I'm sorry, but Churchill made some big fuck ups because 8 million people died here in India during
they
World
did.
War II.
Mhm.
And that listen, and I don't know whether you can applaud some of the things that he did, and you can frown upon a lot of it. I
Mhm.
don't know where I stand on that because we've been taught so many things.
Yeah.
Then
I mean,
what's
what I
real,
will
what's
say,
not?
I know the case you're talking about, and it was when they were starved of rations and stuff like that, wasn't it? And food and crops and.
Yeah, because I think the ships went over to Australia. And it was for the war fund. That ended up
It-
rotting on the ships anyway, and it never got used.
Yeah, there's letters that they've dug up since proving that he was pleading with Roosevelt. Was it Roosevelt? Who was the American? I think it was Roosevelt. Him pleading with him, don't do this. Like get the crops to them because people are going to starve. And they've dug these up. Historians since.
I know decolonization here in India. I know
Yeah.
that Churchill was a big advocate against it. He said you're rushing in it. He argued with Gandhi and Mountbatten about how to divvy it up. They said it was wrong.
Yeah.
What you're doing. You're
You
going to
can't
cause
just snatch
division.
away. No, snatching away never works. You know, you don't
They
do
did it
it. You
over
grab
weeks, didn't they? And it was just stupid. And he was saying no, and he wasn't against giving it back. He wasn't against that. And this word "giving it back," we never took it in the first place. We just used and abused it. And I'm not apologizing for what the British did. Is that
No.
a lot of it was they raped a country, but on the other hand, they also built an infrastructure and left it behind. So
Yeah.
there's a little bit of
It's the real world, isn't it? It's grey. It's grey. It's not black and white. It's grey. There is some good things that.
and I'm sorry, but a few thousand British turn up on the shores of India, and they're going to rule an entire country. I'm sorry, but it's fact that there was the original 40 or whatever. There was a few families here, and the Maharajas that manipulated their own people, that actually profiteered from they were in cahoots with it all. There was
Yeah.
people who made a lot of money.
Same.
They sell their own people out and
Same.
used colonialism and used somebody to blame.
Yeah. Same as the Indians in America. They wasn't. Some of them were welcoming. Some of them were fine with it, and others weren't. And they butchered. Like it was only when we got when the gun came into play. Because we like the Europeans that were going over there were getting their fucking asses kicked. Honestly, the tactics, the Comanches and who were the main ones? The real fucking tough bastard Indians. I forgot what their names was, but they were brutalized.
You know what? Even I've gone now.
Yeah, I know. I've drawn a blank there. It was the. I'll see if anyone's put it in there. Yeah, some of the commenters, they get me out of stuff quite a lot. Danny Byrne in particular does me a favours. He's a good man in there. But yeah, anyway, they were butchering the Europeans pretty badly until the gun came along, and then it's sort of the rifle in particular. Once that came along, things changed very quickly. It was
Samuel Colt as well had a lot to do with it all, didn't he?
Yeah, it was what was it? Colt. God made all men, but Colt made all men equal. There you go.
That was it. That just ended the conversation, didn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, listen, let's not get into the history of America because you're just going to piss a lot of people off.
It's a wormhole, but we're lucky.
Yeah,
we're lucky with our
slippery
audience.
slope there.
So yeah, no, but we'll get back to the trans thing. Are you in agreement?
That's what we're here for, isn't it? Trans, I forgot about that. Carry on.
The left have hijacked the whole LGBT thing.
And to what gain? Is that they paint us as this demanding on society. They'll get Trevor in a dress on a Monday, and then on Tuesday he's on a pedestal, and then we're all supposed to say, "This is what trans is." And I'm sorry, but that's just like an episode of South Park, like we said. It's just
it's it's the whole man.
Why did they do it? If they want to try and promote this super hard left liberal approach to everything, why do they still treat us like this morbid interest about this Why do they still treat us like that? Why not have responsible and productive members of society saying this is what it is that trans? I mean, if you pass, look, I know trans that have been in some TV series, that have been in some films and stuff, and they've gone for interviews and they said, you don't look trans enough. Some of the actors that have played it, listen, some of the actors that they've had to mail them down a bit in order to play a trans part because you don't look trans enough. And these stupid trans have gone along with it, thinking that just for self-interest to get the part is that they've dumbed themselves down a little bit to make themselves look less, this word, passable, and they've gone to more transified themselves up, whatever the fuck that is that
left a bit of
in order to portray, or you know, or whether it's shadows or makeup or whatever it is, drop the voice pitch down. I mean, I have a male voice. I'm not going to deny that one. I don't care. But some of these speak beautifully, and you wouldn't even tell. But yet they've had to dumb it down a little bit in order to come across as trans for the media. Now, I'm sorry, but I don't believe in that bullshit. I think it's wrong. And I think the trans have some of the trans community are selling us out and not realizing it.
I watched quite a famous trans woman. She was like a Latino trans woman, and she was having this conversation on Vice. She was with a group of people. Some of them were trans, some of them were this new trans type people that can flow in between genders and stuff like that. And she was
the ones that just can't fucking pick one.
Yeah, she was really annoyed.
Moving on, go on.
No, she was really annoyed with them. She was really not liking this whole gender fluid thing. She was saying the amount we've battled to be, you know, just enough accepted, just to sort of fit in a little bit. Like I'm a woman now. I see myself as a woman.
Just stop talking 1 second. Let me explain to you what you've just said there. Why she's upset. It's like, yes, as a trans person, you fight for this right to be gendered correctly. Call it politically correct, bullshit, whatever you want. It's called respect for another human being. To be whoever you want to be, and for society, just to accept that, and that's it. I'm not demanding anything from anybody. I'm just asking for a little bit of respect. Okay? So, but if you misgender me, I'm okay with that. I don't care. I am what I am. Let's move past
done it once. And you didn't bite my head off, thank God. It was
you've done it a few times. You're a bit of a cunt. I've already realised that, but carry on.
I agree with you.
Right. The thing is, though, is that we fought for that right, and what and non-binary has come along and questioned all of that. So society is now even frightened to even gender anybody anything. You've got to ask somebody, are you male or female, which is an insult to start with, because somebody can look clearly male, look just like yourself, and you say, hello, sir, how can I help you? And they go, no, I identify as them. And even that, I'm like, oh, okay. So even how we present doesn't mean anything anymore. So that thing that we fought for has just been disintegrated. Because now if we even dress slightly female, people give us the benefit of the doubt, people won't do that anymore because they're frightened of upsetting somebody.
I'll get you.
It's really confusing.
This is what the lady's problem was with it. She's saying that you're just bringing in all this gender fluid bullshit and this stuff that doesn't, if a man wants to change into a woman, whatever he does between these four walls is none of my fucking business anyway. I mean, there's certain levels to it. I mean, the toilet situation, the prison situation, and the sports situation. That's where my line is drawn.
But then it might be a line that you've drawn, but let's look at trans as a whole. There is a massive spectrum between somebody that's transitioned early on in life that totally and utterly passes. You're going to stick him in a male prison and make him use male toilets? Come on. Yeah, we know the fucking answer. Right, so the next one is like people that transition later on in life that completely and utterly pass. I mean, you wouldn't be able to tell. They are so beautiful, it's untrue. They rock being a woman or better than a lot of women. And
Yeah, that's-
what you're going to do? You're going to stick them in a male toilets and you're going to stick them in a male prison? I think not. Then you've got another spectrum of people that just can't be arse passing, that we're supposed to accept them as they are, even when they've got a beard and they've got a dress on. That's how they identify, and we've got to accept that. Society's not going to accept that. I'm sorry, but then you've got this stereotype of what trans is. No, sorry, a stereotype of what male and female is.
Yeah.
So then they've got to conform to either of these. This is the grey area, and this is the battle that I don't think that we are ever going to win. Because
No,
I agree with you, and you have to agree with that with me. Look at me, right? I've got this male voice. Which toilet would you recommend I use? Tell me.
I don't know. You got me. You put me on the spot here. I don't know. I'd be like,
So what the fuck do we do? I'm identifying as female. Fine, I've got a male voice and I've got these big tranny hands. That's okay. Listen, but that's okay. But what do you want me to do? Do you want me to go and use the male toilets? Do you not think that's going to look a bit weird?
it does look weird. Yeah. It's hard, man. You put me on the spot. It's like, shit. Yeah. I get what you mean.
So the whole thing's confusing, and I get that, and I'm not saying that it's not confusing to everybody. But
the problem is like, I mean, it's very rare. I said this on the podcast I was doing last night. It's very rare that you get sexual predators that do things and they exploit these loopholes. It does happen, very rare as it is. But there was a guy that was put into a female prison because he identified as a woman. So they put him in there. First thing he does, he sexually assaults women. This is a case you can look up. This is genuine fact. Anyone wants to look up.
I know it happens,
yeah.
but because it's happened once, do you marginalise a few million people? Look, let's go back. Let's talk about these nonces then. These paedophiles. Is that society? Is that a few rich people can have anything that they want, and they get a little bit kinky, and they because sex becomes boring because they can have any woman they want because they're paying for it.
Yeah. So they go to the taboo. Yeah,
they go to the bit risque, the bit things there that cost a little bit more money, and that's really naughty. I don't know, but are you going to marginalise all rich people because of a few weirdos?
If it protects children, then yeah, I'll do anything to. You know what I mean?
No. You can't lynch mob every rich person.
No, you
thinking
can't.
that there's a potential. Look, you're rich. You must have a few kinks. Then we'll lynch you.
I would never, advocate for hurting anyone or doing anything to anyone on purpose. I'm completely against all that. I don't believe, and I'm ultimately my whole shtick, my political mindset is just for freedom of speech. That's all I ever got into this thing for, was just for freedom of speech. I saw what the left was doing. They were shutting people down on the right and not letting them speak. And anything they ever said was fucking hate speech. So
yeah, hate speech. You're fascist. You're racist. All that bullshit.
That's my whole shtick. The whole shtick of that is. So this is where this comes in. Is the trans person's freedom worth more than? Not the freedom, like you as a person, you have the right to do what the fuck you like. If you've transitioned and done all that, it's your body. You're hurting no one.
So is it freedom of speech and freedom of self-expression?
Yeah, I agree that that's covered. But then when it, like what the left are doing at the minute, where they're telling people you have to accept this, they have to use them toilets, they have to do this. It's such a grey area. It's like, yeah, but then you're infringing on other people's rights to be like, I'm not comfortable with a man in the same changing room as my daughter. You got people like that, like how I would be horrified. But then,
I don't even know where I stand on that either, because I kind of agree. I agree. I don't know. I really, really don't know.
It's tricky, man.
It is a tricky situation, but I said to you, is that you've got extremes on one side and extremes on the other. So how do you distinguish between the two?
the spectrum we're talking about, people, is you've got like these people that are trans or class themselves as trans. You've got the people that are you remember Super Ma'am? Ma'am, it's ma'am. You got this, the nutty part.
You're in a game store.
And then you've got level-headed people like yourself that understand that this shit is not for everyone. It's not, you know, and you're not trying to ram it down anyone's throat, which I fully respect. You know, that's a real human being. You know, you're a real human being. You understand that things are not. There's a lot of things I say that are fucking very risque, and people are like, oh Jesus, I swear too much. My nan and granddad hate it. They're like, you're swearing. You're swearing, Luke. You know, you're swearing. Yes, sorry, I know.
It's your right to express yourself in the way that you want.
I understand it. They're from an older school where I shouldn't do that in front of them, just out of respect. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like that's where it is. It's like a respect thing.
My kids are 19 and 21, and they won't swear in front of me.
Yeah, you know what I mean. And I respect them for that.
I don't swear in front of my dad.
Yeah.
I'm 46, and I still won't swear in front of my dad. Now that's respect.
You got that healthy fear of your old man.
Yeah, you're gonna get a thick ear.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah, little shit.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's fucking cool. Yeah. There's a respect thing, and I think that's where the trends of today have lost that respect thing. It's sort of like
that's kids of today. Kids of today respect for elders. Kids of today have lost that respect.
There's none.
I don't know where that went.
I don't know. I watched a horrifying video the other day of these kids around a pool. They were having a party, and this little old white lady come along with her dogs, and she was telling them, "You're making so much noise." There was about 50 people there around this pool. And she had the hump about something. I don't know what it was. But one of the young lads picked her up, slipped, bang, fell over, and then re-picked her up and threw her in the pool with her dogs. Scumbag. Like I've never seen anything so
I watched a video of some young kid pulling up in a car and snatching some old lady's bag.
Yeah, I see that one. It's somewhere like Shrewsbury or something. Wasn't it? Fucking scumbag. Yeah. She was going to the cash point as well.
Yeah, the old day nipping in fucking post office or something. And she's off there, and that's whatever it was. He's that, and he just pull and just had her, and she's on her ass on the floor.
Not in my day, mate. Not in my day. I mean, I would have been.
That's somebody's mother. That's someone's gonna.
That's someone's nan. That's someone's nan. Like, that's old granny. I'll tell you what. If I ever did something like that. I'd be 6 foot under, mate. My old man would have killed me. My old man would have fucking killed me. You know?
You did what, you little...
Oh, mate. It would have been worse than that, I tell you.
So is there the fault then? Is that where it is? Is that because we've become so politically correct, there is no consequence to action. There's no discipline. There's no reprimanding.
Kids don't have healthy fear of adults or policemen anymore.
How old are you, Luke?
34 now. 34
I'm 46. Listen, in my day, there was corporal punishment. We still had corporal punishment when I was a kid.
Cane. Would you get the cane back then? Was that
cane or a leather belt or anything? You had your hands out there and you got fucking caned. Leather belt on your ass. It was that's what we did.
It's hard because if anyone put their hands on my daughter or my boy,
yeah.
But at the same time, I look at kids on the bus, on trains, or just anywhere, you know, walking around. I mean, just before Christmas, I got in a brawl with about 10 lads on a train. Ended up with a black eye, and they just had no respect for no one on there. They were drinking, they were smoking, they were being pricks, and then one put his ass in my face, and I ended up in a brawl with them. And it just made me think that there's none. It's all gone, like all that respect, because they don't fear anyone anymore. You know, the men on that train back in the day, 30, 40 years ago, would have got up and said, "You little cunt, so you fucking put that out, put your beer down, you behave yourselves. You're on a train." You know, all of them would have done it. Nah, there's none of that. That community, that whole spirit.
I saw it changing as I was growing older.
Mm.
Listen, when I was younger, I came from a poor area. I did my time.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even say mixing with the wrong crowd. I was the crowd. We were all part of it. But we could see it as we were getting older, because there was a hierarchy, there was a respect. Is that, you know, you had your people down here, your people up here, and your people, and it was like a criminal organization of, you know, you had this old school back to the craze and all the rest of it.
Yeah, that's what it was, you know.
And then it started to change. You could see it change, and you could see the kids were just getting less respect, and there was they were running wild. And I mean, we did bad things, but we didn't have this. We just weren't erratic with it. We weren't uncontrollable. We were. There was a level of, nah, that's wrong. I'm not doing that shit.
You know what? Red Dog in the comments just made a very good point. He said that all ended with national service.
With what? Sorry.
National service. He said that all ended with national service. That sort of male, you know, respect thing. I kind of agree with that to a certain extent. I think,
and it was the point. Listen, it was the point when in the UK they closed down all the youth centres.
Yeah, there's none of that anymore.
No outlet for it. When I was a kid, we had youth centres. We got together in gangs, and you learned how to socialise within groups. You learned how to get rid of that aggression, whether it was whether it was competition or whether it was just friendly banter. There was like everybody knew each other, and there was this like click. Now,
I feel that's dying as well. Banter's dying these days.
Yeah,
like,
banter's gone. You can't say what you want.
barely say anything. You can barely say anything. Thank you, Bitterman. Thank you.
My beer assistant.
Yeah, that's my butler, Bitterman. You know, she's. I'm so rich. Oh, I'm going to talk about this beer actually. This is an IPA I drink. It's called Atomic Theory. This one, this particular.
No,
yeah.
I'm glad. Listen. I'm glad you're staying safe and you're keeping off that Corona.
Mm-hmm. I'm not going near that. That filth.
It's them glass bottles and that Corona. It's them dirty Mexicans drinking Corona.
Yeah, China would fuck up Mexico right from around the other side of the world, you know. That's how wars are being won nowadays. You know, they're getting rid of their biggest brands by naming viruses after them. Coca-Cola's next. We're going to have the Coca-Cola virus. Everyone will be off that. But moving on. How do you feel about trans athletes competing in sports? Where do you stand?
Yeah, I think for all your viewers out there, they need to do a search on South Park, strong woman versus transgender.
Yeah.
Listen, that says that, you know, once you've watched that, listen, South Park, I can't remember what episode it was, but it was transgender in sports. And that episode of South Park, you'd have to watch the clip again. It's classic. It is classic. And if anybody, even whether it's a trans person or none, anybody watching that can see it for what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not even sure where I sit on that, because they banned females or cis women injecting testosterone in them. They you know, that's banned.
Yeah. Who remembers that? What was her name? Oh, the woman. She's quite brown skinned. The British woman competed in the Olympics. Was she in like I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here as well? She's got a funny name. I'm trying to think.
Miller or something. Oh no, hang on.
You've got it. You're on the right. Philomene? Is it Philomene or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Tip of my tongue. Someone will say it in the comments in a minute. I'm telling you. but she's really like manly, really butch, and her jaw, everything.
Yeah, like it was it Jamila or something, or something like that, or I can't remember anyway. But yeah. But that's what it was. Is that rah?
They were injecting male test. She was clearly, like, I mean, Fatima
Fatima
Whitbread.
Whitbread, that's it.
There
Fatima
you go.
Whitbread.
Yeah, Fatima Whitbread. You can clearly see she's had male hormones in her somewhere, or she just. I mean, I don't know what else it could be. Like some sort of roids, some sort of
listen.
testosterone.
Genetically, women can't make muscles that men can.
Yeah, that's it.
Just doesn't happen. Testosterone is what. Look, when a trans stops blocks testosterone and changes over to estrogen, the muscle mass that they built up starts to whittle away. It just goes.
But the bone density is kept, right? By
yes. The thing is, all right, little bit of schooling for you. You want to school? Let me school you.
You're the expert, not me.
Okay, hormones they can add, but they cannot take away. They can only add, but they cannot take away. So think about a beard brought on by hormones. Brow boss, big wide jaw, big wide chest, all the rest of it. Big manly hands, big feet. These are manly things. Is that hormones cannot take them away.
That's true. Yeah, it's
if a female, if a cis woman wants to become a trans man, their breasts and all the other aspects will not go away. They have to be surgically removed because even taking male hormones will not remove what the estrogen has produced. But what it will do, it will add some male aspects to it. So a beard will grow, more manly features. The male pattern baldness will come in, muscle will develop. So you can add things, but you cannot take it away.
That's true, yeah. So the reason I bring this up is I'm a huge fan of MMA, huge fan. Okay. And at the minute in smaller MMA leagues, there is I think there's a couple by now, but the one I've seen is there is a man that's transitioned to a female competing against women, and he's absolutely dominating, smashing them to pieces.
I'm gonna grind your bones. I'm gonna do.
It's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. And this person was a fighter before, competing against men, wasn't very good, and has gone down to fighting women because they've transitioned and that. And I personally am like completely against that. I'm like, that is a biological advantage that can't be compensated for. It can't be. It can't be.
Muscle and bone density. Just bigger built.
We're far stronger than women. I mean, there's a man, Eddie Hall, that lifted 500 kilos off the floor. I don't think in my lifetime or my great grandkids' lifetime there'll be a woman that can do that. I don't see that happening.
Physically impossible.
Yeah, I don't see it ever happening. I mean, there's too much of a genetic advantage like that. It's not a level playing field for anyone.
You'd actually be surprised how much. I mean, you say genetic, but you'd be very, very surprised how much. I'll show you some trans males that are absolutely huge. That started transitions early on. That actually, they may still have a vagina. They may still have ovaries, but they never developed breasts. They took testosterone earlier on, and they are. Honestly, you'd quiver.
Yeah.
Listen. If this thing, if one of these came up to you, and told you to sit down because you've been a bit rowdy, sit the fuck down. You're not going to argue. You're going to sit down and you're going to shut the fuck up. Because
don't get me wrong. Ronda Rousey would kick my ass. Like, simple as that. I mean, there's women on this planet that would fucking beat the shit out of me.
Yeah.
But Whitbread. In general, Amber Whitbread would lay me on my ass, mate. Easy. No question. There's, women fighters are extraordinarily good, extraordinarily skilled, and very strong. I've seen them do it. There's a girl, me and Angela know. I've bloody forgot her name now. She got in the cage with a man. He was a troll online, mouthing off. And this woman's a cage fighter, and he was mouthing off online. There's no way a woman could beat me. There's no. He's a real male chauvinist prick.
You don't even need to tell me. I know where that goes.
Got in the cage, beat the shit out of him, submitted him. This was submissions only, so there wasn't no strike. He said, "I'm not going to hit a woman."
What a shame! What a shame!
We know what way it would have gone. And then she, they went for another round, and he just gave up with her laying on top of him. He's like, "I'm exhausted. I'm done." Yeah, that's what happens, prick. You're mouthing off. There are women extraordinarily good at sports and stuff like that, but when it comes to pro athletes competing against pro athletes, there's no competition. Serena Williams got dragged into one of them arguments once with what was his name, McIlroy, the mouthy tennis geezer, the one that used to swear and slam his tennis racket down.
John McEnroe.
There you go, McEnroe, right? They said,
"Ball was in."
Yeah. They said to him about Serena Williams, and he said, "Yeah, she's the best women's tennis player there's ever been." And they got all uppity about it. They were like, "Why not just one of the best tennis players ever?" Well, because she's the best woman ever. And they went, "Well, don't you think she could compete with men?" And he went, No way." And when they asked her about it, he got in some hot water about that, believe it or not, for being honest. And they asked her about it. She said, No, I'm not. I wouldn't even make the top 100 of men. And they said, well, wouldn't you play? Would you play against Andy Murray? And she said, No, I don't want to get whooped. I don't want to get whooped, basically. And for a warm-up session, she competed against some number 200 and something in the world college student. So he was like ranked number 200 and something in the world. And he beat her 6-1. The only surprise was that he dropped 1 point against her. And she was trying, and she to her credit, she was completely honest about it. She said, "No, there's no way. You just can't. We're not on a level field." And look how built she is. She's built like a tank. She's fit as anything. Best women's tennis player there's ever been. And she can't
this goes deeper. This goes into Donald Trump saying no trans in the military.
Yeah, I agree with that. But do you?
So I don't want to, but I have to. I don't want to because I'm going to alienate a few people. But
it's just too much of a risk. I mean, this isn't lumping you into anything, but the trans community, as they call it, they have a really high rate of suicide and mental ill. Like the statistics are, you can't really. I can't anyway argue with statistics. There's a real high rate of suicide in the trans community. I'm not sure why that is. Whether that's because of the prejudices or that's because they're. I don't know.
Internal demons, not being able to cope with society. It could be. It could be society, and those people being weak that are not willing to confront society.
Yeah, and so, if you can throw the most dangerous situation in the world, are they going to be able to cope with that sort of pressure? I mean, there's what the soldiers go through and what they. If you're going to throw all that in there, then with being trans as well, I don't think there's a human brain on the planet that could cope with that much pressure. I think that's just
all right. Well, then, all right, then I'll throw it right back to you because is that we've had that conversation, and now we're talking about armed forces and trans. Let's take it back to cage fighting women.
Mm-hmm.
Could kick a lot of guys' asses out there.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, if a woman can make the cut, fine. But there isn't a woman alive today that's ever passed the Marines course. They've got far. They got quite far and they gave up. They couldn't do it. That's still open. Women can still be a Marine, but they would have to lower the standards for women to get in.
I know. To make it more equality.
If you're going to lower standards for something as important as that, like, I mean, being a Marine is a fucking joke. I don't think I could pass it, you know.
Yeah, but we've got our own Green Berets and stuff like that, and it's just difficult. Have you ever watched the training of a Green Beret?
Oh mate, yeah, the drowning.
Listen, I was ripped. I was like, I had stamina like you wouldn't believe when I was him. But even I think I'd struggle. I'd like, wow.
It's a real thing, man. Like it's you know, you are the creme de la menthe, and men just have this massive physical advantage over it. But like we was getting back to with the trans, like with Trump saying that, I think it's just a sensible thing to say. It's look, it's no. I don't know any trans people that want to be a Marine or a Navy SEAL or.
Oh, there are those that are in the job and want to carry on with it. They've done that training as men. Look, I'll say again, I was ripped, and if I was a Marine, I'd want to carry on with the career that I loved. And then somebody's telling me I can't do it anymore. All that training and everything that I've done, you've got to start again, do something else. It's a very technical.
I mean, if you're already in there,
and you've got mad skills, you can take a knife man down with like not even it's muscle memory. You can just do it.
What would it even mean to be a trans Marine anyway? What would be different? Like, would you start wearing earrings, or you can't wear that anyway? You can't wear makeup. You're not allowed to do. So you just literally say, "Look, I'm a woman."
I don't know. But that's the thing, is that they want to start identifying in their true authentic selves. They want to start identifying as women, and how would you do that in a? I'm not saying it's a male dominated world. It's just an athletic world. I don't know what the word is. There's something there. There's a.
Yeah, it's. I think we're opening up a massive can of worms here. This is going to go deep. But we're you know.
I don't know. Let's get back to trans. Listen, stop. Let's get back to trans. Let's get back to how trans is portrayed, and how can I make everybody out there? How can I make their perception of trans change?
Yeah,
how can I change your opinion?
I'd like to know, right? Let's just say we gave you the honorary trans representative title, and you've got to convince a more conservative audience, which I appeal to, that you know the whole trans thing is not what the lefties. From what we spoke about earlier, it's not.
Do you want me to do it? I'll do it now. Do you want me to do it now? So I'll tell everybody, listen, I'm trans. What the fuck are you going to do about it? Now fuck off.
There you go.
Nothing else. What else do you want me to say? Because listen, I'll be who I look. If somebody's got tattoos all over the face, entirely and all over the body, what are you going to do about it? If somebody's got ear piercings all over their eyebrows, nose, around their ears, nipples, fucking in their cock, for fuck's sake, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do?
Really nothing. No, there's nothing.
If some guy wants to dye his hair pink, what are you going to do about it?
Nothing. That's his choice. That's it. That is where I stand on everything.
Fuck off. That's it.
Yeah.
Right.
That's it. So it's just that there is a lot of hysteria around it, you know, that is.
And I blame the media. I blame the media. I blame the way that they portray the people that they select as trans advocates. I think that we are being. They claim that they're being open and they're being liberal, but they're actually demoralizing and treating us as a sensationalized, marginalized group of people to demoralize. I think that their motives are not pure.
Oh, I agree. They like to have you as these trinkets. It's almost like a trinket. I've got a trans friend. I've got this person. I support this person.
And that's it. I mean, listen, why do people do that? If you've got a friend that's gay, do you say, this is John, my mate, my gay mate? Do you say, this is John, my gay mate? Or do you say, this is fucking John?
But they do. They do that. They honestly.
Yeah, you wouldn't. You know, let's say, but a normal person wouldn't do it.
No,
It seems that the more liberal you are, the less tolerant you are, and you impose this labeling of everybody into groups, into
they love a label.
marginalizing everybody.
They love
Fucking
a label.
hell!
This
is whoever my black friend. This is my lesbian friend. This is my gay friend. This is my trans friend. It's like, fuck off. Why don't identify as, listen, all right, I am trans, I'm a trans female.
Yeah.
But I don't walk into a room and go, ta-da, I'm a tranny, my name is Jane, and this is, I'm like, fuck off. People would look at you and go,
But these fuckers do that. They honestly do, especially these gender fluid ones. I see this guy the other day. He has a completely shaven head, pure black contacts in, piercings all over him, and I think he's dyed his eyebrows purple or something like that. Right? And he sits there and he goes, one day I feel more female, and then another day I feel more male. It's my gender flows between these genders, and that's why I'm gender fluid. And it's like, you're talking absolute bollocks, mate. Like, honestly, I'm not feeling this. This is not, And then you've got them ones that identify as a panda, and they call themselves trans animals or some bullshit like that. And it's like, where is it going to end? And then we've got these fucking.
I like hummus on toast. Do I identify as a hummus eater?
Why not? Why not these days?
Fucking hell.
I love fucking buffalo wings. I'm not going to fucking Buffalo Bill.
That's it.
It's
my name's Dave, and I eat Nando's. I don't know. Is that like something that you need to declare now? Something, whatever it is, you need to declare.
I like beer. I'm Beerloo, or who fucking knows where? Then they open up
my beer drinking friend.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Zen, Zer, Z, and all these other pronouns, all these made-up pronouns, it's bollocks. There's two sexes. And I believe for thousands of years, we have always had men that have been, identify as women and a bit funny or whatever the fuck. It is what it is.
The American Indians had what was called the twin spirits, and they worshipped them for thousands of years.
Yeah?
Yeah, twin spirits. Okay, and they were neither male nor female. And it's in history, thousands and thousands of years, just like the Hydras in India that were revered because they were neither male nor female.
Do you ever
male? So go on then. For thousands of years, they've been men and women.
No, for real. That's we go back to Roman times, and there was always men that dressed up as women. I don't think it's anything unusual. I just think
Romans were the Romans were totally gay. They were all very, very very, very open about their sexuality.
They thought it was more masculine to fuck men. They really did. That was like quite a butch thing to do. It was like, the powers.
Luke, we've just found out then that you're not man enough. You're not a real man.
got to start taking out the arse to prove I'm a man. Well,
listen, there was a debate going on. Listen, around the building site, we had this debate. And the debate was when, this is going back to being Stu and being a cunt on the building site, one of the lads. So we came up with this test. And I don't know it's a test. It was that, and I'll ask you the exact same questions.
Cool.
Which is more gay? As a heterosexual man, okay, which is more gay to you? In your opinion, which is more gay? Giving it or taking it?
Taking it.
You think it's more gay to take it?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if there is money involved, is it still gay? If you're doing it out of necessity in order to survive, is it still gay?
Yeah, definitely.
It's still gay?
Yeah.
You sure? Okay. So if you were on hard times and you were desperate, would you do it?
No way in the world.
There you go. You didn't, you know what?
I'm being honest. Brutally honest.
you've never really had hard times then. You've never really had hard times. I'm not saying I have either. But some of the guys on the site, on the building site, I mean, I'm talking hundreds of guys, is that, you know, we get at lunchtime, we get together and I'm, you know, like I'm boss. And I'll incite awkward conversations with the fuckers. And I'll get everybody talking and get, you know, getting everybody going.
Yeah.
And some of the guys that you know, they've been on hard times. And the questions, you know, and I'll ask the question, and some of them, and some of the lads were it's only gay if you think it's gay. I don't get that one. Listen, that makes you fucking pause and think. As a heterosexual man, if somebody says to you, it's only gay if you think it's gay, then that just goes, fuck, I can't get my head around that.
That's definitely I agree with that. It's gay. Like I'm like, it's gay. If you're gonna do things like take out the bum and put it in your mouth and whatever else, it's gay. Like, because there was a Louis Theroux documentary I see a while ago, and it was this guy that was in gay porn but wasn't gay, and he said, "I'm just gay for pay." Okay. And Louis couldn't get his head around it. He said,
I agree. And that was my concept as well within the question, is that some of them answered, well, yeah, obviously, you know, if times are really hard, you know, I'm going to take it just to, you know, it depends how they've been in serious situations where the rent's not getting paid and the kids ain't getting fed. They've been in those situations. So they said, yeah, look, it's like sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
I'd rather become a fucking bank robber. I'd rather stick a shotgun under my coat and go and stick it in a clerk's face than do that. There's other ways. I mean,
the question would lead to, what is your price?
My price? What for that?
Yeah.
To be taking up the old nuff, the old chuff. Nah, I couldn't do it.
Listen. So let's go back a little step though.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, you were quite adamant, and you were very quick with your answer. Which is more gay to you, giving or taking?
It's definitely taking. It's no.
Why?
I had to.
Why is it more gay? So it's okay. So you sticking your spicy wiener up a guy's bottom. That's okay. That's not gay. Or is it less gay than actually taking it?
When I'm banging a bird, I'm giving it. I'm not taking it. So if you're submissive, it's like, imagine being a man in bed that gets beaten around by a woman and the woman fucks you. It's
don't you know, get me aroused. Shut up.
I'm in charge. You know what I mean? I'll get her by the ear, not the other way around. Yeah.
Her indoors will have another. She'll say, you know what? We need to get her on and give her side of the story.
My missus is feisty as fuck. You'd love her.
You like that shit.
She's been on the show a few times. She's good as gold, mate. Trust me. She gives as good as she takes. She's like, listen, you know, we have good banter, me and my missus. I've got to say, we have good banter. It's, you know, everyone knows Bitterman, don't they? She don't let me get away with a lot. She's
sounds like my wife.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's another thing as well. You are.
Yeah, you never fucking asked, did you? Go on, man.
Do you know what? I wasn't gonna, out of politeness, but I will now because you've just asked me something. I'll put you on the spot now. Are you into men or women now that you're a woman? Women. See,
I've always been into women, and why does that have to change? Some people ask me, "Oh, you're transitioning. Oh, when did you start? You know, are you going to start fucking men now?" What's that got to do with it? Because I'm trans, I have to start fucking men. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
That's the assumption I made. When you told me earlier, how surprised was I? I was like, I never thought of that. I just assumed that men that transitioned to women were gay as well.
Why? Is that so? So I was a gay man. I've never had sex with a man in my life, and I don't plan on having sex with a man in my life. I'm into women only. And I've been with my Claire, my partner. I've been with her for 26 years. I've got 2 lads. I'm happy with where I'm at. I don't want to start. I didn't do this to meet men. I'm not into it for sexual gratification at all. In fact, my libido's gone. I can't be arsed with any of it because I'm not doing it for sex. I'm not doing it for anything. I'm doing it for me. But I'm not going to change who I am. I'm not going to change that, start sleeping with men. That's exactly the same as you get 2 women that are lesbians. Do you ask the question, is which one of you is going to transition into a man? Or a gay couple, is that, oh, which one's the girl out of you lot?
It's still baffling to me. It's still baffling to me. It's just like, I would have just assumed that that trans men were, or trans, whatever you want to call it, were gay. Like, that's why
you would be absolutely astonished with the statistical numbers of actually how many sleep with men.
So you said you were 46, yeah, and you've been trans for about 6 years.
Yes.
So it's definitely not a midlife crisis or anything like that. It's you've always known that. We've established that. So,
I tried to transition when I was 30, and it caused a little bit of friction in the house because I had young kids, and it was worried about fucking their lives up. And I put it on hold until at least they were 16.
I mean, yeah, I get it. I asked you earlier, how did your boys take it? How did that all go down? And you said it was...
My 2 boys are 6'3". They're built like brick shit houses. They're 2 like proper lads. They're working on, they're in the building industry, the building work. They're a couple of builders, young lads, built big, and they don't care. They're like, I'm still dad. I have when I transitioned. So coming out, they call it coming out. Okay. So when you decide to come out as trans, tell the world you're trans. One thing, I'm coming out. I want the world. Okay. So so I had to have the conversation with the kids. So I'm sat down there, and youngest one, oldest one, and like 15, 16 or something, and sat there. And I said, listen, a few things going to be changing around here. Dad's not well. And some things are going to change. And the eldest one starts getting a little bit upset and a little bit teary-eyed. And I'm like, well, what's up with you? And he said, you're not well. What's going to happen and everything. He was genuinely concerned. The other one doesn't know what's going on yet. And I said, no. I misunderstood. Sorry, that's my bad. So I've never done this before. So I'm struggling with the words to find to yourself to explain to you what's going on. I said, I'm trans. I said, I'm going to transition. And the eldest one went, oh, God, that's all right. Wow, we can handle that shit. He said, I thought you was going to be like a quadriplegic in your bed, shitting in nappies, and we were going to have to change your nappies every day. He said, I thought you were like not well. He said, nah, that's fuck all that. And I said, yeah. I said, there you go. I said, it's right. And he says, I said, I'm still your dad. I said, it's going to be same me. I said, just the outside's going to be a little bit different. And this is where the young one jumps in and says, what do you mean? The inside's going to be the same. I said, yeah, it's going to be me, just in a different package. He said, but it's the outside that we don't like. So he said, but it's the inside that we don't like, Dad. Can't you change that? Little bastard. Yeah, little bastard. Well, and that was it then, done. Like the kids were just like all cool with it.
You're very lucky. You're very lucky to have kids like that. I mean,
my eldest was in college. A year after I transitioned, kept to himself, didn't tell anyone at college, didn't say anything. And apparently the younger, they went to college together. So the older one sat in college, and he's a bit of a lad, one of the big lads there. And he's a pretty boy, and all the girls adore him. And he has his little crowd, this little crew. And like any other college, university, whatever, they're sat there and they're going around the dining hall, and they're talking about the different cliques. You've got your nerds over there. You've got your, you've got your weirdos over there, whatever. And then you've got your oh look, there's one trans over there, weirdo, shouting over, weirdo. And I'd already been transitioning for a year, and Jake knew that the struggle that I was going through. So apparently, Jake said, no, don't do that. That's awful. Stop fucking doing that. And I said, nah, look at the weirdo sat on her own. No wonder, blah, blah, blah. And just demoralizing. And Jake goes, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of bullying.
Jake's got up, gone over to her, whispered in her ear. She gets up, comes over and sits at their table with their clique, their big gang, and sits down. And Jake said, none of you are going to say fuck all. She's with us now. And that was it. Nobody said shit. And she's been a member of the group. That was it. She's like in with the gang. That's her now. Changed her life.
Yeah. I remember a kid in my school. My brother would remember him as well. He come in one day in a dress and stuff like that, and it didn't go down well, to say the least. This is East London, and he got followed home, and they beat the shit out of him that day. And I am no fan of bullying, whatever it is. It's, I get it. I get that it's weird. I get that it's odd. I'm completely with that. It's not something you see every day. It's a very rare phenomenon.
Bullying is
bullying. Yeah, it's
bullying. I call it playground tactics. Is that before we've socially adjusted, these are our raw instincts in the playground from kindergarten up.
Yep.
So I call everything is playground tactics, and I treat the world, my dealings with whether it be multimillionaires doing the deals that I do, whether it be transitions, whether it be just normal people on everything I treat as playground tactics. And these basic instincts never change. That you like to be claimed that you're civilized and you've adjusted and you're this, but no. Playground tactics are always the predominant. They are your subconscious. They are the dominant force behind a lot of social behavior. Mm-hmm. And you can actually categorize it, you can list it, you can actually maneuver around it once you understand it. I think people need to learn, go back and understand the rules in the playground. And
that's the rules in the playground are the same in the animal kingdom. It's the strongest survive, it's you got to be tough, you got to have tough skin.
And that's why the wildebeest push out anybody that's different. The wildebeest, the pack, the herd of wildebeest are all perfect. They are absolutely perfect, every one of them. And if one of them's different, if one of them's a bit strange, it's got a limp leg, that striping's not all right, that's got like a little bit of deformity, they'll go, fuck off, you're lion food, you, fuck off.
Yeah, survival of the fittest, yeah. And that's
has the human population, listen, I'm not going to be for or against this, but I'm going to ask you the question. Has the human population, is this because of our compassion towards our fellow human, is that why we've fucked up?
Yeah, I think so. I think that breeds weakness. I think that's why the soy boy of today is apparent, because we're not dealing with things. The way we used to deal with things is you fall off your bike, get your ass up, get back on it. These days, there's too much mollycoddling and safe spaces and all these things that just breed weakness.
Giving your kids timeouts and stuff.
Yeah, instead of a whooping, and it breeds weakness, and it breeds people that can't deal with the real world. The real world. Mommy
and Daddy have never said no. When somebody's out in the world and somebody said, your boss says, no, we don't know what to do.
That's right, yeah. And it breeds weakness.
Straight on to HR.
Yeah.
Filing a complaint. There you go.
And then you're allowed to, look, you don't have to lift the same boxes as this person. And it's like, we're doing the same fucking job. We're paid the same. Why's this cunt getting out of doing stuff? Because he's crying.
Equal opportunities.
Yeah, bullshit. It's no one.
Yeah, listen. You know what you're paid to do. This is what you talk about. Talk about equal opportunities. Mm-hmm. You're paid to take sacks of potatoes off a truck day in, day out. The trucks keep coming. They just keep coming every single day. And you have to unload all of those. We're not talking pallet truck. We're not talking a forklift truck lifting them off. We're talking about man handling like a 40-kilo sack off every one of them, day in, day out. And you're going to give it to a woman for equal opportunities?
Back in the day, I broke down a house, right? A big fucking house, right? Smashed the whole thing down to rebuild on it. And I loaded that fucking truck with a barrow and a fucking shovel.
I built my own house. These two hands built my own house. Been there, done that.
You know what I'm talking about, guys. And that was bricks, that was mortar, that was concrete, that was lintels, and we did that.
Up a ladder with two 20-kilo bags of sand on your shoulder, up a ladder.
Yeah.
Done. It was easy.
Straight up, mate. Straight up, mate.
Sometimes 2 on each shoulder.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah, go for it. That's how you fucking work. I'll tell you what, been there, done it, and full respect to you, mate, because it's grinding work, you know. That's the way it is. And these kids these days, these millennials, these fucking snowflakes ain't ready for the real world. And they're mollycoddled, and I think they're just breeding weakness in these schools. And this is why you're getting more and more suicides as well. I think it's this, they're not ready for the real world. You get out into it and you're like, oh shit, this ain't school and college anymore. No, it fucking ain't. Get your ass in.
Yeah, there's an issue with a family member that's treated their kids differently to the way we treat ours, and they're having similar issues with exactly what you're saying. They mollycoddled. I treated kids like kids and said, you know, give them a click round the ear and say, go get up there and fucking clean your room out, you little cunt.
Yeah, clean your fucking room.
Yeah, sort your shit out.
Make your fucking bed. It's what that's what we've done with the oldest boy that we got here, my stepson. He's 8 and he loves Fortnite. This game called Fortnite, right? They fucking sit there playing it. He plays it on his Nintendo Switch, and he said, "Oh, I really want the online features." You know, he called it something. And his mother said to him, "All right then, if you want that, how much is it?" And he told us. They've got their own currency on the game. It's called like fucking 500 VPCs or some shit like that. So I asked Google. I said, Google, how much is that in thinking? It's $10. So I'm guessing that'd be 10 quid. Right. She said to him, well, if you want that, then go and make your bed. So he fucking put it down, run in, made his bed. Right, you've earned £1. You got to do 10 more things.
Hey,
right.
Probably worth a tenner, innit?
I was like, well fucking done. Rather than just say, yeah, you can have it, we're going to make it work. So then
you didn't see that coming then, did you? You didn't see, you were watching, waiting for it to unfold, thinking, is she going to give in? Give him a fucking tenner for making his bed, the little fucking soft ass.
No, not at all. She was like, right, that's done.
Fair play.
Then I sat there and said, I'll tell you what, if you clean my feet, I'll give you the whole tenner. And he's like, no, I'm not doing it.
He drew the line.
Go and go and get the soap and you can clean my feet. And he's like, no, I'm not doing it. I'd rather not have it. I was like, all right.
Nine more beds and I'm sweet. Rather than deal with your fucking stinky thing. Fuck you.
So we're getting little chores. He can hoover up tomorrow and have a go. He's only 8, you know, bless it. But we're going to teach him the value of earning shit. You don't get things for nothing in this fucking world. And I was double proud of her sitting there watching that. I was like,
we talked. You mentioned it earlier, and we said we would come back to it. The socialist, idealistic viewpoint of the world.
Please, can you explain that story? About the professor, I'd love that if you explain that. That was
okay. So the college professor, he's in a debate with his students over socialism versus capitalism, and the kids are saying no, socialism, and he's saying no.
While you do this, yeah. Sorry.
Listen. We'll both do that. Everybody hold.
Yeah, hold full.
Hi guys. I can't stay. I'm still cooking my beef rib as well. Gonna be banging. Nearly ready. Oh yeah, someone said to me as well. Diamond Dan, there he is. He said he come on to just check the stream, and then he noticed that I turned into a woman. that did make me chuckle, Dan. You came just for fun. Where's your burger? I didn't do any burgers today. I tell you what I did do though. Really nice, man. It was proper good. It was chicken satays. That was really good. Peanut butter ones as well. How you
I'm
doing,
back.
man?
All right. How you doing?
We're
I
back.
can't hear you. I don't know why I can't hear you.
Cheers for holding the fault funds.
Let me just sort
Appreciate that.
out. Oh, I know why I can't hear you.
There you go. Hear me now?
Have a pee break, can you?
That's because
Intermission.
It's a long old podcast,
I
so
haven't got
yeah.
the
I'm on the old.
headphones on.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Right, I'll let
Cheers.
you crack on. I'm going to get back to me brisket.
Yeah, no worries. Cheers, funds. Thanks for
Cool.
holding the fault. Yeah.
Come on, do the fun thing. Hey, listen. Professor.
Yeah.
So, Professor, arguing with the kids over socialism versus capitalism. Professor says he's arguing. The kids are saying no, socialism, and he's saying no, fuck off. And they argued with it. And he said, look, 40 years I've been doing this shit. He said, and I never thought I would fail. Hang on, let me get this mosquito. We have mosquitoes here. Right, anyway.
Big.
Professor says, 40 years I've been a teacher. He said, I have an amazing alumni. He said, I have kids that have come underneath me and gone on to do great, great things. And I never thought in my life that I would fail a class, that I would fail a group of students. He said, and I failed you all. And they're like, can't get their little tiny brains around it. What do you mean you failed us? He said, you're just a waste of space. He said, I tried my best. I've done the same thing that I did over and over. He said, but for some reason, is that I failed you. And they said, no, you've not failed us. You're not understanding. Your viewpoint is wrong. And he said, all right, then, well, what we'll do is we'll treat you all you fucking snowflakes. He said, we'll treat you all as equals. So everyone's samesies from now on. He said, so let's do something different. And we'll go through the exams and everyone's going to pass and you're going to all love me. And it's going to be great. So they're all like, yay! He said, we're doing a socialist experiment. They carry on with the curriculum, and 3 months into it, time for the first test. So they go for first exam, and everyone gets a C. Now, some of the people that really studied are a bit upset with this because they were planning on straight A's. These are straight A students, A pluses. And then you've got some of them that would have got a C anyway that are going buzzing. And the ones that didn't give a fuck and didn't really do the course, didn't even attend half the course. They got a C as well, and they're going, results.
Fucking
Having
sweet.
it.
Hey.
Sweet, innit? This is a bit of a what, innit?
Yeah, fucking yeah. I
Okay.
didn't study for the exam. I've got a C. Sweet. Fucking.
Some people are fucking results. Some people, well, I'm a bit pissed off here now. But okay, all hugging each other and shit, thinking that we're all in it together. This, yeah, samesies. Next one, 3 months later, everybody gets an F. Now the arguments are starting. Now they're like, fuck you, I did my studying. Half of them didn't even bother because they knew they thought that they were going to get a C anyway. So they just joined. So the people in the middle just went and joined the fucking slackers.
Mm-hmm.
And then the ones at the top did half the studying, didn't really do it because they thought they were going to get a C. What's the point? I'm going to get a C anyway. So the whole thing went. The next one is that nobody even turned up for the exam. So it's causing real big problems. Nobody's passed any exam. They've failed. The entire group's failed. And he said, look, do you understand what's just happened? There's still bickering between them about who didn't work, who worked, who should have put more effort into it. Is that who brought the group down? The other one, the A forces are saying, I'm not carrying you fucking slackers. Chaos ensued. And the teacher said, listen, sit the fuck down and let me tell you how it is. He said, your idealistic view of socialism doesn't work. You cannot have a system that doesn't have reward. People won't play the game. If there's no reward, nobody will play the game. Is that capitalism gives you a goal, something to work towards, some kind of reward system. Not everybody will make it. That's okay. But it drives the society in a direction that you need in order for people to, whether it's out of necessity, out of greed, or out of sense of achievement. Whichever angle you attack it from, society will move towards that and move in a direction. The moment that you turn into socialistic points of view, the only way that you can do it is to rule it with an iron fist, because people will not, they won't do the work. If somebody else is paying for it, they won't do it.
No.
They demand it. So
like we said earlier,
it's got
to be ruled with a gun. You know,
of course it has.
People to go to work, and that, you know, that you're going to treat them all as equals. Like what I said earlier, with how can you expect a brain surgeon to go to work every day if he's being paid the same as a trolley pusher? No offense.
No, so in the college professor there, would they have done the exam or done the studying if he had a gun to their head?
That's what I mean. No, that would be the only way you could get them all to do it and expect the same grades. The only way you would have got them to do it was to put a gun to their head and said, right, go and sit down and fucking do the exam, and you're all getting C's. That's it. Other than that, they're not going to turn up, are they? Especially the A students, the ones that were getting straight A's anyway, would be suffering the most.
Very, very frustrated. Very frustrated. They feel it's an unfair system, is that they have to work 5 times, 10 times harder than the slackers in order to pay for their fucking...
That's what happened in America. Did you hear about the... what was it called? Someone help me in the comments. There is a thing in America called... Someone tell me what it's called, but it's basically white students and Asian students they have to get a higher grade than black students to get into the same college, and it's called something. It's called. I'll think of it in a minute. As soon as I stop trying to. There you, no. Cultural appropriation is where, you know, a white guy has dreadlocks and everyone hates him because he's trying to be black. That's what that is.
Because he's been a dick.
Yeah, he's been sure. Affirmative action. That's what it's called. It's called affirmative action. So basically, black students are allowed to get lower scores in the SATs to get into the same universities and colleges as white and Asian students. Because
but listen, but blacks don't realise that they're being played.
Mm-hmm.
Is that they don't have to work as hard. What they're doing is they're setting the bar lower to keep them less educated and keep them down there.
Yeah. I mean that's
How
it.
stupid is it? And nobody's seeing it.
The Democrats have always used the black people as their token votes. They will promise them the world and deliver them nothing, and help to keep them down, you know, and help to keep them in single parent families. And
what was this thing of Joe Biden or something where he couldn't even fucking all men are fucking made equal, whatever it was. He couldn't.
Yes. That was awful. The cunt can't even remember what state he's in.
What a knob.
It's fucking awful. And affirmative action, like Nordic Nightmare just said, affirmative action is racist by definition. So you can have an Asian student living in the same neighborhood as a black student, and he will have to get higher scores than that black student. And it doesn't help, like you said, it doesn't help the black people at all. It keeps them down. It keeps them, black schools are some of the worst schools in America. They're just fucking awful. They're ridden with people.
Let's keep it. Listen, we can theorize about American culture. We can summarize what we see on the media and everything. But let's keep it away from that. Let's talk about our own culture. Let's talk about the UK. Let's talk about the Brexit debacle.
Oh, Brexit! Did you vote in or out?
Listen, it was the first time I ever voted in my life, and I voted for Brexit.
Same here.
First time I ever voted. I was politically. It was the first time I woke up.
Yeah.
Head down, did the work, wasn't interested. That political bullshit, not interested. That Brexit argument was the first time it woke up so many fucking people. I can have a conversation with my dad now. Is that conversations that I would have never had fucking 5 years ago about political, and he's telling me, oh, did you watch it? We're all watching during the Brexit debate. Did you ever think in your life you were sat there glued to the fucking TV watching the House of Parliament?
Yeah, never in my life, mate. I didn't give a shit.
Me neither. I'm like, this is the greatest show on earth. Where's he been in my life? Netflix needed to fucking monetize that fucker, because that was like the ultimate TV show. The dramas, the highs, the lows, the scandal, the showmanship, all the rest of it. It was like the greatest show on earth. Now, where the hell did that come from? It was like in the 1980s with Steve Interesting Davis and the snooker.
That was Farage. He pushed for that. He pushed for that for years. He spent 20 odd years pushing for that.
Nigel was like the man. But has Nigel got his own agenda going on?
Of course, he's not silly.
They're not stupid, are they? Let's not be,
man. At the end of the day, he's done the country a great service. He got us out of the EU. You can't deny that. The credit where credit is due.
Yeah, you know what?
He's earned a lot of money. He's not silly. You don't do these things. You don't sacrifice hours and years of your life for nothing. Who does? What fucking fool does that?
No, listen. I know, but listen. Let's get a little bit real here.
Yeah.
Is that man hasn't give up shit. That man used that platform, used those connections to make money from the right side of the political spectrum. Others are making money from the left side. He made money from the right. He saw an angle and he went for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Listen, let's not be delusional.
I'm no fool in any way. When it comes to politics, I know they're just businessmen. They're just businessmen.
Nigel Farage gave up his 26 years or whatever fighting the political establishment. Fuck off. He made money on it.
Yeah, of course he did. There's no question. He came. He come from a business background. There's no question about that. He got put on the spot once in an interview, and they said to him,
I remember the spot. I remember it.
You've got a £3,000. What was it? £300 a day or £3,000 a week budget?
It was either the second day or something. The day it was one of the very early days that he just got elected as an MEP, and then somebody asked him the question, and that was it. And he must have gone home and reflected on it and thought, do you know what? That side of the story's never told. There's probably something in that, and he's they've debated between his mates or whatever, and there's something in that, and they've politicised it. I get that. Listen, fair play to the guy. Is that
for Brexit? Fair play. He did what we wanted. And listen, he's shrewd. He's shrewd. He knows what he's doing. He's made money. Of course, he's made money.
He knows exactly. Every time you put him in front of a camera, you put him on a stage, the guy is articulate in everything. The way that he wants it to be portrayed, he's articulate enough. He's clever enough not to trip himself up. Mm-hmm. And I think that is where that's like. But I agree. He got us Brexit. Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
Job done.
listen, whether Boris got involved to start with as a to further his political career, not as that he believed in Brexit, because honestly, he never thought he'd fucking win. And
He's a buffoon. He's a buffoon, but a lovable buffoon.
I know he's honestly we all love him. Listen, Boris is our Trump. He's a lovable. He's a British Trump. He's just like, but honestly, you can't fault the guy.
His speech on ping pong. Did you ever see that? When he's like, the Chinese, you have dominated ping pong for years, but you've got to give it to the British that we gave you the lovable game of whiff waff. And he called it what it used to be called. You're like, oh, for fuck's sake. What a dude. What a dude. Whiff waff.
Him, I mean, listen, some of the political figures now are just some amazing characters that are strong as fuck. And
Trump's my favourite by far. I honestly,
listen, as a trans, I'm not allowed to like Trump.
Oh, you're not allowed. I know, of course, because he's transphobic, of course, isn't he? And
apparently so. Well, there you go, Trump support.
Trump 2020, mate. Trump 2020. I'm backing him all the way. I really love it.
Listen, you don't need to back him. He's going to win.
Against creepy child-smelling Joe Biden. There's no question, mate. He's a fucking.
It's a shoo-in. Listen,
he's done.
Yeah.
He's done.
But the political with Brexit. Let's put your Trump loving. Let's count that. Listen, Brexit.
Very good.
Is that how? I don't know where our BBC's gone. I don't know where the argument is with the media. I think
great news everywhere. We are just seeing through it more and more, and with the power of the internet, people can look at alternative options for news now.
I know, but the media's been this social outlet that we've got is being invaded now. That free space that we had. Yeah, it's censorship.
Yeah, because you see, my account went quiet for a couple of days. You follow me on Facebook on my page. My account went quiet for a couple of days. I had a few messages like, "What's happened? Are you all right?" And it was because they banned me because I had a podcast like what we're doing right now with a Proud Boy, one of my good friends, a geezer called Vito. And I held a conversation with him about the Proud Boys, about politics, just like I'm doing with you, someone who's on a completely different side of the world and whatever else. And they banned us. They shut the podcast down and then banned me on Facebook just for that. Just because I shared my video saying conversation with a Proud Boy. Now, what the fuck is that? Why? It could have been a conversation about anything. Could have been a conversation.
It's like if you'd have had a conversation with Tommy Robinson, then you'd have been shut down.
He's immediately wouldn't have even asked.
Yeah, it wouldn't have even, might not have even got up there. If you'd have put his name on it, if you'd have hashtag fucking Tommy Robinson, it'd have been shut down before it even uploaded.
Yep, no doubt about it. That would have been it.
That's such a shame. That's such a shame. And freedom of speech. And if any other politician was interrupted during a political campaign, like he was, is that he was a bona fide registered political campaigner.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether you agreed with his policies or not, whether the left-wing bullshit agenda agreed with him or not, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because he was representing whether you want to call them bigots, whether you want to call them racist or uneducated or whatever, is that I agree with a lot of it. I think that he was attacked and I think the police should have took a tougher stance on it as a political candidate.
Mm-hmm. For sure. I mean, it's if that starts happening to politicians, right? If politicians and the police and
Oh, Nigel Farage got a milkshake over him, and it was all chaos, wasn't it? It all went wrong. I remember Gordon Brown getting hit with an egg back in the day, and it made the front page news.
Yeah, and a friend of mine, a guy called James Goddard, he nearly got a prison sentence for calling Anna Soubry a Nazi because she was calling other people Nazis. He just returned the favour. He nearly got sent to prison for it. And she was the one sitting there saying these far-right Nazis and that in an interview just a couple of weeks before.
Listen,
and he just walked up to her and said, "You're a Nazi. You're a Nazi." She had him nicked and nearly sent to prison for it. He had to plead guilty or he was going to prison. Now
the sound of Anne Soubry's her voice, the sound of her voice, is just so. It just winds me up. It just winds me up every time that fucking bitch opens her gob. Just winds me up, and she thinks that she's representing me. She represents the minority. She represents this. She represents. Fuck, that girl's fucking seriously fucked up.
Yeah,
that was one of the things when she didn't get elected. That was like, oh damn.
Yeah.
There was a few of them that just.
He nearly got a prison sentence out of it, and then you got people. I've walked up to Owen Jones, if you know who Owen Jones is, little fucking dickhead. I walked up to him and asked him about Antifa. I said, "Do you support Antifa?" He's like, "Are you talking about anti-fascists?" And I said, "Yeah."
I know, and I think I've seen you. I think I've seen you somewhere arguing, and he did say, "I don't agree with him," and you called him on it.
Yeah, straight out said, "Will you condemn him? Will you condemn?
Yeah, will you condemn him?"
And he said no. And I went, "There you go. See, little prick said no. Yeah. He won't condemn Antifa, the fucking terrorist organisation. As far as I'm concerned, you see them out in streets hitting people with bike locks. Have attacked me and my friends on a few occasions and stuff like that. Come unstuck, I might add. But that's what we face. They turned up with weapons, tools. They bring masks and weapons to marches and stuff like that. Political marches, demonstrations. That's all they're meant to be. And they turn up with weapons and stuff, and they're free to do that as much as they like. Throw bricks and do as they fucking please. And then you've got people like me, patriots, that just love our country, love our people of our country. And we are demonised like you wouldn't believe.
Daddy Dragon got called it out outside the Houses of Parliament, not Houses of Parliament, outside the palace, outside Buckingham Palace, in the gardens, about there's a law that says you can't, no religious gatherings, no gatherings of so many people, there's none of that shit. You can't do that, and he it was some bullshit thing that they were going to petitions to the Queen or something else. He was there, and it was some gathering, and yet there was Muslims around praying in the gardens, and the police are just looking on with it.
What, Speaker's Corner and shit? Is that
not allowed?
Speaker's Corner? Yeah, you're not allowed to do that at all at Speaker's Corner. You're not allowed any sort of religious gatherings or praying or anything.
It's in the park rules. You can't do it, and yet the police. But the police will enforce it when it suits them, and blind eye when it doesn't.
And that's the hypocrisy of the. I think that I'm unsure of what's happening now. Is it the left just going too far liberal, and sort of pushing, minorities and putting them above?
Is it momentum then? Their influence over Labour.
Or is it something deeper where someone's trying to manipulate the public and trying to make?
Now we're talking the deep state, aren't we? The cabal.
My man's educated. Look, listen, that's if we go down that rabbit hole, we could fucking.
How long do you want this podcast?
Yeah, well, you know what? We can almost go for 6 hours sometimes, like literally. Like me when my brother's on, it can go on for fucking ages. But we won't do that. We'll get back to the trans thing because there is a question. A few people.
Let's answer some questions. That's a good idea. Burn through them. Let's get some questions out.
Danny Byrne asked, how do you feel about Desmond is amazing and kids that get transitioned at early ages and things like that?
I think if they're I got a mosquito. Sorry, if they're properly counselled, listen. If they're properly counselled,
Yeah.
and it's actually vetted and done properly, is that there should be no. What's the problem with a child with a younger than 16 at least being on blockers and stopping them going through that testosterone stage? Listen, it's not going to affect them if they decide later on when they're adults that they don't want to do that. Is that why not just give them the opportunity if it's tested, if they are under supervision, if they are being counselled, why put them through the poison of testosterone that will affect them all their life? Why not stop it? Honestly, genuinely, why not stop it? I knew that if I could have the option to not go through puberty, if you could give me the option of not going through puberty, I would still go through fucking puberty because I had a wife, I had kids, I had a life, I had everything else. Is that I don't regret any of that shit. I don't regret. So if you told me today that I could go back in time and not go through puberty and transition, that would be a selfish prick because I've got two amazing kids out of it all. So that's okay.
You're against giving children hormone blockers and things like that?
No, I'm not. That's asking me now. Knowing what I know now, I wouldn't go back in time and do that. However, is that because we're more relaxed about it now and kids can transition, what they don't know and what they've not got in the future is something for them to decide now. Going back in time and changing things is different. For something that you've never had, that's a choice that you can make in the moment. Now, kids,
go on.
Don't let them go through puberty. If they don't have to, then don't do it because that shit's poison to a trans.
I will disagree there because.
Go on then, tell me.
My stance. My stance. This would be most people in the audience, I believe, because we have spoken about these things. We think that's that kids are not ready to make life-changing decisions like that. Like
I left school at 15. Okay, I didn't turn quite 16. I left school at 15. I started my apprenticeship with Volvo at 15 years old. Okay, I turned 16 on the job. Okay, at 16, I left home. I had my own house and I was living on my own. I had a three-bedroom semi-detached house at 16.
That's pretty good actually. That's fucking. Right. I wish I'd have done all that.
No. What it was is that it was a guy that had a council house. No, it was actually a woman that had a council house, and she was living with another guy that had a council house too. So she was subletting it to me. So it was a little bit underhanded. It was there, whatever. But I ended up with a house that I was paying. I think it was about 50 quid a week or something for this house, and it was a party house for me. But I was 16 years old, living in. I have my own pad. At 17, I have my own Mini Cooper, and I was living it large. At 17 years old, my life was set. The path. At 18, I had my own company, people working for me. It was just how. The problem is that you're saying that kids were going to fucking war at that age back in the day. Now, don't tell me that they don't have the mental capacity for it. It's just that they've been mollycoddled. But you've never seen the determination of a transgender. Some of them, in fact, I'd say a lot of them, are not weak and pathetic at all. They're not. They are determined. Somebody that's willing to face life and say, I'm going to be ridiculed for this. I'm going to be demoralized. I'm going to be attacked. I'm going to be persecuted by society for doing what I'm about to do. But I'm still going to do it. You're telling me that's not balls and that's not a clear-minded decision?
No, of course. I'd never question,
So tell me that a 15-year or 16-year-old kid is too young to make a decision like that.
15 or 16, probably still young for me. I'd wait until at least they was 18, 21.
Yeah, but then you fucked, man. You can't. You've done the damage is already done. Listen, and that's that damage that you live with for your life.
Yeah, the reverse of that is I've seen videos where trans people are crying their eyes out, like and sort of almost pleading, like the way they're saying it, that they wish they'd never have done this. They wish they'd never have done that. And you've got parents out there, these crazy parents that are giving their kids hormone blockers at young ages of 8. Do you know about Desmond is Amazing?
Listen, Desmond. I know they're like that. It's like that they are brainwashing their kids into being transgender.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's wrong. Listen, I agree. It's fucking wrong. But that, like I said, is that it's not a parent's choice. It should be a professional's choice. It should be the professionals step in. They're not ticking boxes. They are actually educated in this fucking world to say, is this kid trans or is this kid bullshitting us? Has this kid been indoctrinated? Is this kid whatever? But somebody needs to be.
That's where the line is. That's where it's like, what do you do? Do you protect the kid?
It's not a line. It's not a line. It's what it is that society now it's such a touchy subject, and we are so liberal and we are so fucking politically correct. It's an area that would nobody dare touch. Nobody will speak up about it because they don't want to be demoralized or marginalized. Nobody wants to be that person that fucking prods a fucking trans kid that questions it. No person of any stature wants to be the person that says to this fucking shit's wrong or questions it, because then they're going to be attacked and their career's ended because they questioned whether this person is really trans. Okay, now this politically correct gone too far. That's what it is. It's like you're not even allowed to speak up now.
So how do you feel about Desmond is Amazing? Have you ever seen that child, that the trans child that was dancing in a strip club on a strip pole for trans men, and they were throwing dollars at him? Where do you stand on that?
That shouldn't be done. That shouldn't be done. That's a media's sensationalized approach art.
Yeah.
I listen. That should and the more that they encourage it, that's like the transgender that came out on Thursday. That's on a pedestal on Friday, on a podium on Friday, and this is what thinking that the media love me. I'm a true trans advocate, and this is what it is. Is that no? You're being played as a puppet in a larger picture.
You fucking are.
And you need to wake the fuck up and realize that you are being played. No. I'm a great trans advocate. The media love me. Everybody loves me. No, you're not. You're being fucking used in order to marginalize us. And you need to wake the fuck up. People. No. What they do, they sell out for that 15 minutes of fame.
Yeah, they do. They do.
If I'm going to sell out for that 15 minutes of fame, I'm going to try and keep it as real as possible. And I'm going to call out all this shit.
I believe that they do this stuff for what we spoke about earlier, for progressive brownie points is what it is. It's my kid's a trans person, and I've even seen tweets. This is how disturbing it goes, where a dad was disappointed in his child for not being trans. He was trying to force his kid to wear pink and play with Barbie dolls, and his boy was just a lad. His boy was an absolute lad.
Nah, Dad. Don't worry, Dad.
I want to play with the cars, and he was just being a boy. And this dad was
put the fucking dress on. Oh no, fuck off.
You're disappointed in your son for being a little boy. Like, I mean,
that's what being normal. You're the clip on here. Oh, you normal little fucker.
That's the other bit I go, like, because imagine it was my son, and he at 8 years old, he's telling me he wants to wear dresses and play with Barbies, and
how are you going to deal with that? How are you going to deal with it? Tell me how you're going to deal with it.
First instinct, if I'm completely honest and no bullshit, not trying to please anyone and not trying to do anything, I want to put him through the fucking wall, and say, shut. What are you doing? Right, that's first instinct. That's instinct reaction. I'm going to get angry about it. I'm going to be like,
bang.
yeah, like fucking what's the matter with you, right? Now, if I think about it as a human being with a brain, and I think about it, I'll be like, what's all this about? Is this his mum? Is this what's going on?
You're going to get conspiracy theories. You're going to say that the media's warped his brain, society's.
I'm going to look for every excuse under the sun other than
I know.
the fact that fact that he might be a trans. Yeah.
Without actually asking him and talking to him.
Yeah.
I'm playing it on somebody else.
I'm going to find out what makes him tick. I'm going to find out what is this. I'm going to take him to a specialist. I'm going to say, what's up with this kid? And if the specialist advises me to put him on hormone blockers and things like that,
you're going to find another expert. You're going to find another specialist that will give you another point of view.
I'm going all out to not do that. I'm not doing it. I wouldn't, as a parent, do it. I couldn't put chemicals in my boy's body that's not already there. I'm just not going to do it in case one day, in the hope, because that would be for me, I hope he doesn't have to do that. If I'm completely honest, it's nothing against you or trans, or it's just I want my boy to be a fucking lad and grow up and be a man and have a family and do whatever. And I know he can do that.
I know. Listen.
So that's as a parent. That's as a parent.
I know. But look what you just said there. I did exactly the same. My dad was the big bravado. My dad was a character. He was like everybody knew my dad. He was one of the lads. He was like in the pub.
He's a geezer. He's a geezer, really. He's a
geezer. He's a and that's it. And he walks in there with his fucking Del Boy fucking sheepskin coat on and all the porn stash and everything. My dad was a player. Big guy, womanizing, knew everybody knew us.
Cigars.
What he wants, yeah. No, my dad smoked more cigarettes, the long brown ones. You remember them?
Oh, yeah, cigarillos, yeah?
Yeah, the big more cigarettes.
Oh, yeah, cigarillos are cool. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, and he was like, and that's and the thing is though, is that what he wanted from me. My thoughts and my hopes, dreams, and aspirations were never taken into account. So, because of that, I distanced myself from him. So we didn't have that relationship. And then later on in life, when I came out of 40, then he was angry on me and said, is this what all the problem is? This where you struggled in life? Is this what it was? Why didn't you feel that you could tell me? And he was angry on me, not that I'm trans, that he never got the opportunity to know the real me. He was angry. He said, I thought we had a good relationship, that you could confide in me. I'm angry that you thought that our relationship was so toxic that you couldn't tell me some of your deepest problems. So that was a surprise to me.
I think I would struggle. I really do. And is that because I'm a man's man? Is that because I'm machismo, or is that because?
And that's the thing, is that I was a man's man. But if you'd have seen me, honestly, I'm sat there, right, built like a brick shithouse, back in the day, a few years ago, I'm sat there, I have an M6 convertible, a BMW black M6 convertible with a private plate that says W Stew. Okay, I was one of the lads. I'm telling you, I had the car, the job, the career. I had everything. My dad was proud as fuck of me. Okay, and then everyone thought that I threw it all away. I've given up that fantastic life that people idolize.
Feel that you've.
No, honestly, all that shit was holding me. Listen, I did have a successful career, but all that shit was holding me back. That was holding me back from doing what I wanted to do, doing what I should have done.
You feel freer now than you have, or is it?
Listen,
feel that
my old me wouldn't be sat having a conversation with you, my friend. Would have shied away from that shit. Wouldn't have done it. because didn't have the confidence in myself to do that, and didn't see that I was doing anything worthwhile in life. All I was doing was just playing a game, getting what I wanted, and and living a selfish life in order to hide. It was the strangest thing that I couldn't even communicate with people. I found it difficult to. I can't even. People have asked me this question about what was going on. Where was you? You know, why?
Do you find it hard to put into words? Do you find it hard to tell people because you feel that they won't understand, or because you struggle to understand it yourself?
Yeah, it's like people that, you know, we'd sit down there and there'd be a group of us on the building site, and lunchtime, even in the, you know, tea break in the morning, whenever it fucking was, he said, we're sat there and they're all talking about the football match. They're talking about this, they're talking about that. I'm like, fuck off. Can't be doing with it. And I've always said it, is that, so this football, like, you don't think it's a little bit gay? And I've seen some comedians come up with the same thing now. I've said this for the last fucking 30 years. I'm saying, do you not think that's a little bit gay? And they're like, fucking don't you attack my football.
I say it to my boys, you know. I say to my boys, wait, stop being gay. What's wrong? But I don't mean it as in like it's just it's the way we was brought up. It's the way we used to talk.
No, but to sit there and watch 22 fucking half-naked, sweaty guys hugging and kissing each other when they get a balls in, is that...
That's
you know what I mean? Getting all excited over it, you know, say, oh, I'm going out on Sunday, go and watch some half-naked, sweaty men running around the field.
Yeah.
Back later, darling. And listen, you can fucking say to me that it's not, it's man stuff.
No, it's masculine. It is masculine. I think sports.
It's not. Listen, but the thing is, though, is that no, it's not. Listen, this was invented by the Romans. Divide and conquer. From the Colosseums to the football matches, whatever, competing against two tribes against another. It's all about divide and conquer. It was invented many years ago, and you will not. That's why there is a. That's why in the UK we still have a two-party fucking political establishment. Is that there will be one party, there will be.
That shit needs to go. We need a new. We need the Conservatives are not conservative anymore.
No, but I know, but you won't have. There'll be no balance. There'll be no balance if they don't have this two-party system. But the problem is that there's no genuine opposition anymore. Is that you've got anyway? Let's not go into that. But pitting tribes against each other is distraction, and that's what the Colosseums were built for. The whole thing was just a distraction.
Yeah.
The games are just a distraction.
I agree with that to a certain extent. Yeah, for sure. But I do think
it doesn't matter. In India, they have cricket. Don't fucking get it. Don't understand it. It's boring as fuck. Rather watch fucking Dulux paint dry.
Yeah, I know. Cricket's terrible. And even the commentator they have, that geezer, he drives me. He's just so boring, isn't he? You're like, oh, it's a great game of cricket, and you're just sitting there like, oh, mate, is he going to carry on talking? This is boring the shit out of me.
Yeah, he's got fucking on it. What's a fucking wicket? You know what I mean? It's like,
I'm not into it. If people
but I can say that about football.
You see, I love me football. I'm West Ham through and through.
I know what I mean. Listen, I'm Manchester United. So I'm not. I used to work right across the road from Manchester City's new ground.
Oh yeah. The Emirates is that what it? No, did I? Is that? I got that right. I'm not sure. Etihad.
It was the Millennium Stadium.
Etihad Stadium. No, yeah, it was formerly the Millennium Stadium. Yeah.
Yeah.
Olympic Stadium, wasn't it? It was some sort of Commonwealth Games. Yeah, that was Commonwealth Games, something or other. That's how bad I am.
I remember that shit. It was boring as fuck.
So yes, Troll Hunter. Yeah, Jane is in a relationship. Yes, with another lady. I think you've come to the conversation a bit late there. We already covered that. Is anyone?
Catch up?
I've asked the Desmond is amazing one. We've got a rough
questions.
A very. What was the answer in the end? It was sort of like you think it would work with some kids, not others.
Listen, yeah, it should be looked into more without putting a political agenda to it, without doing it without getting involved for scoring brownie points for siding with a kid or being against a kid. If it was looked at objectively without the political correctness of it all, that these areas are no go. To be honest, because it's so politically correct now, because it's such a toxic, divisive subject, some people will not go near it. That means that people will slip through the cracks in order because they don't want to confront it. People will slip through the cracks. So you'll find caregivers now, care providers are just ticking boxes and then moving people through it.
There you go.
Next question. Come on, let's not drop. I don't want to.
What does James think of the coronavirus situation? Are we being lied to? We covered that earlier, didn't we? Not earlier on our podcast, but when we spoke earlier. So go on, give your.
No, I'm not going to be come across as one of these crackpot conspiracy theories, but there is more going on that meets the eye. We are being lied to over on multiple levels here, and I don't think it's. I think it's an economic battle that's going on. I think it's a big financial reset of some major play. A coronavirus is real or not. Do the means justify the end? Look at what we're doing. Look, we've killed the economy. But look, the smarter person would have said, look, that there is a nasty virus out there that's going to spread around. What we need to do is we need to quickly identify who the vulnerable are and pour millions, buy out. Listen, if they'd have got every fucking 5-star, 3-star, 2-star hotel in the UK and just said to the government, said, look, fuck off, they're ours now for a few months. We're going to fill them with the vulnerable. We're going to look after them. We're going to feed them. We're going to isolate them. While this thing fucking passes through society, is that it's going to cost us this much, and that's all. It's going to cost us this much, and we'll give you tax breaks or whatever in order, if you just give us the fucking buildings, we're going to look after them. Then the whole thing could have been mitigated. If you'd have took away the weak, the vulnerable, and isolated them from society as a whole, would it have killed the economy?
Fair point.
So why didn't they do that?
It's one of them ones I just don't know. It's like the amount of theories, the amount of conspiracy theories I've been through about this. I am completely up in the air. I have no idea what I think or what the truth may be.
They talk about coronavirus and it's the same as a flu and it's a coronavirus and this.
Yeah.
And it causes pneumonia. Now we've talked about it doesn't cause pneumonia. It's hypoxia. It does. It's this like altitude sickness. That's something completely different. It switches off the ACE fucking transfer. It's not the same. And is it even fucking real? I don't know. And let's not get into that debate. But let's talk about the handling of the situation then. If there is this big outbreak, could it have been handled differently? Because it's not killing everybody. It's just marginally. The figures are out, it's just marginally more than the flu. And in 2015, if you look at the statistics of all the death rates throughout since 2005, since weekly death rates started, 2005, I'm going to change location because my battery's just getting flat. Since 2005, since 2005, when weekly records started, I think the worst case for most regions, the worst death rate most regions in the UK was 2015, when we had a very, very violent strain of flu going around that killed more than the coronavirus has killed weekly as it's gone through now. 2015 is on record as being the worst death rate, simply not because of car crashes, not because of cancer, not because of starvation, suicides, whatever. It was because the numbers went up because of a flu virus that went around in 2015. And it's on record. And if anybody wants to go and check that out, go and check it out.
Check the statistics. Always know your statistics. You're going to say anything, know your statistics straight up.
Yeah. So it's there. So national death rates, 2015 on record as being one of the highest. It's higher than we're seeing now. So okay, people are arguing about that and saying that you're not mitigating it. You're not saying that because we're in a lockdown, there's less flu transmission. There's less car crashes. There's a lot less of everything going on. So I'll give you that, maybe. So you've got to look at it from both sides. You've got to look at it from both sides.
That's fair.
There's less work-related incidents because no one's in fucking work. There's less car-related accidents because nobody's on the fucking roads. So yes, there are going to be lower numbers than a statistically, but it's around the same. If you look at the overall figures, some people are questioning whether people have died from COVID-19 or they've died from other causes. Are these people that were on their way there? Another person's died of COVID-19. Ignore the fact that they were fucking 90 years old.
Yeah, I know. It could have been, you know.
Fucking hell.
When you get to that age, you're on your way out, right?
Could have swallowed a fucking cornflake and got fucking some lung infection.
Yeah, come on.
You know, breathe in a. You know, it's that anything in your anything that goes through your esophagus, anything that's it goes through your windpipe into your lungs, is that nature's designed it. It will cause an infection in there, and it will cause a response, a respiratory response.
That's why I'm jealous of dolphins and whales. They've even got a separate hole for all that. You know, we just have to swallow through the same hole that we breathe under. It's a stupid design. Yeah, it's madness. But have we got any more questions in here? Let's have a look, because we covered that. Viking dude said regarding safeguarding with transgenders in schools on what they are being taught. Hang on, was there a first part to that question?
Because it seems a little bit vague enough, but no. Listen, we'll try to cover it then. Let's talk about marginalised in school, bullied, segregated. Society wants to isolate trans from the community. They want to put them in a protected bubble and wrap them in cotton wool. Yeah. And I say that the moment that you take a trans out of society will never learn. Trans will never adjust. So how do you? I think that trying to marginalize them is wrong. Trying to label people and put them into groups is wrong. There's quite a well-known viral video of a black kid in America shutting down some very liberal people, talking about they were saying that they identified as African American, and he said, I'm just fucking American. What are you talking about?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I think I shared that video. He's called the Black Redneck. That's what he's called. And he was saying to him, I'm an American. Yes, obviously I'm black, but I'm an American. I'm not an African American because I never lived in Africa. I don't know anything about Africa.
But they want to just put the name, they want to put the label in front of everything. And it's not, I was using that as an example, is that he's not saying, I'm not interested in that he's an African American or he's black or he's whatever. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that this day and age, this society wants to put labels within labels within labels within labels. And small marginalized groups.
They want to chuck people into categories all the time.
Yeah, of course, whatever it is. And I think that
you're a white man, therefore you think this way. You're a black man, therefore you think that way. And it's like, no, not at all. I could be more like my black friend than I am my white friend, and vice versa. Like he could be more like me than he is his black. You know, fuck all to do with that. It's nonsense. It's just we need to chuck them into groups.
Groups. Listen, how about I think I posted something about people are going about the British flag, the European flag, and the European's not a fucking flag. It's a fucking logo.
It's not. It's a fucking logo, yeah, for sure. It's
Right,
like
but
fucking-
American flag, you've got all the other flags of the world. And then
Yeah.
there's another flag that's the world flag. Have you seen these circles within circles? Have you seen the world flag?
Oh, the world flag, yeah, fucking
Yeah,
that
blue background with,
Audi
I think it's,
symbol, doesn't it? It looks like the
Pardon?
Audi, the front of an Audi car. Is that?
yeah, in a circle, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the
Yeah.
world flag. He's like,
Yeah.
why can't we be this? You know what? Society says that they're so liberal and they're so advanced. Why can't we just fly a fucking flag this is planet Earth? Because boundaries can't be seen from space unless it's the Chinese fucking wall, but Great Wall of China.
That's actually a myth, I think. I think that's a myth.
No,
I
actually,
think
no, it actually can be seen from space.
it can be seen from space, but not the moon. Some people believed it was what's the only man-made thing that can be seen from the moon. It turned out it wasn't. Like, you can't see it from the moon. It's only when you're in the atmosphere, like just
If you've
outside.
if you've got a big camera lens, then a lot can be seen from the fucking space.
Oh fuck me, yeah. It's not particular.
Your license plate, they could read you fucking what time it is off your watch. Let's not fool ourselves to be what can be seen from space and what can't.
Yeah.
So
Fair
maybe that
enough.
was a stupid statement to make.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't at all. It just reminded me of something I learned, because I think
No, stupid from you, stupid from me, from bringing up what can be seen from space. No, actually, quite a lot.
Yeah. Fair play.
With that-
Yeah, it's. I mean, I'm one of them people. I'm very patriotic. I love the English way. I love the Scottish way. I love the Irish way. I love the Chinese way. And I like when you said about the globalists earlier. I can't stand what they're trying to do to the planet, where they're trying to sort of destroy cultures by making everywhere multicultural. I think that shit's wrong. I really do think that's a bad way to go. And you know, the European Union tried that, didn't they? They tried to put everyone under the euro and then tried to make almost the United States of Europe. Thank you, Bitterman. Thank you. And they tried to force. Oh, by the way, I got another beer. Look at this. It's called the Fine Line.
The Fine Line.
It matches up with the atomic theory, because they're all things that came from Cumbria in the UK. So the atomic theory was, you know, the theory came from a guy in Cumbria, a scientist over there. And then this one, the Fine Line, is the discovery of graphite, which is where pencils, you know, graphite pencils.
No, I can't graphite.
Fine Line. There you go. It's an interesting beer. You've got a bit of science on every bottle. So I was like, yeah, fucking sweet. That's a bit of me. But I try and learn new things every day, and that's pretty much why I invited you here today, to sort of educate me on the.
You talk about graphite. They're actually separating the carbon layers. You can actually do it with sellotape or something. You can actually.
Is that something to do with fingerprinting? Is that where they sprinkle?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure. But I remember something in physics. I did physics, and I remember something about the graphite, carbon. You can actually separate it down to a carbon atom by just keep separating it and separating and separating it. Something I'm not sure. Maybe the geeks out there will put us right. Maybe that will.
Nerds listening. If you've got any nerds out there, give us some.
Nerd shout out. They go, fuck off.
Learn something new every day, please. Open your minds, people. I know there's been some people in the comments. I think you're one of our most controversial guests since we had an actual Nazi on the show.
Okay. Listen, right, all right. Listen. I'm not seeing the comments. I'm not saying that you and the funds out there. You're both looking through the comments. Is that we have generally? I mean, I'm not reading it. So you tell me. Up to now, am I? Have there been aggression towards me already, or has it been generally positive?
There has been some aggression. There has been some just people genuinely disagreeing on a good level, where they're like, look, I don't think that.
Listen, life should be a debate. It shouldn't be an argument.
most of it has been fine. They're just asking genuine questions. Like I'd say, you are one of our most controversial guests yet, but that's understandable to a certain extent because
I don't mind.
it's mostly a conservative crowd, and they're not quite up on the whole trans thing, and it's a very
Listen,
it's a
I
very
voted fucking conservative. I voted conservative. I voted for Brexit. I voted for. Listen, I voted for Boris.
Mhm.
Before Boris, I tactically voted, and I voted for the European Union. I voted for our man Nigel. I actually voted for Nigel because that was a tactical vote in order to show our discontent with the establishment and get some politicians into the European Union. So I voted for that, and that was a display of force, and I love the UK for what we did. We all got up and we all went and voted and wiped the fucking floor with them all. And I
And
was
that's what I hope
so
is-
relieved.
with this show is to break down some boundaries where there's like, I'm not telling everyone, look, listen, you should accept every part of the trans, not the trans movement, because I honestly don't lump you in with those maniacs out there that want to force this shit down people's throats. I honestly think you're actually sound as a pound. You're level-headed. You understand the difficulties that people have with trying to wrap their heads around this shit. You're actually one of those people that you're as open-minded as me in that way. Like you don't want to shove shit down people's throats. You just want to be honest about things and talk about things openly. And I can't help but fucking respect you for that. I think that's a fucking fantastic trait you have. And I wish
I think being
you're more-
realistic in the world, you can't.
you need to be real, and you're a realist. You're a common sense guy.
Do you want me to put it in? Listen, I'm not the only one. I deal with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of trans that come to India for their surgeries. And these people are paying for those surgeries themselves. They are making that journey themselves. And they have very, very, from lawyers to airline pilots to all, all sorts of walks of life, some highly educated people.
Yeah.
Now, are they're active members of society, making their own way in the world. They're not demanding anything of anybody. So, and they think like me.
They're getting on with their own shit, right?
Yeah,
They're getting on with their own shit.
So what
They're
you say, I'm keeping it real. I've met hundreds of me. So what you're saying is that I'm not saying is that you can't categorize all trans as.
No, you absolutely shouldn't, and that's why I hate the LGBT movement as a whole, and I hate the fact that it's going down the road, like we spoke about earlier, when you said they're trying to chuck a P on the end of it, and we know what that fucking P means. That means pedo, and they should not fucking do that. That is fucking scumbag shit. Pedos for me should be hung. I am not for the pedos. I think they're beyond help, and I think that unless they're going to voluntarily go for sterilisation where they don't have these urges anymore, because that happens. Other than that, they should be locked up for life or just done away with. I cannot. Abusing children is where it's you. I'm the type of human. I'm very accepting of anyone. I'm very like, look, listen. You speak to me, and I'll take you at face value. I'm fine with that. With pedos,
draw the line at being a nonce. Fuck that.
Fuck that. And when you're going to lump gays, lesbians, and bisexuals and trans people in with that, and I don't think they should all be lumped in together anyway. I think gays are separate, lesbians are separate. I think they should just, they come as they are.
I'm sorry. Is that I'm fucked off with people actually throwing gay and lesbian in everybody's. That's a lifestyle choice. That why should we be fucking celebrating it? Listen, gay or lesbian said you might listen with that big hairy fucking clit tickler you've got going on there, right? You could be into a little bit of cunnilingus there. Okay, so
mate, I love my
but what I'm saying is there a group for you? Are you cunnilingus united? Are you, you know, like do you go your sexuality and the things that you like doing? Is that why don't we really start finding like some people are gay because they like sticking their penises up men's bottoms? Some women are lesbians because they like doing what they like doing. Now, what I'm saying is that why are we celebrating that shit? Why I get that they've got the freedom to do that. Yeah, whatever you want to do behind closed doors, go and fucking do it. But don't throw it in my kid's face.
I completely concur with you. It's like, I don't give a shit what you stick in your mouth or up your bum. You're doing that between four walls.
You're not telling me what I'm doing of a night with my wife there, whether I, you know, whether I've got fucking, whether there's juicy bits all over my beard. Is that you don't care? What business has it got to do with you? I'm not having a. Listen, there ain't a fucking group of fucking bearded men strolling down fucking London there with like fake like aloe vera gel to indicate around there to indicate that they like it. He's not.
I completely listen. You get irony. So for ironic purposes, would you ever consider holding the trans straight march, where it's trans people that are still straight, and you just have your own march? And listen, you're not trans and straight. You're not in this march. It's just us. You know, the irony of that. It's
and the thing is, I'm not straight. I'm trans lesbian.
Oh yeah. Oh shit. So you can have the.
See, this is where it fucked up.
You're mind fucking me. No, I know what you're doing. You're trying.
No, I'm not. I'm not straight. I'm gay.
Yeah, you're gay. Yeah.
I'm trans lesbian.
Oh no, you fuck. No, mind blown. It's hurting.
Bang. No, because if I was if I transitioned into female and then I started liking guys, then I would be a straight couple, wouldn't I?
Yeah.
A guy and a woman.
Stop.
Or is that society still sees me as a man?
Doesn't compute. This is, yeah, I know what you're saying. No. Right, so you're a lesbian then, yeah?
Oh, yes.
Right.
Now go on that one then.
Now,
Dun, dun, dun.
shit. Right. I'm with you.
Told me straight. Would you do a straight match? No, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Listen. Oh, wait. That's a generational thing. Is that generations? So the older generation of trans see that being a true trans is that you have to like men. And if you don't like men, then you're not proper trans. So you're discriminated within the transgender community in itself. Is that if you don't like men, then you're not proper trans. And so you're marginalised within the transgender community itself.
What would you say most trans are then? Are they mostly straight, or
50-50.
Say there was all the men that came in for surgery to your surgery, because you're a surgeon for the people that have just joined.
Yeah, they're not men, they're trans women, but carry on.
They're right. So
you want to play the politically correct game? Let's keep it going.
Do you surgeons have layman's terms? I mean, for people that are not so right.
Listen.
The men that come in to transition to women, are they mostly straight, or are they? Or does that even come up in conversation?
50-50. Most of them, a lot of them, still have their wives and they still have their families.
Fucking hell, really? I mean, do you remember the boxing trainer? What was his name? Frank Maloney.
Yeah, and it's Kate. I know. What's the name now? She went to.
I think it's Jenny. Is it? Hang on, my missus met him, her, whatever. Hang on. Babe, do you remember when you met Frank Maloney? What's his name now? Kelly. There you go.
Yeah, Kelly Maloney. Yeah, of course.
Kelly Maloney. Do you know what? It was
Nearly
the same-
died having surgery. She had surgery one go and fucking inflammatory response and nearly died.
It was the same day that I had that fight on the train with them lads. Same day. Like,
She
I'm
looked the
standing there
same.
a black cat, and she bumps
Yeah.
into Kelly Maloney and gets a picture with her and says, you know, it's, you never guess who I just met. And I'm like, I don't
I
really
love
care.
that.
I've got a fucking black eye and a beat up face. What?
Well, it's called FFS. It's called facial feminization surgery.
Oh dear, it was the same.
Listen. It could have been right because that day somebody made you their bitch.
No, I actually won the fight. To be fair,
Are you sure? That's the story you're telling us.
I had I genuinely. I'm not lying to you.
Listen, male bravado, ego comes out there now. Bit of self-pride there. No, I won. No, it's okay.
Can't lie. I can't lie.
You got into a fight. You're a loser.
I can't lie. I actually fucking gave a lot more than I took, and it was only because obviously a train has got seats in it, so it was narrow, like you know the 300, and I give a few digs. I bit a chunk of their ear off, and I gave another geezer a black eye, and it was 4-on-1 kind of, and then she stepped in and was giving digs herself. So
fair play to her. Well done.
And people on the train were coming up to me and congratulating me and said, "Fucking hell, dude, you had them. You did really well." You know, I was like, "Did I? I can't really remember much," but I asked her afterwards, and she was horny as fuck. So I must
just solidified your manhood there. Just sort of like just
yeah.
You is the man.
They were pricks. They were absolute pricks. And I'll give as fucking good as I got. And all I got was a black eye. And I only got a fucking swolled eye because I knew from my days boxing, I knew that you don't blow your fucking nose. You get a smack in the face, on the eye or on the nose. Don't blow your fucking nose because your eyes will puff out and you can't see fuck all.
Yeah, there's a trap. Yeah, I know.
I sat there and ate wasabi afterwards. Like we went and got something to eat afterwards, and I had this like purple pinkish mark under my eye hole and a bit of a swelling this side. This side of my head was around my ear was all swelled up. Other than that, it was cool. Went into the toilet, fucking going to get in the bath and sneezed, and then my eye went, and it just I heard it.
Well, you should do it. Listen, any fighting out there, any fighters out there getting you're supposed to snort it up. You're supposed to, like you're getting a beanie out, you're supposed to suck that shit up there and spit it out.
Spit it out.
Yeah, and that's what they say. Suck it up, boy.
Yeah.
That's why they say it.
That's exactly where the saying comes from. You know, that's what I'm saying. It's you do not go like that.
No, that's not. That's stupid. When you've had if you've had a nose job, it's the same thing. Is that you don't fucking blow your nose. You suck it up.
Do not fucking do it. You know. And don't get me wrong, if I wasn't on a train and they didn't stop, I would have had my head smashed in, no doubt about it. There's too many, you know, I'm one man. What the fuck can I do? But I give as good as I got, and that was it, and it was dealt with. And then we bumped into fucking Kelly Maloney of all fucking people. You know, it was just. I was like, I really don't care at this point who you bumped into.
All right, talk about me and my transition. One thing that, I mean, I was a big lad. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you now, I was ripped as fuck.
Yeah, mate, you had a 6-pack, the fucking lot. Like I said, you was you know, a Jack the lad, as they say. You know, you fucking or a Jack.
And I walk through life, and it's like wherever I park my car, you know, if there's a dark alley or whatever, I didn't give a shit. Those little things never came into my mind. I didn't think that I've parked in a bit of a dodgy spot here. Is that what's this group of lads walking towards me here now? Those situations never made me twitch. I was just like, I just got around with my day, and when, you know, like there was a group of lads coming towards me, and I just got out of the car and I go, all right, and then fucking got on with my day. But I didn't. I wouldn't get a bit twitchy and think, oh. As I transitioned, I became a little bit mindful. And that was something that it was very difficult for me to adjust to, is that I could handle myself. I felt like I was okay. I knew my place in the world and no one was going to fuck with me. And he got into a situation on the train, he's there, knowing I'd come out okay. But later on after transition, I'm like, fuck, look, I don't have that build anymore. I'm a skinny little fucker.
Yeah, you're not as bulky as you used to be. Is that a hormone thing, or is that a dietary?
Dietary. I did cardio. I think the body of a sprinter versus the body of a marathon runner.
Yeah, I mean, we've all seen Mo Farah and we've all seen Usain Bolt. There's a huge difference there. There's a huge difference. It's totally different thing. So you just smashed out the treadmill, I guess, for.
I had a rowing machine for me, it was, and I just went for it and just did the cardio thing day in, day out. No rest days, because rest days generates muscles. So I just didn't have any rest days. I did it twice a day for 6 months, and I got rid of shitloads of weight. I really, really smashed it. And then then I took my hormones, and then I started to put fat on in the right places, and that's how I transitioned. But going through that loss of security and that loss of independence is that I wouldn't wish that shit on my worst enemy. That was frightening times. For one, I had my BMW M6 convertible. That fucker had to go. That car had to go. Is that I was feared of getting jacked. So this is not. It was something that I had to.
It's completely life changing, to say the least, isn't it? I mean, you've completely been through.
So they think, so the people think that we're escaping reality, we're escaping life to do something that was harder than we were doing before. My life was easy. My life was fine. Honestly, I had everything that I wanted. I had the life, the house, the car, the kids, you name it. I had it, and I gave it all up because I was delusional, because I just fancied a change. Because I woke up on Thursday morning and thought, you know what, he's now on TV. Fuck it, I know, and decided that I was going to be trans. What do you think? Do you think that's how it went? No. There was an internal demon that was going on.
I can't imagine it was just easy. Like I'm never going to pretend it was easy. It's something.
The worst path of my life, the worst thing that I've had to do, is that social transition is demoralizing, degrading for somebody that considered themselves up here, in order to be now lower than pecking order, to actually just be someone to be laughed and poked at, to be sat there. Going out to the fucking Tobury Carvery with the kids on a Sunday, right?
No, how do you manage them social interactions when you were kids?
Fucking difficult, honestly difficult. And I'm like looking over my shoulder and going, these fuckers are staring at me.
You must get in punch ups. Look, the way I'd imagine it is you're there with your two lads. They're built like brick shed houses, as you said, big lads. And you go out to like a Toby or something like that, and you get that one guy there that's had a bit too much to drink, gives you some shit. That shit must erupt, surely. Like I can't imagine it going any other way. Does this things happen, or is this?
It's happened a few times. It's happened a few times in India as well. Is that guys have tried it on, and listen, just because you've lost your bulk, you're talking about before about cage fighters, is that. Just because you've lost your bulk, I realized that it doesn't mean to say that you just become stupid. Is that you don't know how to handle yourself, or you don't understand about weight distribution and the people
that thinks someone on steroids and bodybuilding can fight. Let's not kid ourselves. I mean, did anyone see Joe Calzaghe dismantle Jeff Lacey in boxing? That was a skinny dude that just looked like he was a runner. Versus a Mike Tyson of the same division. And Joe Calzaghe battered him for 12 rounds, didn't even drop a round. It was a fucking...
Didn't even get a sweat on either.
Mate, it looked like sparring for him, and it was Jeff Lacey's worst night, and he never, ever was the same after that. It was a complete boxing lesson. You don't need muscles to fight. You just need to know how to fucking fight. It's got nothing to do with how bulky.
I've been attacked a couple of times here in India, in some of the nightclubs. So some rich fuckers who think they can get away with anything. And the bouncers were so shocked once, is that they actually just, they kept everybody at bay and watched me do it. And I had this big guy.
Oh,
Honestly,
mate.
this big guy.
There's an embarrassing night to try and get over, boys.
I had honestly, I was dolled up to fuck. Right, lipstick on everything. I had these fucking 6-inch high heels on. I had this little pretty short dress on, and this big idiot, this big Arab, was throwing money around in the VIP lounge. And he's like, "Come on, give me a kiss." And he's got hold of my arm, being a right obnoxious prick. And I'm like, "Get off, get off." And then I said, "You better let go of me." And then he put his other arm. He made the mistake of putting 2 hands on my arm, 2 hands. So his right arm, he's that, grabbed all the thumb, hand, bent back, punch, done. And that was him. It got him on the floor there. I broke his arm and I punched him in the face. I was with patients, one from Denmark, and one from America, and they didn't even know what was going on. And they'll never forget. They'll always tell the story of the day that Jane kicked somebody's ass, and the guy, the owner of this big fucking bar in Mumbai, the center of Mumbai, and the club was called Rock Bottom. And I fucking hit it that day. And this rich Arab come in, right, and he had his own personal guys. He had his own bodyguards, and the big bouncers there kept everybody at bay and kept them back. And then after, he's like, this big guy. I'm sat there like kind of a little bit shaking, thinking of just what have I just fucking done. Maybe I thought I took it too far, and I kicked this fucking. He put his hand on me, and I warned him, and I said, "I warned you, and I've warned you, and I've warned you." So I've got hold of him, and next minute I'm
upped him.
This big, one of the biggest guys I ever saw in my life, this bouncer, right? Honestly, he must have been 7 foot tall, huge. I've never seen a bigger guy than this guy.
Brick shit.
And the other kid was a big guy, and he picked him up by his collar and carried him out. His arms and legs are flapping around, this big guy. And they'd called in one of the bouncers. I don't even think he was from this club. He'd come from the next club. They brought the biggest guy that they could fucking.
All connected, all the bouncers across the world. They all wear the same radio.
This guy comes storming in, and he pushed everybody about. And I'll never forget this from the day I left. Is that this guy just grabbed him by the scruff of his neck, from by his shirt, and just picked him out. And he was kicking and screaming. This guy, fucking blood coming from his nose and everything, because I got him. But the owner had come over and said to me, "Sorry about that, Jane. Sorry about that there." Because I'm a little bit of that. I'm known a little bit here.
Yeah.
Jane, I didn't know. He said, "I thought I was putting you in the..." He put me in the VIP room, the VIP lounge thing there, with another guy. Yeah, he thought he was doing me a favour, and he said, I didn't know. And I went, "No, it's okay. It's not your fault." I said, "There's always a prick of it." And
there's pricks everywhere. It doesn't matter.
I see after it was all calmed down, his bodyguard come over, and he's right in my face. He come right over, and I went, "Oh fuck, here we go, shit." And I thought, this guy's a fucking big guy here now, and I'm not sure what I'm going to do here now. Do I just go? But do you just go without even thinking?
Surrender.
You just go, or do you just without even getting the conversation starting? Do you just start something? You just go bang, and just in there. What do you do?
It might work out.
I'm on my guard. I took a little bit of a thing and side onto him a little bit. I've got my hand on his shoulder and side onto him. So I'm ready. If he starts, if right arm's coming around and he's taking a swing from me, that left arm's going back, and I've got him on his knee. So I'm ready for him. But he just come over and he went, "No." He said, no, we're not. He said, "Thank you." And I'm like, "What?" And I said, no, I took it too far. And he went, no. He said, "My boss is a prick." He said, "And you just taught him a lesson." He said, "And we're sick of fucking carrying his ass." He said, "You just taught him a lesson, fair play." He said, he said, we're going to giggle about this one for fucking months. I'm telling you now. He said,
I laughed before I even knew the story. It's like the worst possible thing that could happen to a dude on a night out is he gets beat up by a trans guy. You know, that's, I mean, there is no recovery from that. That's
what
it.
happened is,
I watched
what
you get
happened
your
after,
like a trans.
the owner of the place was worried about repercussions. He was worried that he'd take it too far and he'd get me on the outside as we went out, because I was with 2 other trans girls.
Yeah.
And I was worried, and I've got pictures of this night, is that he was worried. So he phoned the police, and the police came with a riot van. So Mumbai police came in a riot van. And
they don't fuck around either.
it's not, you've seen it with the fucking sticks and everything,
Mate.
like during lockdown.
That was bad. It's just
So they brought a woman police officer to have a talk with me, and so they were worried about repercussions, and the owners like pointing to him saying, "There, this one here, this one here, this one here," and they were crying, laughing that I'd took down this other guy. The police were laughing about it, and the police wanted selfies with me, so we're all taking selfies with the police and everything. It was just funny as fuck. It's hilarious. I thought, you know, yeah, it was just, it's happened a couple of times, that, to be honest with you, but that was one of the funniest moments.
That's funny as fuck, man.
That was the day. Listen, that was the day I got my confidence back. That day, is that up until that I'd been mindful, but put in the situation, I went, you know what? I won't cower down for it. If I get a good hiding, so what? But I know who I am, and I'm just gonna. It is what it is. But I did get my confidence back that day.
You take your knocks and you learn from mistakes, and anyone that didn't make a mistake in their life has never done anything new, I suppose. I mean,
when I was 15, I got punched. A guy had a sovereign ring, okay? And I still got lack of movement in this lip here from it. I have a nerve damage in this side here because I took a dig. And I took a big dig, and my lip was gone, side of my nose was gone, and so it's only a small scar now, but I've got little movement in the side of our face. So I've got a little bit of nerve damage from it. And that was the last time I was getting.
Look, I think one time I had my cheek broken and I was numb there, but for years. There was no feeling, and now I have. Like now I'm cold, or I've got used to it. I don't know, but there are lasting effects to fucking getting a dig. You know, like you just said, and it was just numb. It was just a weird, like pins and needles feeling.
Well, you've got 2 different nerves. You've got a nerve just under your eye here. You've got a nerve that runs down here, down the side of your nose, and into your cheek, and that's nerve. You have another one that comes back from your ear, that turns into the buccal branch, and that's motory nerves. So you have 2 nerves. You have one coming down from under the eye, that's sensation, and another one coming up from the inside, that's motory.
Learn something new every day. There you go. Now I fucking know.
So I damaged the motory nerve, not the sensory nerve. So I couldn't move. I still can't now. I can't smile properly. This lip's a little bit of what's called atrophied muscle wasting away on this side here. I do my exercise daily to try and get it done. I've done it for years. Surgery's not helped either. It's sort of a big setback, but it is what it is. Go on, more questions. Any more questions, or are we wrapping it up?
What do you want? Anyone got anything to ask as we come to the end of the stream? Guess I'm gonna do. Andrew Collins going. Good night, mate. Good night. You gave them a slapping lesson from G-Man. A funny one. Anyone got any questions? One more? Or we're gonna just waiting for them to come through because they're a little bit delayed to us.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
A few seconds behind. Who's asking that? Let's see if there was any further up. How many people who come into your surgery are a part of the LGBT community? That was from Viking.
80%. The other 20% is cosmetic surgery.
All right. So you do get that whole.
Oh yeah, we listen. Yeah, we get men wanting liposuction. We do dental. We do smile makeovers. We do laser eye surgery, hair transplant for the bald men. So we'll give them a little bit of hair back. So we'll transfer from another area and stick that in them. Like I said, dental. We do facial surgeries, cosmetic surgeries. You name it, we do it.
Mm-hmm.
The women out there want breast implant,
Chuck
and a mummy makeover. Yeah, we do all that shit.
He said, "Do you get pissed off with people identifying as whatever they feel like on any given day?" Yeah, we covered that.
Yeah, we've covered that. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
She's not keen on people that fucking, are gender fluid and stuff like that. Same as me. I don't believe in all that crap. I think it's a fad for them.
Everyone has a choice. That's okay. But a few times I have been, as a trans person, I've been called out on it and actually been ridiculed for misgendering somebody that was clearly, in my eyes, identified as male. They were identifying it with the beard and all the rest of it, and they said, and I was demoralised for it, and I'm like, no, I won't be demoralised. I mean, have I got to walk around and ask everybody, every single Luke, what do you identify as?
Do you need to ask? This
in this fucking day and age, I fucking have to ask.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point.
That's the point.
Like, clearly, I'm a fucking man. Like,
And when you get it wrong, then you're demoralised for it. And
look, I've done it on a number of occasions tonight. I've said dude, or I've said man, and you haven't been a fucking baby about it. It's a tough one for people that are not used to it. Eventually, I call you Jane. That's fine. The other thing I'm obviously fucking not used to doing. But it's not because I'm trying to fucking be a prick or mug you off or be a cunt in it, in a horrible way. It's just, look, sorry, it's a difficult one to wrap my head around in a sense. So those people that
as trans, we should listen. If you were a friend and you kept misgendering me, then I'm going to call you a prick. Now. If you're a stranger that does it, then maybe you're a bit of a prick, but it's not really going to affect me.
Yeah, I could be, for all you know, I could be being a prick. And to be honest, I'm the type of geezer. If I was being a prick, I would quite happily tell you, look, listen, I'm being a prick. Like, I'm just busting your balls, or I'm being a cunt. But genuinely, I struggle with it because, to me, as you said earlier, you're one of the lads. Like, I'm sitting here having a bubble. I'm having a giggle with you. I'm actually enjoying our conversation, and I'm just treating you as for lack of a better term, one of the lads. I'm sitting here having a conversation with someone, and I hope you take that as what it is. It's a compliment.
No. Listen, that's cool with me because I'll never change who I am. I don't want to change who I am. I've got a little bit of front on me. I'm still who I am. I've still got a hustle in me, and I can still go and.
That's the other thing. Are you still the boys' dad? Are you still the boys' dad?
Oh, so I'll never be anything other than their dad. I will not take their dad away from them. Like now, look at me now. Is that we can go shopping? I wanted a pair of jeans. I wanted a pair of, call me a faggot, whatever you want. I wanted a fucking. Listen, I'm identifying as a fucking girl, and I wanted high-waisted girly jeans, right? So I'm out shopping with the lads, right? And we've gone off in different directions looking for it. Now we're in this busy store, and I've got my eldest there. He's going, Dad, and he's waving these jeans at me. And I've got this little crop top on, and he's fucking my tits out and everything, with my hair up and everything, looking there. And he's asking, Dad, are these any good? And I'm like, what's that shot? Went, yeah, son, they're all right. People are looking at me going, they're like, who's he shouting dad to and why are you answering? And it's like,
Yeah, that is the strangest fucking thing I would... If I was standing there or as a fly on the wall, I would find that the most odd thing. I really would. I'd be like, why he's got like, because I don't understand the situation. It's mind-boggling. It's baffling. It's like,
But my son doesn't mean it in disrespect. He actually got
yeah,
a
of
kick out of it.
course. That's what I
Got a
mean.
kick out of it. And he's like having a laugh and a giggle with it. He's not, because he knows that some people are going to get. Listen, some people. If I'm not offended by it, why should non-trans people be offended by it?
Yeah, I'm not. That's the thing. I would never be offended by it. I'd never.
No, but
that's
some
that's
people. Oh no, and they'd attack him and say
comment.
that's not right. You're being disrespectful.
Yeah. For the people in the comments, because there's a mad spectrum, right? There's the middle where you are. You're this trans person. You've done what you've done. You've made the decision to go that route. That is your choice. I'm like fully on that. That's
Yeah.
You have
Anybody
the
tells
right
me,
to do what the
fuck
fuck you
off.
like. Bar shoving it down people's throats. You have the right to do what the fuck you like, right?
Yep.
Then the other spectrum of it is where people on the conservative side or people that don't agree with the trans thing, they'll have that sort of that disrespect of like putting you in. You're a weirdo, you're a freak, you're this, that, and the other.
Yeah. Okay. I'll take that. Yes. Okay.
And then there's them fucking leftists and shit like that, and these other trans people that take it to the offence that like anyone that even was in the middle would misgender you or whatever. They're the same scum as, or in their head, the same scum as the people that would deliberately disrespect you and tell you need to die.
Right. Let me tell you now.
You got to balance it.
Yeah, I know. Let me just tell you, is that I was trying to explain before, is that there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of trans from all over the world that come through come through us for surgery. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How many other trans do you see in the wild? How many trans do you see in the wild? You don't know. You couldn't tell
like
me.
one round here, and he gets.
But I bet you there are hundreds of them. And I bet you don't notice. And I bet you because they just move through society. So because of a couple that stand out and a couple that are in your face, that want to be different, you see that as trans. But I bet you there are trans around you that you don't even know about. Goes for everybody that's watching. For they move through society and you won't even notice them.
Kelly Maloney, a perfect example, a boxing trainer, trained some of the best in the world champion, and then just comes out years later that he's Kelly Maloney. It's like, what? Of all the people, you're like an ex-boxer, a boxing trainer, you've trained world champions, you've done pretty well, you've had a good, and you're a trans dude. Like, whoa, what? Hey, where did that come from? Fuck.
Oh, what was it? There was the radio presenter as well.
David Wack.
No, there's a radio presenter that's trans now. That's out as trans. Sophie, not Sophie. I can't remember.
Someone help us in the comments. Who's the radio presenter that's now trans? I'm guessing British because obviously you're.
Yeah, I think she's at either Capital Radio or some other radio station now. She was for the BBC, I think, or Radio 2 the jockey. I can't remember. My mind is gone. It's late. Do you know what time it is here?
I'm guessing about 4 in the morning, 3 in the morning.
Yeah, 3:41 a.m.
Nice. Right.
Look at me, and I'm still chipper. Let's have it.
You have been an absolute champ tonight. I think we'll wrap it off. Was the BBC says it all? Yeah, that's about right. Listen, I want to thank everyone in the comments for sticking around with us tonight. I know it was a touchy subject for a lot of people, but I hope we've kind of broadened your experience on the trans thing.
Yeah, I'm saying that on a final note is that there's another side to trans. There's another way of trans that you don't get to see because the media doesn't show it you. There are trans out there that are very successful in their lives, that don't force it up in society, that are, and I'm not trying to, I told you, before I came on here, I said, I will not change your mind. I'm not here
No,
to,
you're not. You
to change anybody's mind. I'm here to have a laugh and a giggle.
I'll give you that. You were here to be open. You were here to answer questions. You were here to just look. This is me. This is what I do. And it was all because I did a podcast last night where I was talking about trans.
How did that go? That podcast?
Yeah, it was a good little podcast. It was only me. I was just sort of talking to the audience and Jason, the guy that runs it.
Yeah, probably like
And,
with a very narrow point of view on it all and what's
yeah,
wrong and what.
I was fairly narrow-minded in a way. I was never sort of. I'll give myself the pat on the back. I was never sort of disrespectful about it. It was just sort of I didn't like the way the lefties presented it to us. That it was you've got to do this. You have to refer to people by their pronouns. And
You've mentioned it a few times, but you're saying is that all trans can't be conservative.
yeah, that's what they think. That's what the lefties try and do. They try and do this to gays as well. They try and lump them in that you can't be gay and conservative because conservatives are homophobes and stuff like that. It's like, no, we're not.
No,
Like,
not.
That's
I voted conservative. I'm a massive trans in the trans community. I'm a massive trans advocate, and I voted conservative.
And I don't like to put people in. He's gay, therefore he wouldn't like what I think. I think the total opposite. I think I'll have a chat with him and see how we go. You know, like he's cool, or he's not cool. He's a prick. He's a lefty liberal gay guy that can't accept someone that voted Trump because he thinks Trump's a homophobe, or you know, you got these. I don't like being lumped into a thing, so why am I going to do that to someone?
Stereotype, yes, is that this is what it is. Okay, but I'm hoping that I'm not like say not changing anybody's mind, but educating somebody to say that we're not all that. There are others. Trans can be productive, progressive, and it doesn't have to be what the media portrays as.
Yeah, I don't like putting people in boxes. It's weird to me. It's weird. Yeah. Like, why should you listen? You could be, you're a trans person, and you could meet another trans person, and the only fucking thing you have in common is that you're trans. Yeah. You might hate Indian food. You clearly don't, but I mean, or the other person might hate Indian food, might hate the beer you like, might hate there could be, you could have everything else.
It's their choice. It's their choice.
Not in common. The only thing you have in common is trans, and what? That makes you friends? No, that doesn't make you friends. That would make you the opposite.
Be part of the same community.
Yes.
Because it's us against the world. Well, actually, do you know what? I'm against. It's some trans against other trans. They're pitting trans against trans. Is that some trans want to just move through society, and then the other ones want to cause chaos and want to cause controversy, which actually demoralizes and marginalizes the rest of us.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try and make it my mission is actually to confront this head on now and try and be something different. I think I hope
you are. I hope you become like a trans common sense person. You know, like just this person that's a trans person. You don't have to be political about it. So you don't have to go down the conservative route or the liberal route or anything like that. It's just I'm a trans person that has common sense. I understand this is difficult for a larger society to accept and whatever else. That's cool, and I'll be accepting.
I think I mentioned it to you, Katie Hopkins. Katie Hopkins.
Yeah.
Is that she is honestly is that I actually fucking adore her. I mean, she can. I'll let this out. I love Katie Hopkins. However, on some of the points of view, is that listen, as far as you're concerned, okay, Luke is a little bit of a geezer, got an opinion, right, and you come across really nice, and you're a likable character in your cheekiness, and I actually said, you know what, Luke? I actually admire you. You come up a lot on some of the Brexit pages and everything. You've popped up on there. Little opinionated Luke there. Some people have shared you about, and that's how I got to fucking see you. And I thought, when you started saying you're going to start attacking trans, I'm like, listen, I agree with all the shit that you're saying, but I'm not saying don't attack them, but be educated. So that's where I'm coming. Luke, don't lose your credibility with me. Now, Katie has got a massive following of some really far out people because she gets a bit too angry on everybody. Now, I'm saying with Katie is that Katie, I love you. Katie, the country, a lot of the country fucking love you. Is that because you speak what you keep it real and you speak what a lot of us are speaking. So I would love, rather than her to be angry and focused in just like I'm not saying you were, and I'm not saying you are. I'm saying it's just like being uneducated or stereotyping trans as this is what trans is. I'd love to have that conversation with Katie as well. I'd love to be able to go back.
Yeah, I hope you do, and I hope she's as open-minded as I've been, because a lot of people ain't. And I will probably get hate for this. I'll probably get hate for this, for sitting there accepting it, because there's a lot of people.
Because you've not accepted. Listen, I will stand up for you because you've accepted nothing that I've said. You've accepted none of it. In fact, I've had to bend. I've bent to your point of view. I've not. In fact, I've not bent. I've agreed with you. So what you've done is you've sat there. You've stuck to your moral beliefs. I either agreed with you or I didn't.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that you're rock solid where you sit.
Yeah.
So it's me that's going to get criticised for this.
Or maybe I think you may get some heat as well. I think I'm going to get some heat and whatever. I particularly don't care, because at the end of the day, I've took Jane, a woman, as you tell me what you are. That's fine. You said you're a woman. I'll go with that. I've took you as you've come. I've took you as you've not as you've come, but as you've. I've took you at face value, right? Okay, I've sat there and had a conversation where you've had a discussion. We've agreed on some things, disagreed on others, and we've just said yes, sweet, c'est la vie. Well, I'm not going to infringe on your rights to be who you want to be, and you're not going to infringe on my rights who I want to be. And
what does the world be fucking for? We were all clones. If we were all clones of each other, and we were all identical clone copies, all walking in the same fucking direction, looking at each other going, I believe what you believe. Yes, I'm with you. And we're all agreeing with each other. Yes, yes. And
we'd be like those male feminists. That's what we'd be like. Yeah, I like whatever you like. Please touch my dick. You know, yeah. All right, dude. Yes. That's those dudes, you know.
The world would be boring.
I like whatever music you like. Please, kiss me. Yeah. Off, mate, you weirdo.
But it would be. It would be awful if we all agreed with everything that we said. I mean, I don't agree with everybody, and my biggest thing is that I'll change the argument to suit it. I'll move if I don't like the way somebody. I said is that if somebody's that argumentative about their blinkered way of view of life, is that if they're not open to a proper debate with somebody that has a different fucking point of view to you, is that where is the art of debate has gone in society? The art of debate is gone.
Destroyed by safe spaces and snowflake millennials that can't
shutting people down with whatever in word that we're using these days to shut somebody down, to shut down debate. Now listen, arguing about that was the reason why we went to the fucking pub on a Sunday afternoon rather. We're all in the pub there, and everyone's debating and arguing shit out.
Talking and sharing ideas, and maybe
my football team's better than your football team.
Yeah.
And,
that's all on now. that's where we're getting in society now, where they were public houses. They were houses for the public to go and have a drink and maybe have a punch up if that's what happened, and share and
Property rights, yeah, and shared opinions, disagreed, and
everyone knew everyone. Everyone knew everyone. We shared a bottle of ale and we had a drink, and I'll buy you a drink. Yeah, cushy geese, no worries. And or as you'd have it up there, all right, lad. And they were places we had that male thing or even female.
Can't call somebody a shandy drinker anymore now.
Oh no. God, that'd be a prison sentence, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
In these
There's a rule against it, isn't there?
Right, we'll wrap it up there. Listen, nice. I'm going to thank you for your time tonight, and I completely respect your position. You're entitled to it. I have mine, you have yours, and I honestly have got a newfound understanding of where you're coming from. Maybe
not.
No, I never lumped you in as one thing. It was just this whole LGBT, the way the left have hijacked the trans.
Maybe the conversation needs changing then. Maybe the conversation has been one way for too long. Let's change the fucking conversation. Let's change the debate, change the argument.
Yeah, hopefully we've done something. I think that most of the people in here, in my chat room, are pretty open-minded, pretty, they've got their morals, they've got where they stand, but they understand where you're coming from now a lot more, if anything, than they once did. So hopefully I've done that. Hopefully I've opened up the conversation, and we're not just gonna, lump everyone in and say, nah, fuck all that shit. It's this, that, and the other. Look, I'm opening to broaden some horizons on some things. Maybe not. Who knows? Maybe it'll get me de-platform, but then I've had that done to me before, so whatever. Who gives a shit? I'm hoping. I'm glad you reached out to me as well. That's pretty honourable of you to say, look, I like you, rather than just I'm unfollowing him. He's.
Yeah, I didn't want to attack you. I want to debate it out with you in a sensible, like proper old timey. Is that you've got a different point of view? I've got one. Let's have a talk.
Yeah, you did the absolute right thing that we should do in this day and age. Like I was doing a podcast last night on Wake Up UK about trans and where I stand on it, and it was my thing has always been with the sports and the toilet situation. That's where I'm like, no, I don't give a fuck what a man does between his four walls. It's none of my business. It never should be my business. But when it comes to the public places and sports, I'm like, nah, I'm not up for that. I'm not up for watching a genetic man.
It's so diverse. Where do you even trans cannot understand where to differentiate between what's acceptable and what's not in those circumstances. In those two circumstances that you talk about, toilets and sports, I don't even think the trans community can actually finalise on what's fair.
I think have a trans games or have a trans league. I think that would be.
That's just fucking more segregation. Can't be arsed with it all. I don't think. Fucking hell, let's not grieve them again. Let's not.
Sorry, we're supposed to be wrapping up here. We're opening up more cans of worms. This is a huge conversation. I hope to have you back in the future. If you're ever up for it.
If you listen, of course I'm up for it. If you want me back on, and we'll actually, what we'll do is, if we get back on, we'll play it a little bit smarter. Is that we'll give it a little bit of time in front of it. We'll get some questions going first, and we'll go through the questions, and we'll try and demystify the trans. Let's get through some of the in a methodical manner, and we'll actually you can help me, and I can help you understand it, and you can actually put me down. You can call me and actually put me down. Come back with me with some ammo and say, "Fuck that, Jane, you're wrong." Because I'd like that. I'd like you to put me in my place and say, "You're wrong."
Okay.
I don't want you to be politically correct. I want you to say,
given me an education. You know, I've admitted when I was like, oh, okay, I didn't know that. Sweet, you know, I'm fucking open for that. And I'll come loaded next time, yeah, as they say, you know.
Break it on. Yeah.
I'll throw it on you a bit harsher than I was apprehensive. I was like, look, I really hope I don't offend you and you storm off the show, because that would be terrible, wouldn't it? You know, so I was probably more reserved than I should have been.
It'd be weak and pathetic on my side.
Yeah, I didn't know though. You know, we just met today, right? We just met today, so I don't know you well enough to start pushing that much. So I was probably more reserved than I should have been, maybe. But I think you know, it was a good conversation, and hopefully we've opened it up a bit more for everyone else as well. So thank you for your time. Like, I really
Luke,
appreciate your time.
listen, honestly, we'll wrap it up. Listen, Luke, thank you for having me on your little on your soon-to-be
My
big
little
show. Well done,
My
mate.
little world, man. My little world. These people they mean the world to me. My little crew of we call them repeat offenders, because we're people that talk about conversations we're not meant to talk about. You know, we talk to anyone from any walk of life. It doesn't matter. We're like, you know, like I said to you're the most controversial guest we've had since the Nazi that came on, and he was he was something else, you know. Just like, well, man, you've done some mad shit in your life. There you go. It's where you come from. So
I don't know. Listen, can you relate to me better than you can to that?
yeah, funny enough, yeah. The guy's name was Jovi Val, and he was from Cuba, wasn't he? Cuba or Colombia? So he wasn't even a white dude, and he walked around with a Nazi necklace on and a Nazi flag in America, and he's been
Is that
boxed.
just something just to be different? Is that what is it?
He had a black wife. He had a black wife once upon a time, and he left her for this belief in Nazism. Like,
you know what? She probably left him, and then that's when he's like a vengeance. He's been burned.
I put that to him, but he said no. I left.
He's gonna fucking deny that, because he is. You're attacking his entire belief. Shut up.
Maybe. I mean, it's just
This little story that he's invented for himself. There, you're coming along, going, actually,
yeah.
Quick! They found a hole in my plan. Run away.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that don't like him. He's a very controversial figure, and he came on my show, and we gave him a chance, and he was pretty respectful. I think he was being a bit smart. He was trying to do some things and say.
Do you think Hitler ever did anything right?
Hitler?
Some of his aspects. Yeah. Do you think some of his aspects that he did were right? Like, what is his book, Mein Kampf or whatever? Is that every corporation follows it now? The guy was a genius. He took a country that was nothing in 7 years, turned it into a superpower. In like, could nearly on the verge of taking over the world from a country that was fucking nothing. So politically and actually aspirational and actually methodical in his approach and his brand recognition, and understood how to create. The guy is still revered today as the god.
There are like 3 different theories behind what actually happened, and I am exploring every single one of them as I speak. There's the theory that the Jews are that bad, and they still are. There's the theory that Hitler was a monster, and he killed millions of Jews for no reason other than he didn't like them, and he blamed them for everything that went wrong with Germany. Or there's like this middle ground where it's like, look, there was a bit of everything mixed in there. There was
no. Listen, Hitler got obsessed with the guy who invented the Kennel Club.
Okay.
And it was all to do with eugenics. It was about breeding and how to breed, and it dated back a long time. And there was this eugenics thing about the pedigree, where the pedigree dogs came from, and it's about inbreeding and breeding things into it, and to create the pure breed. And he got obsessed with that, and that's where it all came from. He was a great follower of the pedigree dog thing, of the eugenics side of it. So there was something going on there with about creating the pure breed. Actually,
I've heard that, but then I've heard that's bullshit. I've heard a lot of things. Trust me, in my journey to broaden my my horizons, and honestly, I've spoken to everyone.
Was Hitler just was he just a good manipulator? Because at the end of the day, he tried to hide millions through funding. He whipped off the people. He promised them things that they paid for that he never delivered. Is that him and his cronies there? Were they just all in it as a big scam? Were they just manipulating people and thinking that they were going to run off? Did he run off in the end to Austria? Did he go and spend his life out in wherever?
In Argentina, I heard that they all fucked off to there. I don't know. Honestly, it's one of them ones. It's like
Conspiracy theories are good.
There are honestly about 100 different theories about what actually happened, and I don't think we'll ever know the truth. I really don't. But I'm gonna we'll have to call it a night. Thank you so much, Jane, for coming on. I really do appreciate your time, and you're gonna keep in touch.
Until next time. Yep. No, actually, until next time.
I'm so glad you came on and broadened my perspective on things, and I hope you've done it for my audience as well. Who knows? And I will definitely have you back on, man, because you was a great guest, and it was honestly a joy. It was like talking to a mate in a pub, honestly, just sitting there having a few beers and discussing all sorts. And
you see what you've got me there on your screen. What you need to do is we need to get somebody else on that's more controversial than me, and then we'll hash it out between us.
Well, I'll get like a trans lefty, yeah, on and put you in.
Maybe let's do something strange. Let's see how we go, but we could develop something more and actually make it into an argument.
I don't see them staying around. I think honestly they'll be offended and fucking leave. But hopefully I'm wrong. I mean, I spoke to.
That's not. Listen, yeah, I know, but listen, that's not winning the argument. Having them run off. So we'll think about that.
Yeah. Keep in touch, and anything you can drag up or you want to talk about or whatever, you let me know and we'll sort something out. It's fine for me. Like honestly, it's great. So appreciate your time, honestly.
All right, nice one, buddy. Let me go, and I'm going to get to sleep. Listen, thank you very much. Thank you everyone for watching, and I hope we entertained.
I hope we did as well. I'm going to stick on for about another 10 minutes, people, just to say bye to everyone and whatever else. And yeah, cool. So when you're ready, Jane, appreciate
I'm out of here. Thank you very much, everyone. Bye-bye.
Take care. See you later. Bye. That was amazing. That was amazing. I feel I've had an education on a whole subject. I know it's controversial for a lot of people. Let me just run and have a piss. I'm going to be back. I'm going to grab myself a whiskey as well. So if Fonzie's listening, can you jump in for a second? And anyone in the comments, write what you need to write now. Just got to pee. Hello. Oh, sorry, people. I know I left you hanging. I thought I heard my brother's voice. I guess he was there. Yeah, that was one of our most controversial guests yet. I noticed in the comments there was a lot of people not happy about it and stuff like that. But I really do want to open up the conversations about anything. You know, I can't stress this enough. Freedom of speech to me is the most important thing in the world. Genuinely, I can't think of anything else that I would put before it other than children and health. I think freedom of speech is, if you don't have that, then what do you have? You know, so having a guest on like that to speak from where they're coming from and whatever else and put across their point, I think is, you know, if we can talk to people like that, then who can't we talk to? You know, I think we should be able to talk to everyone. So that's where I stand on that. And whether you liked it or not, I was always going to be respectful and treat someone how I wanted to be treated. And I hope everyone understands where I'm coming from on that. I'm not trying to push trans agenda on anyone or anything like that. I'm not like that. I don't stand for agendas. I just stand for people. And Jane was just a genuine person, just telling you how it was and giving you their position. Okay, sweet. Yeah, cool. What you do between your four walls is none of my business. As long as you're not hurting anyone, as long as you're not hurting a child or whatever, then it's not really, you know. Look at this. Did you wash your hands? Pillow, I love you, dude. You're the funniest fucker ever, man. Love your videos, brother. Keep them coming, man. Berry picker for life. You know what I'm talking about. And honestly, I'm a total Christian. You know, I'm Christian, and I'll stand by what I did. I noticed Nordic Nightmare wasn't happy about what was going on. Nordic Nightmare made himself very clear, and I wasn't about to start reading those comments, dude. Listen, I get where you're coming from. I get where you're coming from, and I get where she's coming from, Jane, he, she, however you say that. I will say she, out of respect. And I noticed that I slipped up a few times there. I kept saying, dude. I kept saying, man. And I honestly wanted the ground to swallow me up because I was like, look, I'm really not being disrespectful. It's just, I cannot help. It was like talking to one of the lads. Jane was honestly cool. Like, just could have sat there talking all day about anything, you know? About anything. Didn't push any sexuality, didn't push any, this is what we are, you need to accept. It was none of that. It was none of what you'd expect from a stereotypical trans person at all. Broke down all them stereotypes, for sure, for me. I don't know anyone else. It was a really good show, totally unexpected. I thought Hissy Spicks ECT was really surprised. Yeah, I was as well, Dave. Like, honestly. You were too nice, Luke. You never pushed him. Good stream, though. Thank you. Yeah, I agree. I'd probably too nice.
Oh, I swear you just called him a terrorist.
No, I didn't say terrorist. I said trans. Or trans. Did I? Did I say terrorist? No, Jane's not a terrorist at all. You know, yeah, Nordic is never happy. Nordic is never. Fair enough. Yeah, you're honest as it gets. She seemed like a good, down-to-earth person and is against exploiting to her children. Yet, you called it geese. It. Do you have to say it? I know where you stand on that, Thai. I know where you stand on that. So I'm not going to try and shove it down your throat. You want to say that, it's fine, but I'm not going to say it. I genuinely like Jane. I genuinely do. You know what I mean? Look at that. No. Yeah, I might have said geese. I didn't mean to say geese. It's just, it was like being in the pub with one of the lads. Honestly, I really enjoyed the company. So, really enjoyed the company. It was cool. Anybody who's not PC in my book is all right. Yeah, I'm up for that. I like people that are not PC and not thing. And I want to say shout out to my friend David Quinn for giving me a tips. Apparently, I was biting my nails and doing things like that, and that's a really bad way of showing you're uninterested. It wasn't that I was uninterested. It's just I'm genuinely a nail biter, and I should avoid that in interviews. So cheers for that tip. That actually meant a lot to me. The stopping puberty thing pissed me right off. Yeah, I didn't agree with that. I said, I'm not keen on that. That's where, me and Jane differed the most. Most things we agreed on, funny enough. But yeah, we definitely disagreed there. I'm caught, I don't think kids should do anything like that until they're 18 to 21. But like I said, that's when it's too late. You've already had those masculine things kick in. But that could be where the change is. No? It could be where people stop being trans, or something happens because you've seen them videos with those people crying, wishing they'd never gone through the transition, wishing they'd never had the hormones, wishing they'd never had the surgery. They've completely changed their mind. Oh, excuse me. Which is, man, we've got a lot of questions to still go through, so I'm hoping Jane will genuinely come back. And I did say terrorist, did I? Did I? If I said terrorist, I apologise wholeheartedly. I didn't mean to say terrorist. Did I say that? Fuck! I'm gonna have to watch the stream back and see where I was. Oh, Greta Thunberg, will you behave, Greta Thunberg? Has he? Come on. It sounded like terrorist. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry if I said terrorist. Jesus. There was a trans that didn't go through puberty on purpose. I didn't have the big enough transition properly. Sorry. Drop it in there. Drop it in there, Nordic Nightmare. Right for that. G-Man, we ain't ever going to be on the same wavelength as them. We can't. We can't pretend to understand what's going on with trans people. We can't. Unless you're trans, you've got to blur out your background, brother, as well. You ain't done that. Yeah, I'm spilling whiskey everywhere. How did you think that went, bruv? Yeah, man. What are you eating? That beef brisket in a roll? Beast. Beastly. Oh, you're making me hungry now. I'm going to get berry sticks. Well, it's good to have you back. How did you feel that went? Did I say terrorist? Yeah. I'll have to watch it back. Yeah. What the fuck was I saying? What was I saying when I said terrorist? I really didn't mean that. Fuck.
Hear me? Oh, you couldn't hear me. Sorry, peeps.
Sorry, people. Basically, what I said to Fonz was, how well did it go? And he said that was about as good as it could go, apart from the bit where you said terrorist. And I'm saying, did I say terrorist? Did I really say terrorist? Did I say terrorist? If I did, like, Jane, I can't apologise enough. Like, I said that. Fuck. That's weird.
I'm sure they know.
Sorry, yeah, people, he's back now. He's back now, I think. The fact of the matter is no how okay Jane sounded. No matter how okay Jane sounded, means 80% of her customers are a part of the communist LGBT movement. Yes. Well, Luke, you started to say terrorist, but you changed it last bit. Shit, sorry. Just spitting everywhere now.
Munch it. It's fine.
I've got a bit.
Pillow's the man, man. What's that? Is that your meat? Are you flopping in everyone's face?
Look at that, man.
He's flopping that meat in everyone's faces. And
Look at that, mate.
mm-hmm.
It won't zoom in, but the juice.
Bonzi is showing off his beef.
I ordered that thingy, Napoleon. I ordered
By the
it
way,
today.
bruv, by the way, I can hear your kids in the background. You still ain't blurred yourself out like the.
Nice one.
Yeah, I did say it earlier, but yeah, he's showing up his beef curtains. Yeah, pillow, man. Pillow's a funny fucker, man. You need to see his videos. Killed me.
Why the fuck ain't this working? I can't blow it. It's this new Skype update.
Yay.
No, I'll turn off my camera.
Yeah, for the time being.
Oh, mate.
Until that's working, yeah. Where are they, Luke? Where are they, Luke? What do you mean, Nordic Nightmare? Where are they? Where are they?
Oh, there we go.
I don't know what you mean by that. Where are they, Luke? I'm trying to think what I said.
Wait, let me see this shit, man.
So, oh, Pillow's videos. Oh shit. In the Discord, bruv. If you're in the Discord, they're all there. Trust me, fucking funny. No, I haven't drunk that new Apple Jack Daniels, Andrew Collin. I'm on the 100 proof. This is the 100 proof. It's about 50% alcohol volume whiskey. This shit was really expensive. It was like a special edition Jack Daniels 100 proof. And you don't put this shit with Coke, put it that way, you know. This shit's the one. But I've been on the old beers all day, you know, Fine Line and the fucking IPA. Oh, there you go. That's cool. There you go.
Look at that. It's just a tester. That works.
You
That
need to
works
do
really
that.
well. That's, mate. Look at that. Looks great.
Look at that. Look at them shoulders. Look at them shoulders. Do you know what? That's press ups every day. Press ups every fucking day. Cause I ain't working. I have to work out. Have to. Otherwise, I would be the fattest cunt going. Seriously, would.
Oh, I'm getting
I'd be
fat.
obese in a week. Obese in a week. So it's just bulking me up. And like what a dude said earlier about cardio. I'm doing cardio, but I'm not doing cardio every day. I'm doing it like 4 times a week. So I think I need to do cardio every day, and then I'd slim down. But right now it's bulking me up. I'm eating more meat, and I'm doing more sort of push-ups and general workouts than anything else, and it is bulking me up. Shoulders are getting bigger. So, man like Cage looking like granddad. That has fucking killed me. SJ Jan. Man like Cage looking like granddad from Only Fools and Horses. Got the guns, yeah. I know who this is. I know SJ is. Cunt like Jandash, bro. Cunt like Jandash. What's going on, dude? You good? I hope you're well, dude. He's my East London brother from the Ottoman Empire. You know what I mean?
Right, let me read these comments.
He's my boy. I love the geezer. Proper boxer as well. Proper boxer. He ain't no fucking around. Geezer's from the ends. Now listen, I'm not baiting you up. No one knows about that. No one even knows who I am. So don't worry. You're good. It's one of them things. It'll be edited out. It's all gone. But yeah, you're good. You're good. My boy. During the war, yeah, looking like granddad. Look at this. Look, it's because of this fluff. I ain't had it cut. I got to cut it tomorrow. And cut it off myself. But yeah, for real, my man. And yeah, bruv, if you just tuned in, you missed one of the most controversial fucking podcasts we've done. Had a trans lady on the stream called Jane. Done the business tonight. Absolutely held themselves well.
Yeah,
So,
fucked.
what did you think? Like, honestly, straight up, like, what was your thoughts? What was your? I know you're not into all that. I know
No, I'm not. No.
You're completely the opposite to me where it comes to understanding that sort of thing. So, from your point of view, because I've got you on the stream, I can't really ask anyone else because it'd just be in the comments and it's a bit more. So, anyone in the comments that wants to chime in on what they thought of it, please do, and I'll read them out. But as for Fonz, what was team up hand guy, or was it more?
I mean, like the part where he's like, "I'm still married," you know, still married to a woman, still like women and all that. It just made it even weirder for me.
Yeah, I admit that took me back. That was like, whoa, because like I said, when I had a Skype meeting earlier with her, and you know, I didn't know what to expect, so I just went in open-minded. Look, I'm not going to come here to attack you. That was my approach. Is don't go in attacking. Find out what they're thinking, how their mind works. Try and get to know them as a person before you just take them as a trans person, which might seem like a lefty liberal approach, but it's actually quite the opposite these days. The lefty liberals are not very open-minded. They're not very approachable at all. You can try and have conversations with them about a lot of things, and the minute they find out you voted for Boris or voted Brexit, they will judge you like you wouldn't believe. So the lefty liberals are not actually the liberals anymore. I think the liberal standpoint has completely changed. So when I say I have these liberal approaches, I don't mean I'm a lefty, because lefties are not liberal anymore. They really ain't. So I try and look. I'll take you as you come. You tell me, your name's Jane. Sweet. Oh, I'll go with that, and let's see where you're coming from. And we sat there and we had a fucking bubble the whole time. You know, This was the first time I spoke to her. We had a bubble the whole time, and she didn't shove it down my throat when I said, "Dude," and "You're the man," and like I didn't mean it like. It might seem like a dig to people that don't know me. Would think I was trying to be a schneid cunt and being and trying to up on someone or mugging them off. And if you know me, I can do that to someone. It's not really my. Unless I'm doing that, I'll do that to bullies. I really will do that to bullies. Anyone I think that's being a bully, I'll really go at them and try and mug them off in every way, shape or form. You remember DGL? Back in the day, the bully. He really was. He was bully, and that's why I took the piss out of him so harshly.
Yeah, he was like the classic version as well, because like if anyone confronted him, he was just a puss.
Yeah, he was a pussy hole. That's what I mean. I offered him out for a fight with a broken foot, and he still shit himself. I had a broken foot. I was hopping on one leg when I threw my crutches down. I was like, "Come on, in, let's have a fight," you know. Oh, no. You know, total bully. Exactly what you'd expect in the movies. You know, you confront them and then they shit themselves. That was exactly what he was. A funny cunt. He was funny, like just. And then he would go out of his way to mug people off that he knew he could do it to, and really on them and scare them and shit. And he just knew he couldn't do that. I mean, me and the other guy. So I look at the comments here. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry about the settings on the thing. I'm just trying to find a fucking decent picture to put there.
Right. Have Fonzie ask questions next interview from Angela. He's saying you should do the interview.
It's not my cup of tea, and that's actually not even why I didn't come on tonight. Genuinely, I was doing that fucking rib, so I would have been no use to anyone. Plus, I am absolutely brassic at the minute because I just fucking ordered something online, and I don't have any fucking lagers, so I just avoided tonight. So yeah, there you go. It's not my cup of tea. I'll let Luke do things like this. I don't want to do stuff like that. Sorry.
Jane wanted to be challenged. That's what Angela said. Like she genuinely wanted to put on the spot. And maybe I'm too nice. Maybe I am. You know, I'm with Fonzie on that. That's what Star Haggis said. I will never speak to them. As far as I'm concerned, they're deluded. And all the time you play along, the worse they have got. That's from Greta Thunberg. Fair enough. If that's what you feel, honestly, that's... fair enough. I think that we can have these discussions with people of that, of the trans thing and kind of figure out where we are, because I don't want them persecuted as people, as human beings. And at the same time, I don't want these lefties hijacking the whole thing because of our not ignorance, but our lack of understanding of where they come from. Maybe we do push them to the lefties and the lefties exploit that. Now, what we can do with people like Jane is we can make it a more understanding thing, and we can actually not put them in a corner, but put them in a place they belong. Look, listen, you can be like that. You can do what you like, but we don't want it paraded round in a big fucking LGBT gay pride parade. We don't want that. We just use do what you like, as long as you're not hurting anyone and you have places to do this. It doesn't need to be paraded around on the street or thrown in our faces on television. If we get to that point, maybe we can have that discussion with them and get that to the point where, look, we don't want all this shit, this liberal agenda shoved down our throat anymore. Can you understand where we come from? Because we understand where you come from. Well, I genuinely believe these trans people can't help it. I do believe that. I don't think it's something they want to do. I don't think they're doing it for attention, a lot of them. Some of them are, for sure.
Some people blame plastics, don't they? Some plastics.
Yeah, some people are
it
fucking...
messes with your hormones.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I've
heard people blame cow's milk where they inject the cows with certain hormones to make them lactate. And then that gets in their system and then the hormones fuck with them in the womb. And then they've got the personality of a woman and the mind of a woman, but really they're in the body of a man. It's, some people say it's chemicals that fuck with it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm not, Andrew Collins, people are people. They're pleasant, that's fine. But as I said, I was baffled by her, how she would surgically change to a woman, then have a female girlfriend. Yeah, I found that baffled me. First time I said it, I was like, wow, fuck. And I honestly assumed you were gay. Like, I just thought you've changed to a woman, you're gay. But
it is really, it is even though they were saying now they identify as a girl, they're with a woman. So they was even saying, they're still gay. But it is a gay thing to do.
Yeah, G-Man said Fonzie needs to be on the next one. Straight talk.
See, look, these, you've never met me in your lives, but you already know what I'm like.
Yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't have been a cunt. I would have just said things how they are, like I normally do. And I know that can come across as cuntish. If you want to call me a cunt, call me a cunt. But anyway, I wasn't on there. That's it.
Luke, Angela said she thought I did great. You were respectful and open-minded as always. I mean, yeah, I am what I say I am. I'm going to be open-minded no matter what they come on. I would even have a jihad on this show and still sit there and talk to them open-mindedly and try and figure out where they come from. I honestly would. and not end up in an argument with it, because I'll just sit there and be like, okay, that's what you think. Unless they started being directly disrespectful, and I know when someone's trying to push buttons. I know when someone's trying to be a prick. I know when someone's doing things they shouldn't be. Unless they're doing that, oh, excuse me, and just coming from a genuine place, I'll sit there and listen. The Englishman, Luke, it's been a bad day. I had to shave my beard because I started to look like a member of Antifa. It's never going to happen. The Englishman, you should have kept the beard. Kept that beard strength, but if you've got rid of it, no worries. It'll grow back. Grow it back and keep it going. Keep that shit going. And
Mine's
just
fucking looking like
trim
yours,
the
man.
sides. Do you know what I do? This is my secret to having a good beard. Okay? I trim the sides at a 4. So these sides here at a 4. And then I trim these bits just above a 4. So I just literally flick it. Just flick the clippers there, just so they keep it a little bit tidier. And I let this grow out, unless it's got split ends, and then I trim them up a little bit, and I keep the moustache bit as, just see where the lines of my lips are. That's where I put the clippers with
That's
a knob.
what I do. Yeah.
And just keep them bits there. So these bits are really long. Look, them bits of my lips are like out here. They're like fucking out here. But I let them
fucking
down, and I comb and oil every day, and I keep the beard looking fine. There's some beard secrets to you. That's
I
to
look
the
like Joe Wilkinson.
Yeah, there's a difference between
What's
bully
that?
and
Oh,
bully and banter. That's true. Choose the difference. You showed the respect. Nevertheless, she came on the podcast for a reason. As I said previously, 80% of customers are pro LGBT. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm fully on that, Viking dude. That's good. Don't get it twisted. I had a pal go the other way. Still okay because he didn't go full fairy, but he does know that his boyfriend will never be accepted into our group because it's not our way. Fair play. If that's the way you are, I don't disrespect you for being that way at all. Fine. If you're not accepting of gays, cool. That's not my business. You accept who you like. It's cool. Di Haggis. Then she said she was gay because she's a lesbian. Yeah, technically. That's the one that threw me. I was like,
that's what I just said. It was like,
I'm finding it hard to wrap my head around that. You're still going? Yeah, Timmy Bobbinson was still going. Dave G, I was a bit surprised what Jane mentioned, referring your youngers on puberty block. Yeah, puberty blockers was not my thing. I'm completely against that. Completely. Oh, that guy, that tramp behind
apparently
you.
that's what I look like, yeah. I like this new Skype effect, man. For people that don't know and you do a podcast or do anything, this is just Skype. It's just the new update that they've put out. So sweet, man. Thanks for that, Skype.
Young.
Oh, I'll try to do it.
There you go. Get the angle.
Oh, mate. Jesus, he's got a bit of a fucking beak on him though, man. I ain't got that bad of a beak.
No, you ain't got that hook nose. You haven't got the hook nose. But the hair and the beard, yeah, it's kind of like that. Do you know who that is, didn't you?
No, I ain't got a clue.
Bruv, he's some tramp that comes on like them talk shows. He's a comedian. He's a stand-up comedian. Yeah, and he comes on them talk shows and he'll just sit there for ages doing nothing. And then just
yawning.
Pull out a battered Mars bar or something and sit there eating it. And they're like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
He just does weird shit. Yeah, he's just a weirdo. He's just...
Nice.
Joe Wilkinson, mate, yeah. Well, obviously, I accept my pal still, but I don't want to see men kissing. Yeah, I'm not keen on men kissing. Thank you, Timmy Bobbinson. Yeah, it was a good chat. I thought it was a good chat. I know I pushed the boundaries when it came to my audience. I saw people saying yuck and things like that in there and whatever else. That's fine. You feel that way and it's not your thing. You don't have to tune in every week. I don't, not forcing anyone to. I would advise you do, because it'll open your mind to more things and you can educate yourself on arguments. if you're against it, you can even sit there and listen to it.
That's
And
what he was saying. That's why I wanted to come on to tell you,
yeah,
like,
pick apart
and educate you on it a bit more. And I think you probably see an episode where I was mouthing off about him. Most likely.
He never mentioned it, but
Yeah.
8 out of 10 cats. That's the program he's on. 8 out of 10 cats, bro. He's a proper weirdo. That guy behind. He's fucking psycho, mate. But proper funny.
Fonzie's funnier. Thank you.
Yeah, G-Man said you're funnier than him. Fair enough.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I ain't got any better Mars bars on me, so. It sounds like a good gag, though. You know. Sounds fucking hilarious.
Something like that. He sat there eating something, and they were like, "What are you doing?" You know, fucking Jimmy Carr and that were like, "What's?" He's a funny cunt. He really is. He says some weird shit. Yeah, kind of like George. You remember George Dawes back in the day? He ended up going on to do Little Britain. George Dawes was on Shooting Stars. When he on Shooting Stars, you remember Shooting Stars? He used to play the drums just as a baby.
He's a baby. He's a baby. Yeah, that was good. We used to watch that as kids. Mum and Dad used to call us down and say, "Come watch this. Come." It's on, and we used to sit there watching it. And it was just this fat baby on the drums.
What are the scores, George Dawes? Ulrika has 10 and has nothing. Yeah, just do that.
Ulrika.
He used to do weird voices and shit, didn't he? And just come out with some random shit.
Yeah, he was actually really funny on that. But then I was a kid, so it might have been why it was funny.
He was funny on Little Britain, but that Little Britain got fucking tiresome after a while. I think after the second season.
It's like Family Guy, yeah. It's just like, end it now.
Yeah,
you know, and that's what the young ones wanted to do. And I feel they should have done one more season. We've said this before on the show. Maybe not, but maybe not. Maybe it was good.
Maybe
it would have
gone dead. Yeah, maybe it would have gone dead. But they did Bottom well. Every season of Bottom was pretty good. I don't remember a bad season of Bottom. Yeah,
it's like 1 or 2 crap episodes. Like on everything. Everything's got a crap episode every now and again. Yeah, that was
Yes.
It was good, man. I like Bottom. I just wish I'd have seen him live.
Any Americans listening out there, right? Only Fools and Horses. Just do yourself a favour. Go and buy them. Go and download them. Whatever you got to do. Only Fools and Horses is the one.
I'd like to say the same, but I can't recommend it to an American. And I'm not saying that. I just don't think you'll get the humour because
they will.
Yeah,
they will. Promise you, it's that good. It's like Big Bang Theory. I can sit here and watch Big Bang Theory. Fine. I'm not an American.
Yeah, true.
I get it. I get what's going on. I understand the premise. It's that well written. So Only Fools and Horses. If you want to understand what kind of people me and Fonz are, think of us as Del Boy. I'm Del Boy. He's Rodney. Look, I've even got the fucking hat on tonight. You know, that's literally what it is. And to a certain extent, you would understand the characters just from that. But the show is that well written. You will understand what's going on. And it is the best comedy ever that ever existed. I'm standing by that. There's nothing you could put in front of people, no matter where they're from, and they'll all sit there and fucking giggle and get it. And that's men and women and
kids. But we watched it as kids. I got, there's a few jokes that went right over my head, like a lot of things on this show. No, even as a kid, you get the jokes. I mean, there's bits where he falls into a bar.
Yeah, it was funny until the wives came in it. Yeah, don't get me wrong. The earlier episodes, even right up to Uncle Albert and beyond that, once the birds came in, it did drop off a little bit because not Raquel. Raquel was funny. I always thought Raquel was quite cool, especially the episode crying. Crying.
They're great episodes, yeah. That one and when you first meet it, so it's great.
It was the other one, Cassandra. Cassandra was dead. She was like someone threw a fucking chair in the room. Every time she came in, she was that wooden. It was like someone lobbed a chair in the room.
Yeah, but it was like their arguments were just so stupid and like literally they're meant to be petty, but it was like not enjoyable. It was just like, this is just pathetic.
Yeah, her acting was awful. She'd stand there like that. And
you can't do that, Rodney.
Even when they went to Spain, Del and Rodney had to pretend to be a little boy. That was funny. Like even though she spoiled it, she was the horrible taste in a fucking beer. She was the horrible, the piss poor poured pint out of a round. Still good up until like the last couple of episodes. Even then, they're still good. When they became millionaires and that, Del Boy and Rodney always managed to pull it through, didn't they? They always managed it. Up until it was the specials at the end of it, when it was all dead, and then David Beckham did a little special with them and shit like that.
I still haven't seen that. Still ain't seen that.
It's piss poor. I'm not
gonna watch it.
You just gotta love David Jason and Nicholas Lyndhouse, though, haven't you? They're just smashed it. And do you know what? Political Distant took the words right out of my mouth. I was waiting till 12 o'clock. Happy St George's Day, everyone.
Oh,
Happy
fuck.
St George's
I have
Day.
got a beer in the fridge. I have
Happy
got one.
St George's Day, one and all.
I'm just saving them because I know, like, I'm fucking
Cheers
skint
to
now.
everyone. Cheers to everyone. I know what you're doing, brother. I know what you're doing.
I'm being tight because I have to be tight.
I can't do anything at the minute because of this corona. You know what I was going to do? It was going to be I was going to get my tax back, and just things ain't happening at the minute. It's just not.
I
going to
bought
happen.
myself this thing anyway now, and I'm going to send that one,
Well,
which I've
even if
already
I
got to mum.
back into your account and you say, look, this is what we're going to use at mum's, or even if I buy another one and just keep it at mum's anyway, wherever it is, we're going to get that barbecue. Happy St George's Day, one and all. This is our day. This is for England. Being English,
Cheers,
and I
everyone.
mean it's for the jocks, happy St Andrew's Day, whenever that is, and whatever you do. But today is a day to be proud to be English. We've done so much for the world, and we get so little gratitude for it. I know we've done some fucked up things. I know that we're not perfect. No race on the planet is perfect. We've all done things that are questionable, but you can't look through the eyes of today's morals at yesterday's societies, because it just doesn't work. It's nonsense. It's bollocks. The British Empire was England, Wales, Scotland,
There we go.
and even Northern Ireland together doing things, and we made this massive empire that has shaped the world that it is today and built Western society off of the back of that, and Christian morals and all that business. So happy St George's Day, one and all. Here's to England. Here's to Britain. God save the Queen, even if she is a dodgy cunt, as some people would believe. It's still our national anthem. And cheers.
She's still a buffing.
Cheers to England.
Mm-mm.
You know what I mean? It's.
I wasn't even going to drink today. There you go.
With St George in my heart, keep me English. That's what I mean, and I'm going to be celebrating it today.
What's with the Antifa flags?
I just got a message from Jane. Thanks for having this terrorist on. I just got a message from her. Listen, I'm still on the live stream talking to my brother now, and I'm really sorry that I said that. I don't even know that I said it, and everyone in the comments is laughing their fucking heads off at me. Thank you so much for coming on, and happy St George's Day to you. All the way in India. I know you are, darling. And thanks for coming on, and happy St George's Day to you. And this was live on the stream. Look, I'm using my phone. I'm talking to you on Facebook right now. Happy St George's Day to you. Oh, shit. That sent, yeah, it did send. It did send. That was so funny. I can't believe I fucking said that.
Yeah, I'll dig it out. I'll dig it out.
Thanks to Freddie Dogman. Hey, thanks, Freddie Dogman. I've just read this message. Thanks for sharing it, everyone. Really appreciate that, dude. And thanks to anyone that shared it tonight and doing your bit to sort of grow the channel. And
Oh, talking about channel growing, I did say a comment earlier. We've got super chats now. That's good, I think.
what is super chats?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't fully understand. People was asking for it not long ago, but it's like they, if they really want their comment to come through whilst we're talking, and they, you know, I'm sure people have been there before. You basically type about 5 messages and then we don't see it. Super chats is to guarantee that we'll see your message, but it's a money thing through YouTube. So I'm not saying people, if you don't use it, you don't use it. But I know a lot of channels go for it. I don't fully understand it myself, but I guess it's like that. What I just said there is so that you can sort of guarantee we'll see your message.
Yeah. Do you know what? Should I film one right now? I'm gonna film one right now. Let me pull up my YouTube on this. Can you still see me? Yeah. I want to pull up. I want to pull up my YouTube right now. We're going to film a live Happy St. George's Day. Yeah.
Sweet.
We'll do
YouTube
a live.
30%. Entropy take 15. Yeah, I don't get it, man. But
I'm going to turn my volume down for the media. Can you still speak, bro?
Yeah, I can still speak.
Oh shit! It's just my media on there. Right. So we're going to do a live Happy St. George's Day. Okay. Right. Happy St. George's Day. I'm still live on my stream. It's gone past 12. Look at that. Look on
Hi,
case.
guys.
One's in a thing. There's all the people in the chat. Timmy Bobbiton, Ty Haggis, Viking Dude. Tracy's still online. Look at that. There's still 28 people in there. Gone 12 o'clock. Happy St. George's Day, everyone. This is our day. You know, the
I'll be doing
Patriots.
another fucking barbecue tomorrow.
You know, if you're Scottish, Welsh, Irish, what fucking hell it is. Happy St. George's Day to you all. And with St. George in my heart, keep me English. And big love to you all. And we'll let the channel grow.
A 4.
Thank you all. Ta-ta, darlings.
Do you know what the best thing is? It's St. George's Day, right? I've got a beer there. I've got beers saved because I'm being a tight cunt at the minute. And I've got this. Right? That was a little bit today that I cooked. That was a little bit. That's what I've got for tomorrow.
Fuck me.
Fucking beef rib. Look at that bad boy.
Yeah, man.
Ready? This is the test I always do. Bang! And I dropped it. That's going to be well tender now.
If it smacks like an arse, it's beef, yeah?
I don't know, it's meat, innit? But then we've got this as well. Yeah, this is your favourite, I think, isn't it? One of these bad boys.
Oh yeah, when it's strung up. Oh yeah. Can't help it. You know, I was in a queue. I was in a queue at a supermarket once, and there was a geezer in front of me with his missus, and he had a bit of meat on the thing, and he just gave it a slap. And she said, "Why do you have to do that?" And I went, "Because he's a man. You have to do it." And they creased up, and I went, "That's true, isn't it?" And he went, "Yeah, geez." Like, he was like, "Yeah, geez, it's true, isn't it?" Like, you know, he was a bit straight, but he's like, "Yeah, geez, you get it." Like,
I genuinely thought, like, I've done it and I do it all the time. I thought I was weird for doing it, but it seems like, all right, you do it, he done it. I just don't know. I've got to give it a slap to go right there. That's a good bit there. Mr. P done a super chat. Fuck, whatever. Nice one, mate. Cheers. Happy St. George's Day.
What does that mean?
There's a $5 in the bank, but then someone said YouTube takes a percentage.
Oh shit! Sorry, dude. Yeah, I didn't know what I meant. Oh, thank you. But if we'll chuck it towards the stream.
So that would be it, and then you click it, and then you know, like when I think it's for bigger streams, so it's like they can't read the comments because there's so many comments going by, and people are like, "You're not reading my comment, but I've got something really good to say." Rate it, and then You send a super chat and then it's like, all right, I've got to read it now because someone sent a super chat. So it's like, it just gives you like an elevated fucking thing. And also, it supports the fucking channel because
I've said many
not a
times
penny's going to me or Luke.
we're not ones that beg for donations or anything like that. There's no need for that. I mean,
No.
I don't.
No.
No, I don't know. Oh, no, listen, it is what it is. Thank you. I appreciate it all the same. But anything we've ever got has gone to charity. So thus far, any money we've ever had donated has always gone to charity. I mean, our boy Timbo Slice, he had his fight coming up, and any money we'd built in the kitty, we donated it straight to the charity that he was fighting for, which was the veterans, wasn't it? It was
Yep, Welsh veterans. It was.
Yeah, the Welsh
the
Guard.
Welsh Guard. That's it. Yep.
The Welsh Guard. So don't think we take this money and
No.
go and blow it on.
If anything, I would leave it like anything yous give us, and there's a donation down there to PayPal as well. If you click that link, you can donate. But anything that it's not going in our pockets. I don't want a penny. He don't want a penny. But let's say we'll call it a fucking rainy day fund. And if there's I don't know, anything that we need for the stream, maybe we'll get that. But then if a fight comes up, someone's got a fight, or there's a charity thing, God knows, but it ain't going in our pockets. Not going to go in our pockets.
I'm not interested in that.
No.
It's what it is. Well, I mean, what do we earn out of it anyway? There's no what I don't know. Unless you got a million followers, I don't know why people.
Bro, what like people ain't silly. If this channel did blow up all of a sudden, what they think we're not going to take a wage? Of course we're going to fucking take a wage and quit a day job. That's just fucking stupid. Like as if we're not going to do that. But it's like as it stands at the moment until things change. Like I'd rather spend it on the stream, or fucking If something comes up, let's put it this way. If someone come on the show and then they said to us, look, I invite you to come somewhere, then I'll take that as travel money, like fully, yeah. And then we'll go and film there. You see what I'm saying? Like the Jack the Ripper thing. I would use it for that. Anything for the channel, for the show to make it grow. Anything that we deem fit to do that, but not in our pockets to go and fucking buy beers or briskets or fucking like lamb chops. Fully, do you know what I mean? So yeah, anyway, that's cleared that one up. Thanks for the super chat, Mr. P. Yeah. Cheers, dude.
Hey, thanks, Mr. P. Yeah, appreciate it, man. It's only gonna go to feet, unless you're a Tesco's, in which case it's Mr. P's a man, though. Thank you, appreciate it. Only a few more fivers to get Luke a laptop so he can stream like a pro. Listen, I can buy a laptop whenever I want. Like I ain't gonna lie, it's just that I would genuinely struggle using the fucking thing.
You've got one sitting there. You've got one sitting there if you want it.
Yeah, but it'd end up against the wall, wouldn't it?
But then the thing is, what I'm trying to say to you is you ring me and go, there's a problem with it, and then I'll do it. But it'll improve the stream. I mean, I'm sorry. Look at the quality of that camera. Look, I've got that picture in the background, and this mic. Look how good that sounds. Like it's.
I'm looking at it now. That looks all right. Look at me.
I don't know, man.
I look all right.
I can't even double click and get me up there fully.
G-Man just said this time next year could be millionaires. I agree.
It could happen. It could happen one day.
It's. I'm not good with computers and that. He's. That's what I'm saying about a Del Boy and Rodney thing, right? He's Rodney. He's good with computers and does all that. He's got a GCE in maths and art, haven't you?
I've got GCE in strip clubbing. What was that thing? What was that thing you said? Someone had a qualification to be a trans stripper thing or something like that.
A lesbian dance theory.
How was it?
Lesbian dance theory.
I've got a GCE in that. That's what I've got. I was going to be a teacher of it. Because those who can't teach, right? Isn't that the saying? Those who can't teach?
Those who can't teach dance, yeah. You know, it's no for real though, people. Thanks for everyone tuning in there, and it is genuinely Happy St George's Day. I'll be doing a massive posting spree tomorrow of funny jokes and funny shit, and I've got to celebrate St George's Day right. You know where it is.
I'll be cooking that bad boy. That's what I'll be doing.
It's a fucking day. It's a fucking day. St George's Day.
And no one knows it. You know, there's going to be a
Don't
load
know.
of people in the country tomorrow that don't even know.
They do know, and we're gonna make sure they fucking know. We're gonna make sure they
Yeah.
know.
You know what they're doing for the NHS nurses and all that, where they go out in the garden and clap. And good, you should do that. Fantastic. Let's do it for fucking St George's Day. You know, our little show. How many people? 25 people. Come, 1 o'clock. Go in the garden and clap. There you go. There's your St George's celebration. Let off some fireworks. Raise the flag.
Look at Angela. Angela's trying to wind me up. Look at her. Look. Trying to wind me up. I know what you're doing.
What is St George's Day? No one knows, dude. No one knows.
No, they do know. They do know. I'm not having it. They're trying to wind me up.
Oh,
Hang on.
man. I say again, happy St George's Day. Yes, mate. We love the sweaty socks. Cheers to you. Oh, I didn't see the rating of me burp. Or did you miss it as well? You didn't rate me burp, Haggis. Fuck. It doesn't matter, mate. It doesn't matter. And you can't rewind anymore. I've disabled. That was... What great timing that was. I genuinely didn't even mean that as well. So I've disabled rewind because sometimes dumb shit gets said on the stream. So yeah, I've disabled rewind. I do not want this channel banned, and I will be a pussy hole to stop it from getting banned. I've disabled rewind. I was just clearing that up.
Angela, St George's Day is England's Patriot Saint Day. You know,
6.5.
it's St George. With St George in my heart, keep me English. It's our day, St George's Day, 23rd of April every year.
I thought it was Golgi.
Anyone, you know, anyone who's got kids and got, you know, and you're English or you got some English heritage, you should teach them. It's the same. It's what you have in America is you have that bullshit for the Irish, the old St Paddy's Day that's been turned into a piss up. And St
Patrick weren't even. Oh, was you going to say that? Yeah, we already spoke.
St Patrick was an Englishman. St Patrick was an Englishman. He was kidnapped by Irish pirates and taken over to Ireland, and he turned Catholicism into a more Celtic thing. He sort of invented the Irish Catholic, the whole thing. You know, the Celtic. He made Christianity more Celtic in order to convert the Irish to Catholicism, and that's what he did. He was a slave. He was kidnapped by Irish pirates, turned slave, then became a religious man, and he sort of turned Ireland into Catholics.
And St George, what was he?
St George was probably Syrian.
Yes,
probably Syrian.
Like I've
and
heard Turkish, but
he slayed the dragon. He was probably Syrian or something like that. He wasn't English for sure. He never set foot in England. But what he did for the Crusades and the English, you know, empire at the time was, you know, he was a real patron saint. He flew the flag for us over in the foreign lands and did what he did. So he became our patron saint, and he's not only our patron saint, he's the patron saint for Georgia, the country, which is a St George's cross with 4 crosses in it as well. I think he's Greece's patron saint. He's a few people's patron saint. He's ours as well. So it's not just that. There's a few countries around the world celebrating.
We love him. He's a good fucking fella. So that's it. We fly the flag. He was a good fella.
But we don't. So
Special videos of Lefty's Mark Carl. You
I
know.
gave it a 4, but it was a 6.5. What was that? Angela giving the love hearts. Good girl. Angela St George is patron saint of England and all things English. Damn right. Bonty has as much bowel control as a 6-month-old baby that has lentils for dinner. Timmy killed it.
Me and Agus have got a thing going on. I'm going to try and get that 10. I don't think I've got a 10 yet.
Yeah, Andrew Collins said, look, don't forget your special video for our lefty, Carl. You know he loves your video. Yeah, I've been getting some abuse off some guy called Carl in a group. Says that he hates my face, hates my videos, thinks I'm an embarrassment and all this shit, right? And I've had me and Andrew Collin and Heled on the in the thing, sort of giving it back to him. And I was like, mate, if I hurt you in some way, are you upset about this? Do you want me to lend you some money? Do you want me to, yeah. Just giving it back to him in a proper sarcastic way. So I owe the guy a video because he always slags off my video. Every time they go in that group, he's, oh, fucking this guy again. He's but he has to overemphasize the fact that he's a righty. Every time he abuses me, I'm a righty, but I cannot stand this person. I'm a righty, but I hate his videos. I'm a righty, but... So it's like, why do you have to say that every time? You're clearly a lefty. You're clearly Antifa spying. You're clearly... If you're right, you don't need to say it, do you? It's a needless thing to say. It's like, well, obviously
Why
I am.
do they do this stupid spying shit, man? Like, go and get a life. Like, I don't get all that shit. Like, what are you gonna? Nothing's gonna happen. You're not gonna find anything on us.
Weird people.
Like,
weird people.
Like nothing. It's just weird, man. Go and get a fucking life.
Who's the French patron saint? Because Viking dude said none of the saints originated from their country of origin. So who was France's patron saint?
That bird, innit? That chick. What's her name? What's her name? Fucking. Yeah, Joan of Arc, innit?
I don't think she's France's patriot saint, is she? I think she's obviously a big part of their history. I mean, France's only national... I suppose
it's like me saying Boudicca or Boudica, whatever you want to call it, but...
Boudica's, yeah. But France's only national hero that was actually a national was a woman. Because Napoleon wasn't French.
No, I'm just laughing.
Napoleon wasn't French. So
No, you weren't. And none of these people we're naming are saints either. But it's just funny because I don't know like France that well.
They're white flag waving people, you know, as they say.
I just say like because of France, like
yes.
I don't know.
G-man, I've still got your knife. It's sharpened. It's fully ready to go. I am just not willing to send it in these times because I've had, the guy in here called Lee Hunt. He's done me a knife, and he has sent. Yeah, he's made me. I'm guessing it's a knife. He said he sent me something in the post, and he's got into knife making through, talking to me. Been a bit inspired, so he's fucking gone and bought himself all the gear.
What if he's farted in a jam jar?
Could be that. Could have farted in an envelope. Could have sent me a lump of shit in the post. He sent me something and it still hasn't arrived. So your knife's here. It's good to go. I can go and grab it now. It's like fucking sitting here, ready to go, ready to be posted. It's all good. It's just we've had this fucking corona shit end up happening, and I'm like, do I send it? I mean, if you tell me now, G-man, to send it to you, I'll do it. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll head down. Fuck, there ain't even no post. No, my post.
Yeah, my ones are open. I sent something the other day.
Yeah, mine ain't. All right, well, I think my big one is down the end of the road. It's just like fucking. Yeah. Yeah. Still, I've
I
still
bet
got
the
your knife.
queue's going to be
If
massive.
you want
though.
it, get in contact with me, inbox me an address to send it to. It doesn't have to be your address. It can just be your local post office or
Yeah.
a post office you can get to, and I'll send it there. It's no issue. It's no issue. It's done. It's just with this shit going on with the post. It's like I've actually ordered cigars, and I ordered myself a Winston Churchill cigar for St George's Day tomorrow. It still hasn't arrived, and that was 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks.
I've ordered that fucking smoker as well, and it's like I'm worried that it's not gonna fucking turn up until. But they said their postage place is operating as normal, like their delivery thing. So it said 1 or 2 days.
Yeah,
I'll make sure to send you.
I've got G-Man's knife done. I've got Troll Hunter's knife done from that question that we did. Remember, it was about Dumbo, it's about Champ. I've got their knives done. They take a while. They're done, sitting there ready to go. So listen, G-Man, Troll Hunter, if you're listening, you want me to send you shit, send me your addresses. I'll get it done. Yeah, one way or the other. But I have held off because of problems. But it's done. Sure. And
Sam G messaging me, dude. You've got your number showing on Telegram. Make sure you go into settings and disable that, mate.
No, I haven't.
What?
I haven't.
I'm talking about someone called Sam G who's messaging me in Telegram.
Yeah. It's only if I choose it to show.
Yeah, he's got his number showing. I'm telling him to disable it.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
You're saying.
Yeah. What smoker have I ordered? It's called a Napoleon Apollo 200K. Napoleon Apollo 200K is 3-in-1 smoker. It's meant to be really good, and like for the price, it's good as well. So yeah, it's a bit like a Weber Smoky Mountain. If anyone knows what that is.
Oh yeah,
me and Luke.
no, you're talking about Sorry, Sam G. I've just messaged him back. He said it was a brilliant podcast tonight. So yeah, if Sam G's listening, watch it. You've got your number showing, buddy. So if you message anyone else, be careful of that. We're just giving you the heads up. We don't want doxing in this thing.
Hell no.
Because there's scumbags out there that try and dox people and do weird shit. So.
Yeah, some proper fucking full-on weirdos out there, mate. Like, that's all I meant. That's the first thing I got advised when I joined Telegram. It was like, fucking disable that right now. Some proper weirdos out there. And I've just announced who you are on stream as well. Although it's just Sam G, but you might get people trying to search for you. Anyway. Right, yo.
Erica J. McNaughton. Did anyone watch the series Sharp? Yeah, we did.
Fuck, that's weird.
Because my brother's
just watching it now.
Yeah, my brother's
up to. Yeah, sorry, bruv. I'm up to Revenge, which is episode or volume 12, they call it, or whatever. And then I've got 2 episodes left on that, and then I've got Sharp's Peril to watch, and then there's one more, Sharp's Challenge, and then I'll watch them.
Have you noticed what sword he uses?
Well, that Irishman made it for him, didn't he? But ain't it a cutlass or no? Not a cutlass. What am I fucking talking about? Saber, probably, isn't it?
Cavalry saber.
It is actually the saber, yeah. Fucking hell.
Yeah, it's the one I've got in there, the 17.
Even though you don't really ride a horse, though.
Yeah, I mean it's expensive in series. Yeah, and they weren't riding them continuously. It was when they rode them into war. They rode them into war, so it wasn't like they were constantly on a horse like a cowboy and even them, they weren't constantly on horses. They were just where they go. Yeah, that's that sword I've got sitting in there. That is the English cavalry saber. that was what we used to conquer, most of the world. It was cavalry sabers, arrows, and muskets and stuff like that. It was the way we fucking rolled.
Over the hills and far away. Yeah. So cavalry saber, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want to get fucking whacked with one of them. I tell you that now.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, yeah.
Yeah, political dissident. Erica, doxing equals exposing someone's personal info for malicious purposes. Yeah, I'll give you all a heads up right now, because I trust that these 23 people in here are, they're the real deal. There's no one sitting around here malicious intent. But there's someone threatening to dox me at the minute. They have found out some information about me. They've got my stage name. I was in a band back in the day with Fonz, and we had stage names, like our granddad had stage names. And they're threatening to dox my stage name, which is quite funny, quite hilarious. Because it's like, okay, you're going to tell everyone my stage name, then everyone will know my band is. Sweet.
Oh, no.
Might actually boost.
Do not buy any albums, everyone.
Everyone, don't buy our albums. Do not buy our albums. We were musicians back in the day.
Please don't dox us.
And someone is threatening to tell everyone what our stage names were.
I can't wait.
It's
really
funny.
It's going to be good.
Funny, isn't it? It is quite funny. It's like, okay. When I got the message, right, they sent me
it's a threat.
Picture of my younger self, and I was like, okay, what's that about? And then it was like, yeah, someone has said that this is your name, this is, this, that, and the other. And I was like, okay, yeah, sweet. So if I then release this name and my picture and all that shit, I'll have to tell them, look, this was my stage name when I was in a band. All it's going to do is actually get me some royalties. It's actually going to get me some PRS checks again, like we used to get. I mean,
yeah, please don't do it.
There's some pros and cons, because then it's like, yeah, okay, I was in a band, I was fucking this, that, and the other. I know my music career, I know my videos on YouTube and shit like that. And then it's like, yeah, okay, it might actually make me some.
I enjoy the mystery of this though. It's like no one knows who we are, and I like that. So that's the only bummer for me.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
it's gonna be like, everyone knows who we are now.
But then it's like, okay, there's that. Then they might start saying, do you want to start playing again? Yeah, maybe we'll play again.
The way we're talking is like we're something big, so it's gonna be like everyone thinks, oh shit, these guys play these guys play with Coldplay or something like that. The Coldplay massive.
Not at all. I mean, it was a mediocre band that, we had a few good tunes and we had an album out and that was it. And, we got signed by a record label, done a few gigs up and down the country. I've played in some foreign countries and stuff like that, and been to Brazil, been to America, whatever. But yeah, weren't nothing, weren't fucking Coldplay at all. But eventually it'll come out, So cool. Like if they do that, then all right, sweet. You've bubbled me up for being in a band. Okay. I'm not silly. My identity is very, very well hidden. So you want to expose my stage name? All right, sweet. Cool. What are you gonna do? All right.
Yeah, I was smart enough to always go out as Fonzilla Fonz as well. I'm proud of that. Yeah. I think even on the record I was Fonzilla Fonz. But there's a couple of things out there probably. But like,
it's still not.
Yeah. Good luck anyway.
Good luck, yeah. Good luck, yeah. Whoever you are, it is whatever. The village people.
Good luck being a strange weirdo.
Village people.
Huh?
Yeah, the village people. Were you a drag act? Were you a drag act?
The fuck's that?
That's fucking
Oh,
funny.
what Jagger? Is that what that means? What's a jag act?
No,
You
a
know-
drag act. Were you a
Oh,
drag act?
drag. Wait, it's a
Drag.
jag like Jagger. Like we
Yeah,
we done some
Phil, tell
Jagger
us, get
covers.
it up on YouTube, make some coin. I'll never tell anyone your favourite ice cream flavour. That's what I mean. But it is what it is. Look,
Oh,
listen.
mint chocolate or lemon. I love lemon ice cream.
Yeah. And BS, no, it's a free thinking channel. It's not CivNat, it's not FNat, it's not anything. It's just you jump in if you fancy listening. If you don't, you don't. Who gives a fuck? Is what it is. There's no FNat, CivNat. We don't like labels here. We don't like labels. I mean, FNats are welcome, CivNats are welcome, whatever.
Fucking
There's
lefties
no,
are welcome. Drags
lefties
are
are
welcome.
welcome. Fucking right, no.
Trans are welcome. Gays are welcome. Anyone's welcome. Jews, blacks, Mexicans,
Thank you, Tracy.
white boys.
White boys. We
Yeah.
are white boys. We are white boys. Fucking goddamn white boys.
God damn it.
Goddamn white boys. Fucking white boy.
Goddamn fucking white boy. What am I looking for?
Happy St George's Day. BS. Happy St George's Day. Yeah, we covered that. But yeah, straight up Happy St George's Day. It's fucking great. It's gonna be our day. Erica, a CivNat is basically what the FNats call civic nationalists. So people that believe, whether you're black, white, brown, rich or poor, as they say in Only Fools and Horses, if you're that way inclined and you believe that anyone can be English, this is the way they define it. Anyone that can be English doesn't have to be white. You can still be English, which I'm a fan of to a certain extent. I mean, I know black guys, mixed race guys that are just as fucking English as fuck, mate. They love the country, very patriotic. But then the FNats argue that in order to preserve that, you would have to keep the ethnicity of a country majority white. If it was a European country, it would have to be majority white in order to stay English or Dutch or French or whatever. And to a certain extent, they're right. I mean, you don't want to flood the country, whichever country that may be, with foreigners as such, I understand what their argument is, but they do
I think
go
they're
on
being dickheads. It's like we're saying they're natives. Like anyone can be a native English. No, like yeah, we're natives. We're not really.
There's both sides of that argument. Both sides of that argument have got relevant points, haven't they?
Yeah.
Why shouldn't a black guy, be English and fly that flag proudly and play for his country and box for his
That one at
country?
Brexit Day, that African.
Yeah, man, he was fucking sick. I loved
him. I give him a cuddle and that. I was like, you're a fucking G, man. A G
Thank you.
man. Yeah.
Stop, man. Like a top man. So I understand what they're saying. You can't flood countries with foreigners and expect to keep the culture alive. You can't.
100%.
Culture has to be, and I don't just mean foreigners as in brown people. I mean foreigners as in Polish. If you flooded Jamaica with Polish people, how long would that country stay Jamaican? Like if you just kept pumping in 100,000 Polish a year into Jamaica and then expected it to stay Jamaican, it's not going to fucking happen, is it? And I don't want to go to Jamaica and have people saying Yegshmesh and I'd be like, what the fuck's this about? And having, continental breakfasts everywhere instead of rum and weed and I don't know, I've never been to Jamaica, so I'm pretty ignorant on that sense. But you get the point I'm making. I don't want to go to India and have it flooded with Australians.
We've had this loads of times, and it's like the lefties seem to love anime and fucking
get it.
Japan and all that. Imagine if we all went over there, you dickheads,
Good
You know
night,
what I mean?
Andrew.
and
By the way,
kill
good.
Japanese culture. You'd be gutted then. So why aren't you gutted about our culture, you fucking
If I
morons?
went to Jamaica, if I went to Japan and it was all fish and chip shops, do you think I'd like that?
Exactly.
And pie mash shops and shit like that. I mean, it'd be funny. It'd be like, why am I in Japan having pie mash? Like,
Do
this
you know
is
what?
fucking.
It
It'd
wouldn't
be
be.
hilarious.
I know what you mean, but I would be genuinely gutted. But it's like no one seems to be gutted for me. You
Yeah, no,
cunts.
not at all. Not at all. That you can't get a
East
good
End's
pie
dead.
mash
East End is
anymore.
dead. You go there and it's just there's no churches. Well, there's a few, but it's
Yeah.
mostly mosques now. What, and that's a fucking good thing.
Yeah,
Like you know, it's not. This is a Christian country. It's not fucking. I don't like it, and I'm not ashamed to say it. I shouldn't be. Why should I be ashamed to say it? It's like I don't like bananas. Well, I do. But it's like if I don't like something, why shouldn't I be able to fucking voice it? Like you spastics.
Greta Thunberg said they can't be English. The English are a nationality of white people. They can hold British citizenship, doesn't make them British. They can feel and act British, yes, but ethnically they are not. That's from Greta Thunberg.
Yeah, but anyone with a brain would know that automatically and not be bothered by it. It's like, yeah, okay, I'm black, I'm not a native, so what? But I'm still English, I'm still British, and I'm proud of it. Cool, love you.
Yeah, I'd rather them be like that than the opposite. You know, look, I'm not English, I'm not British. Fuck, you know. And then they don't fit in, and then it gives them a chip on their shoulder, and then they're
Exactly.
you know, bad people. Whereas I could stand in a pub with a black geezer, and we'd be talking about things we all know about, talking about things that you remember the old pie mash down the high street? Yeah, oh man, I used to fucking love that place, geez. You know, do you remember that pub? Do you know so and so? Do you know? And we'd be standing there having a conversation, and the only fucking difference would be is some science that we can't even see. But I understand that, and that's the way I stand on it, and I'll never change because I take everyone as they come. If a geezer says to me, "Yeah, I'm English, I'm West Ham," I won't give a fuck what colour his skin was because on the day he's claret and blue and he's red and white. But
What if you said he's English and he's Tottenham?
wanker, yeah. Nah, for real. Like, whatever. That's up to him, poor cunt. But I understand where the F-Nats are coming from. That you can't flood a country with immigrants from anywhere, regardless of skin colour, even if they're from Germany, even if they're France or whatever. You can't flood a country with constant waves of immigrants and pump them into areas like London, like Bradford, like Rotherham, like all these, and they're destroyed of the culture that was there. It's null and void. It's gone because you have absolutely flooded it with foreigners. I agree there should be some immigration, but I don't agree with the numbers because and when you're bringing in refugees and shit like that, Japan don't entertain refugees at all. They're what they call an ethno-state. Israel's an ethno-state. These countries are okay to do it and no one questions them on it. The minute the English and the British or anyone sort of says something about that, racist. I agree, that's wrong. I agree, that's completely wrong. I'm not saying I don't enjoy culture. I really do. I love Mexican restaurants. I love the fact that we have these cultures over here. So you do need a certain degree of immigration, but the levels, oh, Jesus, you would put out. The levels at which they are is questionable, at the very least, questionable, very least. I understand where the F-Nat's coming from on that. But I don't, it does get a bit boring. Listen, if there's any F-Nats in the chat now, please stop bombarding chats with Jew this, Jew that, Jew. the JQ, it just, it's just like, oh, for fuck's sake, they're still to this day banging on. This has been weeks on end of the same echo chambers and these same repeat conversations over and over again. Let us get to know you and get to know you on a level where we can actually have this conversation before you shove shit down our necks that we don't necessarily believe. And I'm not saying that it's me. I'm open-minded as they fucking come, as you've seen tonight. I am open-minded as it gets, but fuck me that we still have to go over the same conversation day in, day out. The JQ, the Jews this, the Jews that, Jews, fucking Jews. Sick of the fucking word. You know? I feel like I've ate Lucky Charms for breakfast, dinner, and fucking, yeah, breakfast and lunch every fucking day. Same fucking meal. I would be sick of Irish people if I ate Lucky Charms for breakfast, lunch, and dinner every fucking day, and that's what it feels like with that. I'm bored of this fucking conversation. So if you get where I'm coming from, boys, F-Nats and Tiv-Nats, just fucking stop arguing about this shit for fuck's sake. Especially tomorrow. Can we just have it all about England tomorrow? All about England and Englishness. And tomorrow, if anyone's listening, if anyone is still fucking listening, because they're probably bored of my rant now, we are having a pub quiz tomorrow. Not a pub quiz. We're going to have, I've got the missus involved. Well, she got herself involved. We're going to have a quiz tomorrow and drinks and a quiz tomorrow. And I've got to tip my hat to Timbo Slice. He was the first one that came up with that idea for that sort of thing. And then when his Facebook got banned, the pub quiz ended, didn't it? The Timbo thing. So I'll have to tip my hat to him. I'm not trying to steal his idea. It was always something that was in the pipeline, but he kind of inspired it. So I've got to give him the tip of that. We're going to have an England quiz tomorrow. It's all about England and Englishness and, you know, everything England. Every question is going to relate to this country and our heritage. So Americans, by all means, jump in. Jocks, Welsh, whoever, just come and celebrate being patriots and whatever else. But it's all going to be, the whole theme is going to be about England. So we're going to have a pub quiz tomorrow, whatever the fuck you want to call it, because we're going to be drinking. We're going to be doing a quiz. Going to do that. How's that sound, everyone? And I'm in the quiz as well. I'm not going to know what the questions are. I've got to sit there. She's going to read them out, and I'm going to fucking answer them. And go along with you. And I'll write them down, and I'll fucking show me scores. So try and be as honest as you can. Try not to Google anything, because otherwise you spoil it. But, you know, fucking, we'll do that, eh? And yes, sweaty socks. Like I just said, Trax, sweaty socks are more than welcome. You get what I mean? You can't deny that they have control of the media.
Don't read it. Just leave it. Don't read it.
No, I can read it. I mean, I'm just reading what someone else.
No, just leave that one. No.
He just said we're not Nazis. We're just pissed off Brits. I get what you mean. I get where you're coming from to a certain extent, but I do believe. Listen, there's the KGB in the world. There's the Chinas of the world. There's the Vietnams of the world. There's the Koreas of the world. There's all these places that are not, you know, they don't have these people in charge. Like Russia are fucking, the CIA, the FBI. They're all corrupt as fuck. I mean, there's them big billionaire Texas oil barons. Big billionaire Texas oil barons, them Russian mafia dudes. They're not run by anyone else but them fucking selves. There is a big power struggle going on in the world, and it always will be. It's like a Game of Thrones. Don't get me wrong. I understand there's Rothschilds, there's Soroses of this world that are really big players in the way things play out politically and everything else. But there are a lot of people in this world, corrupt as fuck, that run things. You can't run things all from one place. There has to be these. This is running here. This is running here. This is running, and they're all over the fucking place, and they're all fucking fighting each other for power. That's why you see these spies getting poisoned by uranium in their soup and getting fucked over in ways that you can't imagine. Corrupt people all over the fucking world, all over the world. Yes, Hollywood is dominated by. I understand it, you know, Weinsteins and whatnot. I understand it. Doesn't mean the whole system. There's people in the shadows that we wouldn't even know about that are doing really dodgy shit all over the place, all over the fucking place. Honestly, and yeah, Civnats pissed off Brits too. You just got to stop arguing amongst yourselves. You really have. There's big players. Oh my god, who's that cunt? Who's that cunt? That's it. Ah, mate. What year was that? What year was that?
Do you know what? I'll have a look. I don't know. That was. Even told you what camera it was taken on. That's sick. 2012, man.
2012.
Wow.
So 8 years ago.
I am having fun with this new toy, man. I really am. It's sick.
Look at that double chin and all.
It's because I don't have to set up my green screen.
That's then. Fucking hell.
I've got some bangers on here. Trust me.
Cool. Where got another one?
I'll try. Just they're untitled, so I have to dig through them all. Oh man, do you remember this?
All right.
Let me.
I've still got that hat, by the way. Still got that hat to this day. That was Granddad's hat.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, that was Granddad's hat. Oh fuck me! Yeah, look how skinny I was then. Weed cakes. This is the power of weed cakes. That's what that shit did to me. Look at that. Out of my nut on weed cakes.
We actually piled more stuff on him than that.
What year was that?
That was, that's got to be 11.
That's got to be 2009, I reckon.
Taken on a Sony Ericsson. Fuck, it even tells me what it was as well, K770i.
Yeah, what year?
2020. No, 2012.
That was 2012 as well?
Yeah, 2012 as well.
Fuck me, I look slimmer there.
That was... Wheat cakes are dangerous. They certainly are, mate. Oh, no, date taken 209. Yeah, you're right. But why? I don't know why it says 209.
Taken in 2009. I thought it was.
Yeah, and this one was taken... Date taken, that was actually 2012. Yeah, so that's 3 years difference.
I put on weight. Sure, yeah. What are you playing here, Luke? Jenga.
Alphabet's correct.
Remember, children, drugs are bad, yeah. If Mr. Kipling's a space cake, it's exceedingly good. For real, mate, that shit fucks me up because what happens is your liver processes it and it releases a chemical that you wouldn't normally get from smoking it. So it releases a chemical and it's 5 times more psychoactive to eat weed, THC, than it is to smoke it. And that's what the fuck happens. You think I'm all right. I've smoked weed before. I'll be fine. Eat a space cake. Bosh. Out. I was fucked. BS weed's too fucking strong these days. Swear it was only about 4%. Yeah, they're like, yeah, now it's like 20%. Yeah, I think he's right. I think it's much stronger these days. Much stronger. They're growing it better. They're finding new ways of growing it, feeding them right.
Well, it's a hybrid, isn't it? This skunk.
Yeah. For real.
It's not natural.
But people, I've got to go. Listen, I've got to go. Tomorrow's a new day, and tomorrow is, well, it ain't, it's tomorrow now. So it's St. George's Day now. We're going to do St. George's Day specials. I'm going to make videos all day, just celebrating being English. And I've got my English playlist there. If you want a good tune for tomorrow, look up a band called A Show of Hands, and the song is called Roots. So I'll write it in there. A show of hands, and the song is called Roots.
Much love, G-Man, by the way, for the $5 as well. Sorry, bro.
That's cool.
G-Man's going, so I'm saying bye and thanks for the donation or the super chat.
Yeah, everyone's fucked. Listen, get up nice and early for St. George's Day tomorrow. We'll have a celebration, man. I honestly, I'm gonna go live during the day and do bits and bobs and just, shout people out and say hello. Lots of videos, lots of interactions tomorrow, because I love St. George's Day. St. George's Day is my favourite day of the year, apart from Christmas with the kids. Obviously, Christmas is something different, family days. But in terms of celebrating and getting pissed, it's all about St. George's Day. Fucking love it. So I get my kids tomorrow. I'm going to dress them up in all England gear. Shame I can't share the pictures with you. I've obviously got to protect the kids, but I will be celebrating it big time. So,
You don't know the fuck what's happening.
Love you, Sol. I'm going to log out, okay? I had some oil in a capsule once. I thought I was going to die for about 6 hours. Yeah, I know that feeling, bruv. Like laying on my floor and being like, why the fuck have you done this? Why have you taken this shit? Why have you? And you're a mess. It's you got to think we was rock stars back in the day. We did all sorts. So I love yous. Happy St. George's Day. God save the Queen. Big up yourself, your man. You want to do the honours, bruv?
Farewell, everyone.
Oh, the outro.
Take care. And
tune in tomorrow for the quiz, man. Tune in tomorrow for the quiz. I'll chuck it up there. Birthday.
For sure. They can still hear us. I'm just rolling out the intro.
That's so funny. Look at that. That is one hell of an outro. Look at that, Karen. Look at that, Karen. Kicking off about nothing.
I'll have to make a new one. I will update these every now and again. I've already got a tune that I want to play.
I love that one. Look at that Karen swinging that thing around the red. Absolutely.
Perfect tune to play over this. Which I'm going to play next time.
Donald J. Trump is now president of the United States.
That is the funniest one ever.
This is Legacy's favourite part of the show. Oh, you love the tune. I'll do it as a special. Let's do it as a special. Trust me, it's hilarious. It's fucking hilarious. I wouldn't do it if it wasn't hilarious. Just don't get why they're so angry.
Yeah, a little dance at the end.
Just a little bit pathetic, but
That's funny as fuck.
Right, everyone.
Oh, shit.
We shall say goodbye.
Yeah, later on, bruv.